Hey comrades, what's up? It's time for some serious anime. No more fun isekai. For 74 episodes, holy shit. So we're watching Monster now. I don't know anything about this show. I think I picked it up because it was recommended by either just some random website or like the Google AdSense or whatever. Reddit, I don't know. I saw it somewhere. It could have been what's his name? Mother's Basement. I usually he'll put out videos every now and again that are like recommendations, and he's usually pretty good because he appreciates garbage, which I also appreciate garbage, and but you know every now and then he does like actual recommendations for stuff that is like super high quality. So that being said, some of these anime I have on like my list, which is very long. I put them on that list and I downloaded the torrents or whatever like year ago, right? Quite some time. So I literally don't remember anything about this. But so here we go. Go ahead, like, share, subscribe, comment, and we'll summarize and discuss all 74 episodes. Here we go. So episode 1 starts off, and we are in the mind. We are introduced to the main character. Tenma? Yes, I think that's it. Dr. Tenma, who's a premier neurosurgeon in Germany and the head of the neurosurgical unit at this prestigious hospital in Germany. We also find out that he is like the Wunderkind of the director of the facility, and that he is engaged to that individual's daughter, and that she is a gold digger. I can't remember if that song goes by Jamie Foxx, but it's that song. This guy ain't want no broke. You know how it goes. So, Dr. Tenma, we start off, he's being congratulated by a bunch of other neurosurgeons, and they're talking about how great of a doctor he is and how like no one else could do whatever. And then he sees this like crying woman who looks like she's a gypsy. We find out later she's Turkish. Then as the episode proceeds, we get introduced to his fiance, who is a total cunt and not very attractive, but she loves money and she loves being paraded around, and she loves power, and you know her daddy is like super powerful in like the hospital world, which means he's super rich. And then Tenma is like we find out he was brought over from Japan, and that he was a doctor there, and that he read some research that was presented by this guy, the head of the head doctor, or head surgical doctor or whatever, and that he came over here specifically to work with him because he enjoyed his like papers so much, and this is like a research hospital. And that, then he met the daughter and yada, yada, yada. But the whole time he's been essentially like being led around. Like, so he's doing stuff, he's given positions and all this stuff. And he knew, he like mentions to himself at some point that he knew he was being kind of like used by this guy to perpetuate his career in the hospital and stuff. But he figured like at some point he'd be able to make his own decisions, which later on he kind of figures that may not be the case. Anyway, so he's kind of like going along to get along and all this stuff. We find out that there's this family from like Eastern Germany, because again this takes place in like Western Germany, and clearly before the Soviet bloc fell, before the wall fell in Berlin, because this is like a diplomat from East Germany who brought his family over, and they like escaped and they're being housed by the government here in West Germany. We also find out that that there was he gets accosted like that next day or a couple days later in the hospital by this woman who's like, "You killed my husband." And he's like, "I have no idea what you're even talking about." And she's like, "He came in, and if you had done the surgery on him, then he would have lived, but because you didn't, he died." And then he like has this recollection of like what was going. He's like, "I don't remember any of this." And he's like, "Oh, I kind of remember like I was prepping for a surgery, and then the director of the hospital came in and was like, 'Hey, you got to do surgery on this like other guy who's like a famous opera singer.'" And so he did, and it was successful, and that's how it all started. So then he has a lot of like crisis of faith with himself as like a doctor and what's going on, and the show does a very good job of like, so it's like this is our main character, right? So this is like our point of view character, and he's like the hero, while we start to see the director as kind of like an antagonistic force. But at the same time, the way the show presents the case of the director is not wholly evil, which you definitely see in some Western garbage that has been coming out. Like it's more nuanced because like he's definitely not portrayed as a good guy, but he's portrayed more as just like an opportunist and somebody whose morality is based more around the success of himself in the hospital versus the, taking care of like individual patients. Because there are like in this situation, it's like, yeah, so maybe he goes and he saves this Turkish guy instead, but then the opera singer dies. So it's like he's following orders, and but he takes it real hard. And we find out later on that his dad runs a small hospital in Japan. And so, he's like from a family of doctors, and so this stuff's kind of ingrained or whatnot. So if the fiance and him go on a date, and he's like distracted, she's like eating like filet mignon and drinking like expensive bottles of wine, and he's kind of sitting there being like, I don't know if I did the right thing here. Like maybe I should have just done the surgery on that guy anyway or whatever. And she's like, no, not all lives are created equal, and that sticks with him. And then later on, he gets like a page being like, hey, there's an emergency surgery, you got to come. And he starts going, and he's thinking about this meeting he had with, he brings like his fiance home to her father. And then he brings her in, and they're talking about this and a conference, and there's some like research that Tenma's very interested in, but then the director's like, no, we got to do research on this other thing and present at this other place. And it's one of those things where it's like Tenma again like recognizes that he's being used, but he's like not as upset about it, because it's like, you got to get used to, you got to like pay your dues essentially. And at first he's kind of like okay with that, it seems. There's this other guy, Beckett, I think his name is, who's a real hobgoblin of like a human being. Like he's apparently very shit at surgery, because every time he has to do surgery he like fails. Like he's the one who like killed that's the thing, he didn't kill, he was unable to save the Turkish guy because he's just not very competent. And then there's another, so they don't hit you over the head with this. It's like, well, he let that guy die, and that guy didn't really have that big of a problem. And then later on, they're getting ready for like this other surgery, and Beckett shows up late, and they're like, man, what are you doing? Why are you late? And then Beckett appears to talk to Tenma a few different times, and he's just like, oh man, you're working too hard, or like, it is what it is, you just got to play ball, or you're going to be treated like me, which is like, I'm working, but I'm not, I'm doing this, I'm doing surgeries, and like, it's fine, it's a good life, but my career's not going anywhere, period, because I'm not very good at surgery. So like, I'm not going to get fired, but I just keep my head down and like, try not to cause too many problems. So then Tenma is about to, so what happened was this Eastern German family, someone calls the police, and they go, and the parents were shot, and the son was shot, and the girl's like in a comatose state, like in shock. And the boy's still alive, so they come in and they do like the scans on him, and they're like, oh, okay, his issue is that his brain, he's got like a bullet right next to like the cerebral cortex of his brain, but we can get it out if we're very, 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 very careful. So Tenma could do it because he's the best neurosurgeon of like ever. But no one else can. So they're prepping for that, and then he gets pulled out, and it's a kind of a repeat of what occurred before, where the director's like, hey, we got the mayor had an aneurysm, you got to do that. That's the most important thing. So someone else Beckett can do that surgery with the kid, and you go help these guys with this surgery. And then he has like a crisis of consciousness and decides, no, all lives are created equal, and this guy came in first, the kid came in first, so it's our duty. And then of course that's a terrible decision, period. Like, I know it's like you got to make life choices about stuff, but it goes back to like the trolley problem, right? Where it's like, well, you can do one thing and this other person's going to die, but it's like you got to, and you factor in all this stuff, and it's like, what's going to do the most good? And apparently this mayor was like well beloved and was doing good things, and for the director, it's the main reason he wants the mayor to be saved is because it makes the hospital look good, and then also he promised like all this money to the hospital, and you can look at it as like, oh, that guy's just an asshole. And it's like, yes, he is an asshole, but in my opinion, he's also correct. So if you're a hospital, you research hospital, you're saving all these lives, you're doing all this good stuff, and you have all these, you got bills to pay. And then it's like, hey, all you got to do is like save one life over another life. Like one of these people is going to die, period. So you choose the life that's going to benefit the masses more, and which is the mayor, because if he's giving more money to the hospital, they're going to have more ability to save lives. So that's just morally the correct answer. And again, it's not like you're killing one person to save the other. It's just like you got a choice between two different things, like the Sophie's Choice situation. Right. So in my opinion, the director is correct for the wrong reasons, I guess. Anyway, none of that is... So the writing's really good, because it doesn't necessarily present it like that. But when Tenma makes the choice to save the child and ignore his boss, and like, and then the mayor dies, it's like his life goes to shit, because he's like, I don't know if I made the right choice, or like I'm stressed, and like my career's ruined. And then his fiance obviously leaves him because she's a gold digger and she want no broke. So so he starts spiraling, and he, by the end of episode 2, So I watched these episodes back to back. He is like a drunk mess and he's stumbling around and all this stuff. And then there's some sketchy stuff with the girl and the boy. So the girl is like keeps saying like killed, and she like is freaking out, and she's like wandering around the hospital. And then the boy's got like at some point, Tenma's in there like unloading his problems to the boy because he's having like a real struggle as well. He needs to see like a therapist for sure. And then he leaves, and the boy has like this very wicked smile. And I'm like looking at the title of the show, and I'm like, is this kid going to be like a serial killer or something? Maybe. I don't know. But there's like a gala where they like all the hospital surgical staff is, for them. And then this is where Tenma finds out that he's no longer the head of neurosurgery. And then he also finds out, like, the director literally tells him, like, you're dead to me. I'm not going to fire you, but if you want to quit, I'm also going to make sure you can't get a good job anywhere. So like your career is over, at least in Germany. So do what you want, but don't ever talk to me again. And when he's leaving, he sees his fiance, and she takes the ring off and like chucks it at him. It's like, fuck you. And he starts flirting with like the first doctor that she sees inside the hospital. Good for her. Anyway, so and at some point they switch. They want like a photo op for the to like increase the hospital's prestige, right? Because these children are like costing a lot of money to like have them just sit around because they don't have like insurance, and they're not like, their parents aren't useful to the government anymore. And so the head director is like, I got an idea, let's do some photo ops, and like just this will increase the reputation of our hospital, yada yada. So they do, and when the girl sees her brother, he like reaches out to grab her, and she like freaks out and faints, and like which again is like, the whole thing's kind of sketch, right? But after that point, we have like a scene at the very end where Tenma's like passed out in an alleyway drunk, or he's like stumbling around being mad, being like, fuck that guy, I don't care if he dies, something. And then we get two images. We get like one of the other surgeons. It was really dark on my phone while I was driving, but it seemed like he was hung. He like hung himself. And then he's found by a nurse like late at night. And then the director, his daughter, the fiance, the old fiance of Tenma, she comes storming in or walking into her house, and she's like, Daddy, where are you? And then she goes up to his office, and it looks like he's dead as well. And that's the end of episode 2. So we pick up on episode 3 with Tenma, Dr. Tenma, being informed that everyone's dead. It was more than just the chief of surgery and the other guy. There was a third guy. So all the guys who kind of like took his place that he was mad at for being assholes are dead. And they died from the candy that they were eating. So the poison candy, right? That's what killed them. He gets interrogated, obviously, because he hated them, right? Because they did him wrong or whatever. But he was just around. So his excuse for not having done the murders was pretty much like, I was drinking in a bar. And they corroborate that, so it's like he's good to go. There's this guy from like the BKE, I think is what it's called, which it must be the German like FBI or like Interpol in some level or something. Anyway, he is investigating, and he does this funny thing where when he's talking to people gathering information, he like types with his hand so it encodes into his memory better, which is not a bad idea and probably works pretty well. Anyway, at the funeral, the daughter of the guy who got killed, who was a total asshole, the gold digger lady, she's crying, and then Tenma goes to like comfort her, and then he's like, nah, fuck it. Someone else does it instead. He continues to work at the hospital and continues to work on things, and when he finds out the murder, he actually goes to the hospital, and he's like the only guy, like he's like the head surgeon essentially at that point, so he starts running the joint, and he's doing that for a while and just kind of like dealing with like the craziness of the whole thing and what's going on there. And then he finds out that the board of directors is meeting to like call a new chief of surgery, and they asked him to do it because what they want the most is someone who's competent. And so he's like, holy cow. And then he like cries and laughs about it. Like, he's like, what the fuck like is happening in my world? Which is pretty funny. At that point, he gets a call from Ava, the gold digger, right? She don't want no. And she's like, oh, I made such a silly mistake, and I just want to be with you, and I don't know what I was thinking, and yada yada. And he's like, go fuck yourself. And pieces out of there. And then we take like it's like 9 years later, and he's been running the surgical department of this hospital and doing great, and he's like world-renowned, greatest surgeon, and all this good stuff. Things seem to be going pretty good, and he's like managing his situation, and it's all really great. There's like a flood. This is like 9 years later is like 85, I think, and it's like after the wall fell, and there's been a series of like murders of these like middle-aged couples with no kids, and this BK guy is investigating it. And the only commonality that has been found thus far is that there's this guy, I can't remember his name, but he's been seen in all the murders, and he's like a renowned like lockpick. So they don't think he's the murderer, but he definitely, if they can get him, they can find information about it. Then it's like a nighttime, and some guy's driving on the road, and this dude just runs out in front of him, and he hits him, and he's like, "Holy shit! I didn't mean to. I don't know. He just jumped out of the middle of the road." And so they're at a hospital, and the BK guy is talking to the head of surgery at this hospital, not the hospital that Tenma works at. And he's like, I don't know. This guy's stable for now, but he's in critical condition right now, and he's probably going to die. He's like, he's like a star witness. Can anyone do anything? And he's like, well, there's one surgeon that can probably do it. And the BK guy's like, Tenma from whatever. And he's like, yeah. And so they get him to come out, and then he's like, Dr. Tenma. And Dr. Tenma's like, who are you? And he's like, we spoke 9 years ago. And he's like, okay. He's like, oh, I see that you've done well for yourself after the death of those people. And he's like, all right, I got surgery to do, motherfucker. Like, get the hell out of here. So he does the surgery, saves the guy's life, and the guy's doing well, and the BK guys want to investigate him. And he's like, hell no. And he's in there, and he's talking to the guy, and he's still kind of like got a lot of recovery to do, but then he starts whispering something, and Tenma's like, what are you saying? And he's like, the monster's coming. And he's like, dun dun dun. And that's the end of episode 3. Episode 4 picks up right there, and he's like, the monster, the fuck? And so they're trying to interrogate the patient at this point, and Tenma's there just like monitor, and he starts freaking out, talking about like whatever's going on. And then he's like, you guys got to leave. And he's like, and BK guy's like, you can tell he doesn't trust Tenma, and he thinks he's involved with all this stuff because he makes some comment about like, you're always around when like weird shit's happening. And he's like, what? Anyway, so they put a police officer to watch over this guy just in case, right? Which makes sense. And then there's like a cute little scene with Dr. Tenma takes him out to like the little like outdoor area right at the hospital. And it seems like he's now at his hospital, right? He's no longer going to like this other hospital somewhere else, but it doesn't say that directly. And they're just out there, and Tenma's talking, and he's like, hey man, I know you fucked up in life, and like bad things have happened, but you can always turn the stone around. This guy's willing to like forgive all your sins essentially, as long as you like confess and tell him everything, and then you won't have to face any charges, and you can like do something else in your life. And this guy tells this like really adorable story about what the first time he lockpicked was when he saw a clock in like a window, and he wanted it, and he describes it, and he's like, that began, and if I'd never done that, and he's like crying, and he's like, we're like the same age, but I'm like, you're like a father to me, the way you're like telling me these fun stories and all this stuff. And it's like very sweet. We find out that Tenma over this time, like Becker, the doctor, he's still around. They're like homies now, I guess. We get a lot of like back and forth with them. And Tenma's been like dating these like very prestigious like women, like state senators, daughters, and like director of whatever hospital daughter and stuff. And he's just kind of like not really that into any of this stuff. But at some point, this guy gets he sets him up with like a state senator's daughter for like a date, and they're headed over there. And then Tenma walks by this store which sells these clocks that like exactly like this guy described. And he's like, oh, I love my patients. I'm super obsessed with my job. So then he runs in, buys the clock, and then instead of going on his date, apparently, I don't know if maybe he went to the date first, he heads to the hospital. Meanwhile, the patient, he's like okay, he's like thinking about everything Dr. Tenma said. He's like, all right, I'm ready to confess. So he goes to like walk out of his room to get the police officer to like get the BK guy to come down. And he's like, hey, hello. And he steps out, and he's like, no, and he starts running. And then Tenma shows up, and we see the police officer's like dead on the floor. And he's like, what? And he runs in the room, and he sees the patient like running outside, and he goes to chase him down, and he chases him to like a parking garage. And he gets up in there, and you hear like, no, doctor, stay away. You can't look at his face. Don't look at his face. Stay away. And Tenma's like, no, I will save you. And he goes up, and there's this guy, and he's like, oh, Tenma, welcome. Hello. And he's like, who are you? And he's like, I'm Johan or whatever. I'm that kid you saved, right? Obviously. And he's the one who's been paying this guy and his like 2 homies, and he already killed his other 2 homies to kill all these people, or to like break into their houses and kill them. And like he's the mastermind behind it, or he like went in there and slit their throats or whatever afterwards. It was a little ambiguous about that. And then he's going on, and he's like, oh, you're the reason I can live, you're the reason I can go and like do all this stuff. Oh, also there's like a conversation, he's like, how could you do that, something, and I saved your life, and you're like, you got to stop doing this, and you can't kill people because like you changed my life and you made it so much better, and like you got to treat other people with respect. And this guy's like a psychopath, so he's like, I don't understand what you're talking about. And meanwhile, the patient is like, no, please just get out of here, doctor, just run away, just don't look at his face. And eventually the murderer guy, Johan or whatever, gets tired of it, and he shoots him. And then Tenma's just like stunned, and the guy just like walks past him at the door, and he's like, oh, I'll be seeing you around. And there's some implication in like when they're talking back and forth because he's like, your name's Johan, whatever, and this and that. And he's like, oh, yes, that is the name people have called me, and something. So it's very mysterious about like, is he not actually the child of these people? And maybe there was like some sexual abuse or something hinted at, or some other nefarious bullshit, which is why he's such a fucked up kid. And then what happened to the sister? Who knows? Maybe she's dead. I don't know. Hasn't come up yet. And so obviously Tenma contacts this BKA guy and like tells him everything which has happened. And so the BKA guy just like recalls everything we already learned and like very succinctly. And then it's like, yes. And then like his assistant or like his partner, the other BKA guy or whatever is like, well, all right, doctor, you can go. And then he's like, well, we got nothing on that guy. He clearly was not around when the police officer died. And he has like an alibi. And then he also had no gunpowder residue, so he clearly didn't shoot that other guy, so whatever. And then obviously the BKA guy doesn't believe him whatsoever. So then Tenma has like a breakdown outside the hospital, and it's like dun dun dun. Episode 5 takes a little detour to introduce us to a new character, Nina something or other. I don't remember her last name. Some German thing, I'm sure. Anyway, so Nina is she's in school for law school. I don't know, but we see her running late to class. The teacher's asking everybody about a court case, and no one knows, and everyone's very like, And then she comes storming in, and he's like, oh, you're late. I see your pizza delivery job has like kept you again. So what's the answer to this? And she gives like the perfect answer. Everyone's like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. Anyway, so Nina is a young German girl who's just hanging out with her parents, and she's about to turn 20 years old. She works part-time as like a pizza delivery girl. And then part-time as a pizza delivery girl. Yeah. And goes to school and hangs out with her friends and yada yada. She's got a fun little like 80s computer in her room. Excuse me. That beeps and boops. She has like a rudimentary like email on there, which I don't know if like the timeline matches up on that. I'm thinking in 85. We had an Atari, I think. So I guess, yeah, the email thing is more confusing, but I don't know, maybe it existed. I'm trying to remember exactly when that came to fruition with the DARPANet or ARPANET or whatever it was originally, with like Utah and California and Department of Defense. Anyway, so she's getting like romantic emails. There's a guy in her class who like has a obvious crush on her that he is very open about, so she thinks it's that guy. But when she confronts him the next day in school, he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And she's like, I don't know what to do about this. So she gets some more emails. She talks to her friends about it. They think it's this other guy in class. And so they're like, ooh, we should hook you up with this guy because it might be him. And then they try to, but while she is waiting for that guy to come up, she meets, the guy comes up and he's like, oh, hey, I'm Otto or whatever. And then she looks and she sees, dun, 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 the serial killer guy from the previous episode. And it's pretty obvious at this point that this girl is the twin girl. So it's the twins. And at some point she's talking to a psychologist about nightmares she used to have and such. And then this happens and she faints. And then she goes back to the psychologist. And it's like, oh my goodness, what's going on? It's like, I feel just complete, like utter evil or whatever and fear. There's a whole side story with like her parents when they're, obviously, again, it's like they're like, oh, they're being kind of sketchy about a lot of stuff. And we come to find out that they're not her real parents, right? Obviously, because she's this twin girl. We don't find out much more information. There's some like stuff where she's like, oh, I saw these people going to like this German festival where you dress up like a clown or whatever. And she's like, it'd be so much fun. I wish I'd done that when I was a kid. And then the mom's like, you did. And she's like, what? I don't remember that. And the dad's like, what? And she's like, remember? And he's like, oh, yeah. And so then they pull up this photo album and there's this picture of a kid who's like wearing like a full costume, so you can't see exactly who's in there, but it's definitely a kid in there. So I don't know if they had like, if she just doesn't remember, or I just think it's maybe like a previous child they had that died or something, because the kid looks really small, and maybe because she would have come, if this is like the twin girl from the beginning, it would have been like she was 9. But I feel like she was bigger than like the picture they shown. But again, it's all drawn, so I don't know how accurate they're even trying to be with this stuff. Anyway, this moves us along to episode 6, where we deal more with her just going to class, being kind of freaked out, trying to like figure some stuff out, getting some more emails like about meeting at Hildeberg Castle or whatever. And then the parents are talking about like, hey, we got to tell her the truth. We both promised when she turned 20 years old that we would tell her the truth. And then we switch back to Tenma, and Tenma's trying to figure out what's going on with all this stuff. he gets wind. I'm just trying to remember. He gets wind of like, well, he knows about the boy and he knows about the name. So then he starts investigating around, asking people about like the Franz or whatever he was calling himself. And people are like, I don't know. And eventually he meets this blind guy, and the guy's like, I know exactly who you're talking about. And he's like an old German, like World War II vet. He's a submarine guy, and he talks about how like, oh, I know the boy. He like came and like these people like adopted him, or, like brought him into their home and took care of him. And it seems like all these like middle-aged single couples with no children that are like people who took him in at some point, and then he's just murdering them because he's a monster, and hence the name of the show. And it seems like that's kind of like what happened the first time. So the twins got like picked up by this couple who were the East German couple. They probably weren't actually their kids, is what I'm guessing. And then he killed them as well, would be my guess. So let's see if that actually pans out. Excuse me. So that's fun. Let's just get this way. I don't want to mess around with this too much. So the old man, they chit chat. He talks about how this kid's like super smart. He's like a traditional psychopath, the way people think about it, like in the movies, like Hannibal Lecter. So he learned English and French very well. He told him his name was Franz, yada yada yada. And then the doctor is like, oh, he must have really liked you if he told you his real name. And he's like, I don't think that it's that he really liked me. It's that I couldn't see him, so like he didn't care. Like he just told me lies, and it's like there's nothing I can really do to like verify or not verify. And then eventually he said he was going to go do something. And the doctor's like, where was he going? It's like Hildeberg or whatever, which is where Nina lives. And so then he heads off. Then we meet this like newspaper reporter guy who's being badly treated by like the secretary of the office or whatever. And we find out that he just works all the time and work is his life, and that he's kind of like holding up the newspaper by himself according to like his thought process. Anyway, as she's leaving in the evening, she's like, there's someone here to see you, and it's Tenma. And he's like, I need to look at your old archives because I'm looking for, and he tells him like the story, and the guy's like, I don't believe you, but I don't have time to like fuck around and like whatever. You hear the archives, go nuts. Anyway, so the next morning when the guy, he's like, oh hey, you here all night working? He's like, yeah, you bet I was. And then, hey, that guy in the archives room is still here. And he's like, what? And he goes in there, and Tenma's passed out. So he takes him to breakfast, and they chit-chat some more about stuff. And then he helps him. And at some point, someone mentions they're looking through archived records for like 2 days. And after that 2 days, they finally find like a report of a missing like 11-year-old child that was given by like this family in Hildeberg. And so he's like, that's it. We got to go track these people down. And then the newspaper reporter's like, Rutrow, you said something about 20th birthday or something. And here it is. They turned 20 today. Meanwhile, Nina's got like another email, and it's like, hey, come meet me at Hildeberg Castle tonight, so we can I can confess my love or whatever. And she's like not a teenage girl, but she's like young. She's like 20, so she's like very smitten by the whole concept. And we didn't have all the internet stuff to be like, hey, if some weird guy's telling you to meet at a castle by himself late at night, you should not do that. Right, simpler times. Excuse me. So Nina goes there. The newspaper reporter guy drives Tenma to the people's house. They knock on the door. They mention the girl and the twin, and they like slam the door in their face. And they're like, come on, please. And then Tenma's like, hey, he starts reciting everything. And they finally open the door. And he's like, where's Nina? And they're like, oh, she said that she was going to be with her friend at like this castle. And he's like, I got to go right now to protect her. And so he takes the car of the newspaper guy and heads off. And the newspaper guy's like, well, I'm going to call the police. So he comes into the family's home. And he goes to pick up the phone to call them, and the line's dead. So, they're obviously dead. They're obviously going to be murdered. All right, so then we head to Nina. She's just hanging out at this castle, and she's like, well, it's getting late. I guess this guy's not going to show up. It must have been a prank. And she goes to leave, and there's like this gardener hanging out there, and he's like, you can't leave, very creepily. And she's like, what? And then she starts to like leave anyway. And he starts kind of chasing after her. And then Tenma shows up, and he's like, Nina, or Anna, or whatever her name's supposed to be, like, originally. And she's like, what? And this guy's like, who are you? You're not supposed to be here. I won't get paid if you're here. She must stay. And then they, like, wrestle a little bit, and Tenma loses. And he's about to be stabbed with some, like, wicked-looking shears. When, I didn't mention this before. Nina, I forgot about it. The other thing she does is a Aikido club, which is, like, Japanese throwing people. and so she wrecks this guy's like shit. And we get like a short montage. Not a montage. We get a short clip of her at some point doing her like club activities in college, and she is like beating the shit out of everybody. So she's very dedicated to this thing, and it's really helpful. And it also, the psychologist mentioned, jeez, what is wrong with me? The psychologist mentions that oh my goodness, I'm sorry. The psychologist mentions the Aikido was like a recommendation from him to help her with like managing her nightmares and, you know, processing her anxiety and stuff like that, which is good advice, because that's if you're having struggles with like crazy stuff, the first thing you should do is fix your diet, fix your sleep, and fix your exercise and like daylight, being out in the sun, walking around in the middle of the day. If you do this is just straight up like professional advice. If you're feeling bummed out, if something happened and you're kind of sad or you're kind of a little stressed out, get out in the middle of the day and walk around in the sun with no sunscreen, get some exercise, eat better, and get sleep. And the sleep thing's kind of hard because if you're really out of sorts emotionally, it's hard to sleep. But so whoever consulted on this or whatever, they just kind of BS'd or looked up, was good advice for this girl, because it's like, yes, you should find a hobby, and it should be a physical hobby, and that's going to help you just feel better and get over some of the shit and move on with your life. Because that's what your body wants. You're feeding it what it wants. You're feeding it sunlight. You're feeding it energy. You're feeding it electricity, activation. You're using your muscles, tiring yourself out. It's good stuff. Okay. Anyway, so she beats the shit out of this guy, and then Tenma grabs him, and she's like, "What's going on? You need to tell me." And he's like, "I'll tell you later. Don't worry about it." And then they're driving to her house because he knows that they're all going to be murdered, and again, he's going to be like in the middle of this whole ridiculous thing. And then after they leave and they're driving, she's like, tell me, and he's like, I'll tell you later. It's like, bro, just tell her you're fucking driving right now. Anyway, it's very dramatic. Then we see somebody walking up to the gardener guy, because they tied him up with like a belt or something, and he's like, no, and that's the end of, not episode 5. This was episode 5 and 6 essentially, was all this stuff. We pick up in episode 7 with Dr. Tenma and Nina driving back to the scene of the crime that is they are going to find, because they get to the house, no one's there, it's all dark and stuff, and they go ahead and head inside, and they find dun 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 all the dead bodies. Dr. Tenma's having a real struggle right now, because essentially he feels like he killed this guy, I'm assuming, based on how he reacts. He does CPR on a clearly dead body, even though he's a doctor. He knows correct CPR, you see if someone's like dead before you do CPR, because you don't want to have necrosis stuff go on. Anyway, he does that. He checks the phone's dead. Him and Nina are kind of freaking out, and they go to leave, and as they're going to leave, someone else is like opening the door, and it's these two guys, and these guys claim to be the police, and they state that someone called them, so they're here to check it out. And he's like, oh, thank goodness. And they're like, all right, well, backup's coming to like clean the crime scene, so we're going to take you to the station to get like a statement and kind of get the investigation going. And is this the daughter? And it's like, yeah, she's stunned. Like, she's in shock because her parents are dead. And then we go from there to the car, and then Dr. Tenma starts noticing things like the police officers have blood on their jacket for some reason, and they're acting kind of sketchy. And he mentions like, hey, this is not the way to the, like, why are we leaving town? Like, the police station's in town, because it's a police station. And they're like, oh no, we're going to like the next town over. We were called in from there. And he's like, how were they called if the phone line was cut? And then at some point they hit like a police checkpoint, you know, and it's like, seems really like these policemen are not actually policemen. But then these policemen at like the random stop for like a hit and run driver are like, oh, hey, what's up, homies? And they know each other and they're chit chatting. And then Dr. Tenma's like, hey, can we step out for a minute? She needs some air. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. Oh, yeah, and when they're talking to him, he never says that he's a doctor. He just says, oh, I'm so-and-so Tenma. And they're like, oh, you're Japanese. Yeah, I'm Japanese. I'm from, you know. But he never says he works at a hospital or anything like that. Anyway, that's important because as they're out there and he's like trying to figure out and put pieces together in his head and he's all rattled and stuff, at one point, one of the police officers is like, hey, Dr. Tenma, are you okay? And he's like, he turns and he's like, I never told you I was a doctor. And they get this like stunned look on their face and they like rush him. But I guess they're on a bridge over like the Danube, I'm assuming, because it's Germany, and he takes Nina and they leap off the bridge. The next morning, we see him walking up, and he's got a different pair of clothes on, and he's like, oh, I found a gas station, or I found a grocery store, I got some food and some coffee, and I got you a change of clothes. And then she starts talking about how she describes the whole situation originally. So what happened was, you know, there was like all these dead bodies, she says, which I don't know exactly what that means. And then her auntie and uncle, like helped her and her brother like escape. And then her brother would like kill anybody that like slighted them or was rude to them at all, which is a lot of I guess these like middle-aged couples, including the people who brought them over to West Germany, the Lieberschmidts or whatever, which were either their aunt and uncle or just some random people that brought them over. Anyway, at some point they would like wander around and I guess kill people or something, or maybe it's just a couple in East Germany and then this couple here. Anyway, she caught him that rainy night when he had the bullet in his head, and after she saw what he did, she picked up the gun and held it at him, and he was like, "Good, make sure you shoot me right in the head to kill me, and then throw the gun away so no one thinks you did anything." And she's like, "I did exactly what he told me to do, and you brought him back." And he's like, "I brought him back. No, I brought back the monster." And she's like, "Why? Why did you bring him back?" Oh man, tragic. And he's like, "I'm gonna go talk to the police. I'll be back. You just wait here and don't do anything and hide if anyone comes around." So he goes to like talk to the police, and there's like a police chief in Hildeberg having a conference. And right before he's about to get to the police to like talk to him, he sees the 2 police officers from the night before, and he's like, "Ruh-roh." And so he ducks away, and he's like, "I can't go to the police. What can I do?" And so he's like, "Oh, I know what I can do. I'm gonna report to the journalist." So he calls the newspaper and he's like, "I'm gonna bring a witness to you about this murder today at 5. And then he hangs up, and they're like, "Oh, you better not be fucking with me." Meanwhile, our old boy, the FBI agent, BKE agent, keyboard man, is keyboard fingers, is he's like looking at stuff for the murder at the castle, and they're like, "Hey, what are you doing here? I thought you were just doing the serial murders like the middle-aged couples, right?" So he's here obviously for Nina's parents, but then it's like he's looking at this other thing and like, "This has nothing to do with that case," and he's like, "Yeah, it has nothing to do with it, huh?" And he's like, "Well, this person has ligature marks on like his arms. Was he tied up when you found him?" And they're like, No, he was untied." And so he goes to the castle and he's looking around. He's like, "There's only so many avenues of escape." And as he's searching around, he's like, "Aha, over here," because he's fucking Sherlock Holmes. And he finds a tie, the tie they used to tie him up. I thought it was a belt, but it's a tie. I can see that now when it's not dark at night. So he's like, "Aha, I see." And then we go back to Tenma, and he's like, "Nina, we gotta go talk to the journalist or whatever." And she doesn't respond. He's like, hello, where are you?" And he heads inside. He like runs around looking for her, and then he comes back a little bit later and he finds some sandwiches that she made with the food, and then a note. And she's like, "Hey, please eat these sandwiches and get some rest. Please don't involve yourself with this anymore. I forgive you for, you were just doing your job as a doctor. You're saving lives. Please go and like save more lives and do good work, and don't give up on yourself, and don't look for me. Bye." And he's like, then we get him like taking a train back home, and he's like, "Oh, I feel like shit. What am I to do?" And that's episode 7. So not a lot happens in episode 8, but important stuff happens. So we see the doctor, Tenma. He's like thinking about we get a lot of recap. So we see him hanging out, eating the sandwich, thinking about stuff, taking the train back home. We see him just like working as a doctor. There's like several patients, or at least there's one patient at this point. There's several patients throughout the show thus far. They're like, "Oh, you saved my life. You're the best." He's talking to some old man he did brain surgery on, and we see some surgery stuff, and then we switch over to Ava. Ava's a hot mess. Ava's the girl, the gold digger lady, and she's a super gold digger because she's already gone through 3 husbands, apparently. Jesus, like, so she's gone through 3 husbands, and then her father's inheritance, and so she's like super wealthy and just drinking and laying about. She's still madly in love with Dr. Tenma because he's the only one that ever loved her for realsy. When she gets a little visipotamus from our friend, the BK agent or whatever, and he's like, "Aha, I found this tie, and it took me," or he's like, "Do you remember me?" And she's like, "Who the fuck are you?" And he's like, "I visited you 9 years ago." And she's like, "Whatever, I don't remember." And he's like, "I was here to investigate your father." And she's like, "You failed. You did a bad job. Why are you here?" And he's like, "Well, I found this tie at a murder scene, and it's a rare item, and it was only so many sold. And one of the people that bought the tie was you, so I figured you might know who you gave it to." And she's like, "I don't remember." She does remember. Anyway, so she like shoos him off, and he's like, "Whatever, we'll see you later." And this guy's like really bad at his job, by the way. Like he's completely barking up the wrong tree because he's got like a thing in his mind that like this has to be the case, but yeah, we'll see. So maybe he's a murderer too. That'd be fun. I mean, there's like 74 episodes of this or some shit. Like, I'm still like, I'm on episode 8, and I don't understand how there's going to be like 70 more episodes of this. But I guess we'll find out together. Anyway, it's a super slow roll. And again, this episode, so then she goes to the hospital, and she's like, I need to talk to you. And he's like, what's up? And she's like, I'm in love with you. I want to get back together. And he's like, no. Like, dude, that was like 9 years ago. And she's like, you're the only one who ever loved me. So it's not even about her loving other people. She's kind of crazy. There's so many like bad people in this show. You know, it's like the monster, right? I almost guarantee it. So there's the monster, right? There's the twin who like murders people and stuff. But you know, who's the real monster among us? Like, that's where this is going. Which is fun, I guess. Anyway, so she's like, ooh, and there's that old like gypsy saying or whatever. It's like, nothing is more something than like a woman scorned or something like that. Anyway, so she's definitely mad. So she threatens him in the hospital, and then she immediately goes to the police, to that guy, and is like, I bought him that tie. He's the murderer. He killed my father. And then he's like, good, go get him. And so at the same time, Tenma's like, puts his resignation in with the director and then walks out. And then the police show up and they're trying to do everything. And the patients and who love Dr. Tenma because he saved their life, they all like stop them from searching essentially. But Tenma's able to like sneak out in an ambulance and they're just like, oh, there's a lot of police here. And he's like, yep, anyway. Then we do a 5-month jump. And Tenma's like grown his hair a little bit and like his facial hair. And he's riding in like he's out in the country somewhere. And he's in like some old farmer guys just like chatting with him and driving him. And he's looking at a newspaper article with like his face on it that says like he murdered this elderly couple in this town. And the guy's like, oh yeah, there was like a murder over there or something. Or he says, hey, we're going to the same town. Do you know somebody over there? And he's like, yes, I do. And then we see that he's holding inside his jacket a gun. Dun, dun, dun. Episode 9 picks up right as episode 8 leaves off with Tenma riding in the truck out in the country and the guy talking about the murders and looking at the newspaper, yada, yada, yada. We then switch to detective fella, and he's interrogating some guy who is like a very sordid war record, if you will. He's a mercenary that seemed to be, I think he's something about Yugoslavia and Miramar and all this other crazy shit. And it's like, oh, you want to tell me about something? What about this guy? And then the guy's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And the detective's like, I know you trained him, the doctor who was very good at scalpel, 5 months ago. And then it's like, 5 months ago. And while this is all going on, we see this little girl in a pink dress with an umbrella just going up and down the stairs outside of the police office, like, you know, playing in the puddles like kids like to do. Anyway, so 5 months ago, Tenma visited this guy and paid him to teach him how to shoot. And the guy's like, all right, well, what's your shooting experience? And Tenma's like, I've never shot a gun before. And the guy's like, huh, that's fine. I actually have to break everybody down so that they're essentially starting from scratch because they have like bad shooting habits. So I want them to start all over again, which is a thing that I've heard that occurs in these situations. And it's kind of like what needs to happen, honestly, from my anecdotal experience in the Army, because there were several guys that I worked with or that were under me that had like extensive hunting backgrounds, hunting with rifles and stuff. And they came in and they shot like shit. And so we had to like retrain them essentially, or get them to like modify how they were hunting like elk, for example, to hunting human beings, right? It's a little different. Anyway, so what this guy does, he takes them to the back. There's this little girl, supposedly the little girl from the future, and she's jump roping. And he's like, you need to jump rope like her, get started. And so Tenma tries, and then the little girl's like silent and gives him like dirty looks. And he's like, ugh. Anyway, and then they have like these meals every day, which are super adorable. And he's like, so what's her deal? Is this your daughter or granddaughter? And the guy's like, no. And then it's like another flashback. It's a flashback within a flashback. So in this secondary flashback, he explains that while he was in Miramar, he killed the mother of this child in front of her because she was about to pull a gun and shoot him. And then he was like, well, I can't just leave this child here. I guess she's mine now. And so he brings her back to Germany with him and is like, this is my child. Anyway, but supposedly she hasn't smiled since her mother died. Anyway, so then we just get like a training montage with Tenma running and learning how to shoot and shooting and jump roping and all this stuff. And the girl keeps being like around. She's like watching him or following him around. And at one point, he's like running and he sees her like with her back turned to him. which is unusual because normally she's watching him. And so he's like, hey, are you okay? And he runs over, and she's holding like a bird that fell out of a nest. And my understanding with this whole situation is if a bird falls out of its nest and you put it back in the nest, the mom's just going to kick it out again because it doesn't smell right or something. But I'm not a bird person. Hilariously enough, I had a friend from high school, and that's literally his job right now. He's like a bird guy for the government. Anyway, good dude. So we so he with her help, they put the bird back up. And then Tenma also starts cooking like this Japanese stew for them, and he whittles them like some chopsticks so they can eat like the traditional way or whatever. And the girl, of course, can use chopsticks because she's grew up in Miramar. But this Polish guy or German guy or whatever, he is like completely unable of doing it. And so he's like dropping the food and everything, and Tenma's kind of laughing. And then at some point, the girl like smiles at Tenma. I think it was around the bird situation. Then we go back to like the present, and they're chit-chatting some more. The detective guy and the mercenary guy, and he's like, I'm not going to tell you shit. And then we go back to the flashback, and we see, because he's like, where is he? Where'd he go? And he's like, I don't know. And then we see a note. So Tenma at some point after like 5 months, like so very recently, was like, hey, I gotta go. This is where I'm going. Good luck. Thanks for everything. Here's money and some stew. And then they're eating the stew, and he drops like one of the potatoes with the chopsticks, and the girl starts to laugh. And the guy's like stunned because, and he realizes, that Tenma being there and being like, and, helping out the girl and being kind to her essentially like opened her up, which is very sweet. And then the episode ends with him like walking off with the girl. Like he walks out and she holds out her hand and they hold hands and she smiles up at him and he's like tearing up. Because this happened like very recently, right? Like it's like 5 months ago, and then like it's been 5 months and then he's leaving. And so, so Dr. Tenma, changing lives. This was an excellent episode, by the way. Up to this point, I've been kind of like nonchalant, I don't know, not something about this series. I'm like, oh man, there's like 100 episodes of this shit I gotta like pound my way through, and I'm only on episode like 9. But this was really good. I actually enjoyed this, just as like a kind of slice of life that it really just was. So it was really good, and it was really cute. And then if the show keeps doing this, I could definitely pound through like another 30, 40 episodes of this before I get bored of it again. Anyway, so then we see Tenma, and he's still thinking about how angry he is, or how he needs to kill this guy, so he stops killing other people. The next episode picks up, we're at a bar, this is episode 10, and this, I want to call him like a weasel face guy. He's got like 2 front teeth, and he's like a crook. He's like a glib crook, and he's like drinking in Manhattan, and he's like, all right, time to go rob this place. So he goes and he breaks into like this councilman's house, or like this guy who's running for governor or something, him and his wife were recently killed. And he's in there, and he's like, ooh, I feel really creeped out like around this area. And then he hears like stop, and he turns around and it's Tenma holding a gun to him, and he's like, what? He's like, put your hands above your head, and he's like trying to talk him out of like shooting him. And then the police show up, or they hear the sirens, so they both run out and run back into like the city, where Tenma's like starts to walk off, and the guy's like, hey, let's team up. I know. And the guy's like, and at some point he's like, well, do you know anything about the guy who murdered these people? And he's like, yeah, I do. So he takes him to this apartment complex, and he's like, he's up there on that floor, and so we can call the police, and you can get like so it's not like your fault, right? So they stop looking for you and tying into this murder, right? And there's like a lot of different areas where they're like trying to tie him into the murder, but it's like it's like the 80s or 90s at this point. I think it's still the 80s. So we don't have the internet, so little towns are getting like little newspapers, and they might be or might not be hearing about things. And people got TVs and stuff too, but it's not like today where you could just like Google some guy and it's like he's wanted in like 45 different murders or whatever because the detective's bad at his job. Anyway, so the Tenma just walks on into the apartment complex, and the weasel guy's like, screw this, I'm not going to get involved. And then he does get involved because he wants to use Tenma. He recognizes he's a doctor and that he can use him for like underground surgeries and make a lot of money. So he goes up, and Tenma opens the door because he knocks, no one answers, the door is unlocked. So he walks in, and there's a guy holding a gun just sitting there, and it's not our friend, the monster, but he sits down, and the guy talks about his mom, and he talks about like this and that, and he says like, oh, he made friends with Eric, is what Johan is calling himself now, the serial killer guy who's not actually a serial killer. He just like convinces other people to kill people for him. It's very interesting. Like he's got some sort of powers, hypnotism. And he explains that Eric, or the monster guy, was living with the the guy running for governor and that things were going well, but then they found out that he was cheating on his wife, and Eric didn't like that. And then this guy who was like spending a lot of time over there and hanging out with them all the time because they were like best friends forever, that there was like a rose bush patch or whatever that the councilman like covered, like got rid of to pave something. And it was probably the monster guy, because what it did is it set off this guy to like hate him as well. And he's like, man, I'm going to leave and we got to like take care of these people. So like if you can make them disappear and erase the history, that'd be great, because having a mistress is like not okay. And I guess this guy's mom had a mistress too. So then it goes to the whole thing of like, man, this Johann / Eric / whatever he's Fritz, whatever he's going by, he's really schemy. he's got like some long-winded plans. So just like get attached to these like non-children having like middle-aged people and just getting them killed without getting his like hands dirty, so you can't prove he's actually been a part of anything. It's very sneaky Potamus. Anyway, so then the guy's like, so then Tenma's like, okay, cool. So he gets up to leave, and the guy's like, wait, you're the doctor, Tenma, right? And he's like, how do you know my name? And he's like, well, the guy Eric told me to tell you that the message for you is in the council, or the whatever, he might be a councilman, the guy's library. And so then the guy shoots himself in the head, and then Tenma leaves with the rat face guy, and they go back to the mansion. And it's like night, and he's looking through the manor, and the rat face guy's like stealing stuff, like finding money and crap. And then Tenma's like, oh, there's supposed to be something over, I can't find it. And the guy's like, well, over here I felt really creeped out. And so Tenma goes over there, and there's a painting, and he pulls it off, and in German, so I don't know if exactly what it's saying, but I think it says like, look at me, see me, something, I'm a monster, or the monster. And then Tenma says something about the monster getting stronger or something. It's creepy. Anyway, so then Tenma's packed up, ready to leave the area, and the rat face guy is like, hey, what about our deal? And he's like, I didn't have a deal with you. And then this guy with a gun like walks up to Tenma, and he's like, get in the car. And the rat face guy is like, don't worry about it, I'll hold your bags, and then you can go take care of this, and then we'll be great. And so then Tenma gets driven out to like this country estate where there's this guy who's like bleeding to death because his artery and like his arm got nicked or whatever. And then Tenma is like looking at him and realizes they're like terrorists, and they just shot up like this place. And then Tenma's like, I'm not gonna help you, you're a terrorist, you killed people wantonly who didn't deserve it. And then they go back and forth with that, and then the guy who's not shot is like super pissed, and the guy who is shot is like, I did what I needed to do. And he tells like this sad story about like when the wall fell, these like, capitalism bad, corporations came in, or corporatism bad, really. But these corporations came in and like bought up land, or like took land over, and like were building factories and like destroying like the local culture and all this stuff, and really ruining the place. And that, the only person who wanted to kill was the president of the company that did that, and like his bodyguards and like heads up. And then Tenma at some point's like, what about the girl at the newsstand? And the guy's like, yeah, that was very regrettable. And he's like, so you did know? He's like, yes. And so Tenma decides he's gonna help him for whatever reason. Like they kind of go back and forth, and there's some chit chat, and he keeps telling he's like, it's okay if I die. Like I did what I accomplished, and I feel proud about it. So Tenma like staples up his artery so he doesn't bleed out, and he picks him up to carry him to a hospital. And the guy's like, what are you doing? You gotta take him to the hospital to be arrested. He's like, bro, he's gonna die otherwise. Like I can do it or you can do it. And so they're walking off, and then the police show up, because meanwhile, while all this was going on, the rat face guy is getting his like loan sharks are there to collect, and he doesn't have the money. But then these guys pop up on the news, and then the rat face guy's like, oh, I know those guys. That's exactly where they're at. You can get the money. It's like a $300,000 reward or whatever, marks or whatever, Deutschmarks. And they're like, all right, better not be kidding around. So at the point where Dr. Tenma's like grabbed the guy and like walks out of the house, take him to the hospital, the police show up, and the guy's like, put me down and get out of here. And he's like, you're the guy who's like, they think like is doing all the murders. And he's like, yeah, that's me. I didn't do it though. He didn't say that. He just like acknowledges. And the guy's like, hey man, why'd you save me after all? And it's like, because I connected with your humanity. And it's like, huh. And so then the episode ends with Tenma walking away again from the rat face guy, who's like upset that he didn't collect the bounty, or not the bounty, the payment from the terrorist guys. And they hear in a news broadcast that they got arrested. And that wraps episode 10 up. Dr. Tenma really goes deep. He's digging into the background of these kids. And to do that, he tracks down the old home of the Liebermans before they left East Germany. And the episode starts off, episode 11, with him talking to like a real estate agent who's trying to sell the home, and he starts asking questions, and the guy's like, hold up, you're not here to buy the house? I'm out. And he's like, no, please, I just need some information about the children. He's like, I don't know, man. I don't know shit about any of that stuff. But there's this guy who lives down the street. He used to work for the East German government. He might know something about it. Talk to him. So he heads over there, and that guy's like, oh yeah, the Liebermans. I don't know why that asshole left and then got killed. It's a shame. I mean, the wall came down like a couple years later. So like, what was the point? Which is fair. And then he's like, you remember the kids? And he's like, oh yeah, the twins. They were adorbs. I think they came from 511 like Kinderhouse or whatever. And he's like, what's that? He's like, it's an orphanage. So Tenma goes and checks that out, and it's really ran down and closed down and looks scary as shit. And this old lady's like, about time they shut that shit down and build a grocery store there. It's an awful place. And he's like, huh. And from her information, he's able to track down this guy Dieter or something. Or Dieter might be the kid. He tracks down this kid, and the kid's like, he's like asking about it, and the kid's like, oh yeah, he's upstairs. So he goes and talks to him, and this guy talks about how he fostered a bunch of kids after the wall came down and the orphanages lost their funding, or that specific orphanage lost their funding, and it was this terrible place where they'd put like the children of criminals, and they would like treat them very poorly, and that he treats them much better, and he speaks very ominously about that. And then he's about to get more information on Johann specifically, because apparently Johann started not a revolution, like a riot, or like he tried to like overthrow the orphanage at some point. And Tenma's like, what? And then the little kid comes in, and he's like, I can tell you more about this later. And then Tenma's about to leave when the kid like grabs his arm. And so he's like, oh, why don't you stay for dinner? So they stay for dinner, and he just talks about like raising kids and how it's a difficult job, but like they need discipline and all this stuff. And then at some point, Tenma's like, what do you want out of life, little boy? Because the old man's like, oh, they just need like a purpose in life. And he's like, a soccer ball. And he's like, okay, cool. So Tenma leaves. So of course Tenma finds the soccer ball and brings it back. Meanwhile, the old man's like, Dieter? And he's clearly going to beat the shit out of him. Which he does, because Tenma comes back and he knocks on the door and he hears like the boy scream, and he comes in, and the man's like, oh, he fell off a chair playing, he needs some help, I'll call an ambulance. And then Tenma's like looking at him, and he pulls up his shirt and sees like all these bruises. Like, the fuck? And so the guy comes back, he's like, what is this? And the guy's like, oh yeah, it's none of your business, don't worry, the ambulance is coming. And Tenma's like, no, you need to tell me about this. And the guy's like, I know who you are. You're that Tenma guy who's associated with all the murders that are going on. Don't worry, I called the police too. They'll be here as well. And then Tenma pulls out a gun. He's like, tell me about what's going on. And he's like, oh, children need disciplining and stuff. And so then Tenma picks up the kid and the soccer ball in his bag. It runs off to the hospital. And then he gives the kids a soccer ball, takes him to the hospital. He has to wait around the emergency room because apparently there was some truck issue, and there are like police there, and Tenma has to like hide his face and all this stuff. And it's pretty obvious to spot him, I feel like. I feel like it's not a surprise. A lot of people just kind of know what he looks like because he's Japanese, and this is Germany in like the 80s. So like a tall Japanese guy is going to like stand out pretty well. Anyway, so then he leaves the kid there, and he's like, I gotta go check something else out. And he's like thinking. And the other thing he remembers is that when Johann was put in the 511 Kinder, that his twin sister was put somewhere else. They put in a different orphanage. She goes, checks that orphanage, and that orphanage actually seems legit. There's like a angry old lady running it, so it's got good stuff, because she's just tired of all this bullshit, and like she's exhausted because she puts all her energy into it. We see like a little kid come out, and they got a potty, and she like helps the kid go to the bathroom. And talks about how tragic it is, and she's like, Anna, how's Anna? And it's like, oh, good, she's going to like law school or something here, and things seem to be going well. It's like, oh, that's good. Her brother is an asshole. Anyway, so she talks about the complete opposite of the Dieter guy, where it's like kids need love and attention and comfort and stuff to be raised well, and that's clearly that worked because Anna was much more stable than Johann. But that when Lieberman wanted to adopt Johann, he refused to go without his sister, so his sister got saved by her brother. So it's sweet. That's sweet of him. Then what happens next? Oh, and so because the reason he goes to the orphanage in the first place was really to see if he could get this boy in there because he's being abused by this guy. And the lady's like, yeah, lots of kids get abused. We only got so much space, yo. And then she talks really negatively about 511 Kinderhouse, because not only was it a shit place where they were like abusive and there was like a lot of bad stuff going on, but they were literally experimenting on the children. And we don't know what those experiments are, because that's when she says they were experimenting on children. It's a dun dun dun, and then we get the creepy end credits for the show. Episode 12 picks up right where 11 leaves off. In fact, the whole beginning of episode 12 is just the end of episode 11. I love it when they do that. I feel like there was some sort of mid-season break at this point. Like it's episode 12. That's usually when they have these things anyway. But The main reason I say it is because the ending changes a little bit, like the ending, the outro thing. So normally at the end of each one of these episodes, it shows this like scary scarecrow monster thing, and then there'll be a second one, and they're like dancing. And this one instead has this like fat farmer guy like staring down the scarecrow, which I figure is to represent Tenma's like dedication to hunting him down and not being afraid, and not letting him run amok. I don't really know. Anyway, so what we learn about from the lady at the orphanage is that a few different interesting things. So the experiments they were performing were to turn these boys into perfect soldiers, and that they were doing all sorts of crazy things. And then at some point, the director of the institution died mysteriously. We don't ever find out why, but he died mysteriously. And then there was a power struggle from like those that remained. And then at some point there was like the revolution or whatever, but it wasn't quite the revolution that I thought before. It was in fact everyone killed each other. Yes, the orphanage. All the students, all the teachers, everyone was dead except Johan, the serial killer kid. And super exciting. So, but there was one guy who survived, I guess. So multiple times people were like, he's the only one who survived, like the revolt. But there was a guy who worked, I guess, in like the institution, but he wasn't like one of the instructors or the students. So maybe not one of the people who lived there. He just like came and did stuff. He was a pediatric psychologist. And that's the Heindel guy or whatever, the guy who's beating on Dieter. And so at that point, Tenma's like, so he runs back to the hospital. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the guy comes and gets Dieter, the kid. I'm going to start using his name because he's a lot more important than I originally thought. So the kid with the soccer ball is named Dieter. I keep thinking they're saying Peter, but I think it's Dieter. Anyway, we're gonna go with Dieter until I can, beyond all shadow of a doubt, believe it's otherwise. So then Dieter and him are going, and then he's like, hey, where are we going? We're not going home. And then the old man is like, no, you know exactly where we're going. And Dieter's like, no, I don't want to go. He's like, Dieter, shut up and let's go. And then he just walks with him. Meanwhile, Tenma runs back to the hospital. He's like, you released him. What's going on? Why I told you not to release him? And then this like sassy, like Karen of a nurse is like, it was his foster dad, and he was much more polite than you. And Tenma's like, you dumb you dumb bitch. God, what an asshole. She sucks. Anyway, so then he runs back to their house. No one's there. He's looking through all of the guy's stuff, and he finds pictures of all these boys like in the same location over like different time periods. And eventually he finds a picture of Johan with like a different guy altogether. And he's like, what? Who is this? And then he puts it together that these pictures are all taken at the 511 Kinderhaus or whatever. And so he dashes over there. And when he gets there, he walks in, and up this staircase, there's a throne with Dieter sitting in it, all bandaged up, and there's like a fire, like a small camping-style fire. And he's like, Dieter, come here right now. And then like the old man steps out from the shadows. Wow, this is ominous shit. And he's like, Dieter's not going to go to you. He's going to stay with me. And then he's like, and then they yell back and forth. The guy pulls out a gun. The old man pulls out a gun. He has like a shotgun. And then he's like, let me tell you something, and then you can leave us alone and let us be about our business. And what he tells him is that Johan was like, the experiment failed completely. Like, they made no soldiers out of these children. They made no perfect soldiers. None of it worked. And then it's like, what about Johan? It's like, no, Johan he was a monster before we got him. Like, when he showed up, he was never violent, never did any of this stuff, but he could like manipulate people. And like, when I showed up after everyone was already dead, so yeah, he was like off post or whatever, I asked him what happened, and he's like, I just put some kindling on the fire. And like, that was it. So it's some like real creepy ass shit. And he's like, holy cow. But this guy loves it because he's kind of a psychopath too. And he's like, wow, it was amazing. It was the most incredible person I've ever met. Like, he committed all this violence. He got all these people to kill each other, and all he did was like speak some words. Like, it was incredible. Like, he's like the Uber leader kind of situation. Like, he can get people to do anything, like, which is, what we've seen. Like, he's just like talks people into doing things essentially, or convinces them, or like learns about them and whatnot. And then he's actually not done any of these murders. So like, if he does get caught, like, nothing's going to happen, right? Because his hands are like clean essentially, because he just manipulates people. Except maybe the parents, the Liebermans originally. I don't know. But oftentimes he gets other people to do stuff for him for various reasons. Okay. So at that point, he's like, all right, now leave now. Dieter's been a bad boy, and he's going to be punished. And he puts a shotgun to Dieter's head, and then Tenma pulls a gun at him, and he's like, if you do anything, I'm going to kill you. And they yell back, the guy's like, whatever. And he's like, Dieter, come with me. And then the old man like laughs, and he's like, Dieter's not going anywhere. He wants to be here with me. And then Dieter just sits there, and Tenma's like, Dieter. And then finally Dieter stands up, and the old man he's like, no, what? And then Dieter walks down, and he points the gun at him, and then Tenma points the gun at him. He's like, if you do anything, I'll shoot you. And the guy's like, what, Dieter, get back here. I love you, blah, 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 blah. And then Dieter just walks off with Tenma, and then the guy has like a mental breakdown, like collapses on the ground, like weeping. Like, shit. And then Tenma and Dieter just like wander off. Like the next day or so, Tenma's telling Dieter at like the bus stop, he's like, hey, the bus is gonna come, it's gonna take you to this street, give this envelope to like the lady there, that's the orphanage, you're gonna do great. And then Tenma starts walking off, but then Dieter's gonna have none of that shit. So he starts kicking the soccer ball at Tenma, and then Tenma, because he's a man, he like kicks the ball back, because that's what we do. And that goes a couple times, and then Tenma's like, no, you have to go, you can't be with me, I can't something. And Tenma's wrong, because episode 13 picks up, and Tenma and Dieter are together. Well, it actually starts with this guy yelling at this woman through her door, and he's a doctor, and then he gets word that this drunk like crashed his vehicle and he's dying, and that somebody's like helping him out, and so the doctor like races back to his clinic, and the guy's been like perfectly taken care of. And then there's a note that says, oh hey, this guy said he didn't want to come to the clinic because he couldn't afford to pay you, so here's some money. And then he's like, nurse, what the fuck's going on here? And it's like, oh, this guy came and he said he was just doing a quick emergency thing to make sure the guy was okay. And then doctor's like, no, he did everything. He's like, there's nothing left to do. And it's like, what do he look like? He's like, oh, he's a tall Asian man. And so then the doctor heads out to this local restaurant, like Airbnb or something. I don't know. It looks super fancy for being like this country town. But in there, we got Dieter and Tenma eating, and Tenma keeps telling Dieter he needs to like go do something else. And Dieter's like, no, I'm going to stay with you. It's like, and Tenma's like, no, you need to go to school and make friends. And he's like, I have a friend, you're my friend. And Tenma's like, ugh. And then the doctor shows up, throws the money at him, starts yelling at him, like, what are you doing? Something. Are you some big city doctor who thinks he's all badass and something? And then Tenma sees this police officer walk in, and he's like, ruh-roh. And so he's like, come on, Dieter, let's skedaddle. And then the police officer like sees the doctor, and they chit-chat for a little bit. And then he's like, who's this guy? And then because the doctor's like intelligent, he's like, oh, this guy definitely has some, he doesn't want to talk to the police officer. He's like, oh, this is my comrade, Dr. Chan from med school. He's just here to visit and like hang out for a little bit with his like foster son over here. And the guy's like, all right, coolio. And so then he leaves, and we find out that his mother is the woman who the doctor was arguing at the beginning. And so then Tenma's like, thank you so much, I'm going to leave. And the doctor's like, no, now you owe me, get in the car. And so he takes him around town and has him help with all his like doctor visits, and they have like a nice little chit chat about how he's a country doctor, and he's like the only one for all these like older people who just like hang out in the suburbs of Germany or some country town in Germany. And Tenma's like, that's nice. And finally they go back to the woman, and he's like banging on the door and yelling at her, and she's yelling back, and he's like, I don't know what to do with her. And then Tenma's like, well, first of all, you can stop being such an asshole. And then we come to find out that this guy's like in love with her. Which is Paweshos, because Dieter's like, why is your face on red? He's like, shut up. Anyway, so Tenma uses his Japanese magic, which is just politeness. He's fucking polite to another human being. And she opens the door, and he goes in, and she's like, oh, my shoulder's hurting. And he's like, hey, can you touch your chest with your chin? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, no, you cannot. And then he goes back to the doctor. He's like, she's having an aneurysm, and we got to take her in for surgery, like, immediately. And then she passes out. And meanwhile, back at the police station, her son is looking through like the wanted posters or something, and he sees Tenma, and he's like, wait a second, that's the guy I saw earlier, he's here. And they're like, oh, let's get him, let's make you're definitely getting a promotion, because this is make our whole city look so good, and we're the best. And so he goes to figure that out. And meanwhile, the woman's like in surgery with Tenma and the doctor and the nurse, and he's like performing. And then the son police officer rolls up, and he's like, where's the doctor? And Dieter's like playing soccer outside. He's like, oh, Tenma's inside doing surgery. And he's like, what? And so he runs in, pulls out his gun, and the doctor is like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, that guy's gonna kill my mom. He's like, no, he's saving your mom's life, you dipshit. And he's like, no, it's all a trick. He's like, shut the fuck up. And he like pushes him out of the surgical room. Tenma saves the woman's life, which is great, because then he's like, now you can propose to her. And then it's kind of funny, because we just see Tenma and the doctor, and they're like chit-chatting, and then he's like, now you can propose to her when she wakes back up. And then like behind the doctor's like, hold up, who's proposing to who? And it's like Hines, the police guy, is just sitting there the whole time with his gun out. And the doctor's like, I'm not proposing to anybody, I don't deserve to. And he tells like his sad story, which is Tenma's story essentially. He's like, I was sucking the corporate dick at some big city university hospital, and I was like moving up the chain, and I married like the daughter of the director of the hospital, and everything was going great, but I was a total asshole to my wife. And at some point she got like a cold, and I was like, oh, she's just cold, she'll be fine. And then she died because she had like lung failure or kidney failure or something. And it's all my fault because I didn't care. And right before she died, she's like, oh, I'm so happy right now because it's the first time I have all your attention. And he's like, wah, wah, wah. Sad times. So he feels like he doesn't deserve love. There's a lot of talk about goulash in this episode too, which I appreciate because goulash is delish. And this woman apparently makes excellent goulash, and the son hasn't visited her in like 5 years. And there's a whole back and forth with the doctor and him about turning Tenma in, and about this guy the doctor being an asshole, but also him being an asshole, and the sweet mom just like loving him, and all this good stuff. And so the police officer does the right thing, and he eventually calls his police chief and is like, hey, sorry, I found the guy, but I was wrong. It's not Tenma, it's this Dr. Chan guy. I'm so sorry. And he's like, yes, director, I'm sorry. And the doctor's like, hey, son, you did the right thing. And then like a day later or so, the doctor is sitting with like the woman and everybody, feeling good about life, and the guy who wrote up at the very beginning of the episode rolls up again, and he's like, hey, that Tenma guy grabbed like a sandwich and he left. And the doctor's like, what? And he runs after him. He's like, and he begs Tenma to stay, and like no one's gonna bother him here, no one's gonna turn him in, and he can just like have a peaceful life and like take care of the village and raise Dieter, and it can be good stuff had by all. And then Tenma's like, I can't, but you should take Dieter. And so he pushes Dieter over to the doctor, and Dieter's like, no. And Tenma starts walking off again, and then the doctor's yelling at him, and then doctor and Dieter have like a conversation. And the doctor's like, hey, Dieter, you need to go with him and make sure he doesn't do anything he's going to regret. Because essentially says like, I have to kill somebody, and I can help thousands of people or whatever. And so Dieter runs off with Tenma, and the doctor just watches them fade off into the distance. Episode 14 is fun because we get to spend time with the two worst characters in this show. And if you think I'm talking about Johan, no. He is a great character. The person I'm talking about is very specifically, what's his face? The detective, the BK detective. And then Ava. Ugh, Ava, you're so terrible. Anyway, we get to see their terribleness kind of come fruition. So the BK agent, his half of the story is that he is investigating the murder of a prostitute by like a city council member or like a state council, some sort of government official. And he's really pushing hard for this, and his director is like, hey, you should back off. This is really not like politically expedient, but I'm not going to tell you not to investigate because that's illegal. but maybe you should. Meanwhile, we also see that his relationship with his wife and his daughter is like non-existent because all he does is work. And everyone comments on this and stuff. At some point, Ava actually shows up and is like, where is Tenma? Why isn't he in jail? And he's like, I've been busy doing other things, which he has. And he makes some weird comment about wanting to talk to him, and that he claims that it's the Johan kid, which it is, who's like orchestrating all this stuff. Anyway, so she storms off in a huff. His wife walks out on him along with his daughter, who's pregnant. And his wife says that she's been cheating on him for a while, and then he gets a call to like go meet with like the secretary, or he gets like a call from work, and he's like, all right, whatever, I'll talk to you later. And so he leaves, and he's been pressuring the secretary guy and getting like this group that writes like tell-all books. They're like writing a book based on the information that he's dug up. So the guy needs to like confess, or he's going to get in like a lot of, it's going to be politically inconvenient for him. Secretary kills himself, he gets taken off the case, and he gets removed from all their cases. And at that point, they even take his like computer away. And so he's like, well, I guess I can just focus on the Dr. Tenma case. Fun. And then Ava shows up again because she's crazy, and he's like, let her in. Then we go to Ava's side. So while this is all going on, Ava's like, we see her cavorting with a married man, and then like setting it up so that she breaks up with him because she's an awful human being. That guy's awful too for cheating on his wife. But she is like purposely, she's like a Black Widow in that regard. Not killing, but like ending marriages and stuff. Anyway, she's got this like doughy gardener who has a crush on her, and he's just all about the garden, and they talk about the garden for a little bit, and she's like, you want to sleep with me, don't you? And he's like, and she's like, oh, it'd be so good. Anyway, so she's fucking with him too. But then, he gets his revenge, sort of. Anyway, so then he has a daughter, and his wife, I guess, ran out on him, so he's pretty lonely and sad, and then, she makes like a move and offers to have him over, take him to a fancy restaurant for dinner, and she's always drinking, obviously, because she's a mess of a human being, full of guilt and shame. And they sleep together, and then he heads out, and then he like is there, and while she's sleeping, she mentions Tenma, whatever his first name is, I think it's Kenzo. And so later on, he's like cleaning up the place because she has to keep firing the help because she's such a biatch. And so he sees this, and then they get into like a weird argument, and she's like, I just used you for sex. And he's like, you're a very lonely woman. And she's like, you are too. And he's like, you know what? I'm having a Christmas party with my daughter. If you're invited to come. And so then like Christmas rolls around, and he's getting a meal ready, and his daughter's like, oh, is mommy coming back? And he's like, what? No, I have no idea. And they get a knock at the door, and dun, dun, dun. It's his wife. The fuck? Oh, I'm so sorry. Please take me back. I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. But whatever. It's his bad decision to live with. Anyway, the other bad decision is Ava shows up too with like a present because she's gonna, maybe turn her life around. And this would have been like a pivotal point in this story, like obviously. But she sees like the wife is there, and they're all laughing and having a good time at dinner, and she crushes the present, and then she goes and like burns down the manor she's living in, including the garden, because she's crazy. And then she shows up to the detective guy, and she's like, good, about time you finally talked to me. I'm a big old cunt, and the only way I'm going to be happy is if you destroy my ex-fiance's life. The one I dumped because I'm a bitch. Episode 15 is fun because, I guess you can't do a thriller in Germany without the Nazis. So we start off, and Dieter and Ratface guy are hanging out playing ball, and the Ratface guy is like, what is going on? Why are you here? And he's like, because Tenma said he found the guy he's looking for, so you're going to babysit me so he can go take care of it. And the guy's like, Mrr. And then at some point in the episode, we'll just get this over with. It's not in the exact order. They're out and about in like this area where the Ratface guy is going to sell a rug he stole. And he used to be all German, but now it's all Turkish, and he like spits on the ground about it. And so he goes to sell the rug, and the guy's like, I'll give you 100 marks for it. And he's like, no, it's real. You're ripping me off. It's a real rug. And the guy's like, that's a real rug. I'd sell that for 150,000 marks. And then they leave, and the Ratface guy's like, man, that is a real rug. That thing's worth at least 800,000 marks. We're going to find a way to get it. And Dieter's like, you're a thief. And the guy's like, shut the fuck up. Meanwhile, Nina's back. Nina, if you forget, is Johann's sister. She hasn't been around in like, God, what episode is this? 15? It's like 12 episodes. So it's been a minute. But she's trying to be like a prostitute to meet somebody because that person's going to help her find Johann or whatever. And so the guy's name is Baby, and so she's working that angle. And then at the same time, Tenma runs into, or he tracks down the detective, the blonde detective with the mustache from like way back in the day. The one that like when Nina's parents got killed, they were going to take him and Nina somewhere like super sketch. And then they like escape. I guess he got fired for narcotics use, and then his partner, who was part of that criminal organization situation with Johann, tricked them or got them to commit the crime. He also got fired. We don't know what happened to him, but he was the one who actually killed the parents, not the blonde guy, the other guy. The blonde guy was just lookout, and he's like hard up for narcotics, and he was going to get killed by Johann or whoever, but then he got protection from Baby. And so Baby's the same guy that Nina's looking for, and Baby is like, he's a Nazi, and like a real Nazi, not like a pretend Nazi like we have these days. like a legitimate, like if you were not German descendant with like blonde hair, blue eyes, you die. And he spends like, is it him? Yeah, he talks good about the Fuhrer, and also we finally meet that general guy who was in the picture with Johann a couple episodes back from like the orphanage, and we meet him in his older form, or we meet somebody. No, I think it is him. No, because he says he's a doctor. Anyway, we don't meet the general. We meet a guy who was working with the general in the orphanage, and we find out more about. And Nina finds this out. But we as the audience find out more about this organization. The reason they put this orphanage together was to like find somebody who was like Adolf Hitler, and they spent a lot of time being super excited about his return and talking about all the good qualities he had and stuff. So excellent. This is the kind of good stuff you only get from like Japan, because there's no way an American show would even like deign to recognize the Fuhrer's like good qualities. Because he's, because Nazis and such. Anyway, so the episode pretty much, so besides like the kid and the rat face guy, it spends most of the time going back and forth between Tenma and Nina. So Nina's, she meets up with Baby, does like a weird dance. She pulls a gun on him. He's like, put the gun away. We're gonna help you find Johan because that's what we want. They want Johan. So they take her to this mansion, and then the mansion is where this doctor is, and the doctor's like eating pears with like a knife and a fork and a knife, I guess, which is, I don't know, kind of psychopathic, I guess. It's just, what? It's good though. Again, it's like one of those things like in Lord of the Rings, the guy's eating the tomato or whatever. It's just like watching these like evil motherfuckers like eat fruit like very oddly is like, what is like this? It establishes very quickly that like you should not be a fan of this gentleman whatsoever. Like he's not a good person because who eats fucking fruit? Who eats a fucking pear? Like a peel. They like peel the pear, and he's eating like the fruit of the pear out of like the peeled pear with a knife and a fork. What the fuck? This is like a psychopath. Anyway, and then they put Nina in a room because essentially they establish, hey, we're using you to lure Johan over here so that we can all be friends and that he can lead like the Fifth Reich or Fourth Reich or whatever it's called. Anyway, while she's in that room, she hears someone banging on like the pipes, and she goes to check it out, and it's like this Turkish woman who's like, they have me prisoner here, and they're gonna like burn the whole Turkish district down. So like, oh, it ties in the rat face guy thing, and like it includes my baby. And then we go back to Tenma, and while this is more interspliced, so you're learning all this information like I'm kind of focusing on one area at a time. So Dr. Tenma, after he goes to the baby area, and he gets spoken to by like a Turkish prostitute. And she's like, hey, don't go in there. You're Asian. They're going to like fuck you up real bad because they don't like foreigners. They don't like non-Germans is really what it is. And so Nina got a pass because she's like blonde hair, blue-eyed German. And so he's like, well, why? How did you get? Why are you working for him? She's like, I'm not working for them. Fuck those guys. But they like took my friend. My friend is like a baby at home, so I'm trying to like get her help. And then and he's like, where'd they go? And she's like, oh, they took that blonde girl to the mansion. They were driving like a red car. And he's like, oh no. And so he runs out into the street and gets hit immediately by Baby in like a car. And then he gets like tortured by Baby because Baby's like asking him questions. And then Tenma keeps asking questions back. And the guy keeps hitting him. He's like, you don't ask questions. I ask questions. And Tenma's really not getting it. Because the more he asks questions, the more Baby gets upset and hits him some more. And then he pretty much tells him the same thing. He's like, we're going to burn the whole Turkish district down. I don't give a fuck about you. I'll kill you too because you're like some... whatever, he uses some derogatory term for like non-German. Yeah, it's a pretty intense episode, and it leads right into the next one. Episode 16 picks up right where 15 left off, with Nina talking to her friend Arya through the bathroom because they're both trapped at that professor, the Nazis, the actual Nazi, swastika Nazi place. And as she's talking to this lady, all of a sudden she hears like a gurgling sound, and she's like, no! And so she runs and runs up the stairs to where the woman would be in the bathroom above her, and she finds her dead. And then she's like, hell no. So before the woman died, she told Nina she was her friend, and then they talked about how Nina was going to go warn all the people in the Turkish district that there was going to be a fire and that everyone was going to die. Which is something that's confirmed by Baby, who's still, beating the shit out of Tenma. And he mentions to Tenma that he's not going to kill him because Wolf wants him. And it's like, who's Wolf? It's like, oh, General Wolf. That's right. He's the one who found Johan that the other crazy doctor mentioned. Anyway, back to Nina. After she's like, all right, I'm going to try to escape. So she pulls out her hidden gun that she had in like her thigh. And as she's walking around the mansion, she finds everybody's dead. And she's like, everyone's been shot in the back then, and she's like, we then go to the boy, Dieter, and the Dieter is, him and the rat face guy have gotten at odds with each other, and so Dieter's like, fuck you, I'm gonna go find Tenma, and he's kind of wandering around, and then the prostitute from before that talked to Tenma kind of bumps into him, and she's got the baby of the woman who's now dead, sadly. And so they get into a conversation, and she figures that he doesn't have any place to go and doesn't have a family or anything. And so she's like, you look like you're starving to come with me. And so she takes him back to her place, and she feeds him some food. And, he's so grateful and whatever. And then they're chit-chatting. And then she mentions that, like, oh, you're looking for, like, a Tenma, right? You said he's, like, Japanese. I was talking to an Asian guy, and he got hit by a car and then dragged off. And Dieter's like, what? Where? And so then we get Dieter in Candy's, which is Baby's bar, and he like rolls up. He's got like a toothpick in his mouth, like some real like 70s, like, oh, I'm cool, bro, kind of stuff going on. Anyway, and so they're like, these Germans are like laughing about it. I mean, Dieter's German too. And so one of them's like, here, get him a drink. And so they get him a drink, and then Dieter like drinks it, and then does like the finger gun thing up in the air, and then walks off. And they're like, wow, that kid is so fucking cool. Dieter, on the other hand, is in the alleyway vomiting up all the alcoholic drink he just had. He's like, God, that's awful. Why do people drink that? Which is true. Anyway, so then he finds a little alleyway, and he finds Tenma's jacket, like a trash can, and he starts walking down these stairs being like, Tenma. And then we see the shadow of a guy behind him. Now, inside, Baby's talking about, like, to one of his henchmen, and he's like, oh, we're still going to burn this place down. He's like, yes, I want to eat dinner and, like, watch the beautiful fire of the Turkish district burning down, because fuck those people, because I'm racist. Like, actual racist. And, which, fuck that guy. Like, I come from, like, my ancestry goes back to Turkestan, but it's Turkish. These people are like the country of Turkey, but still, it's similar. It's like my distant cousins, I'm sure. So fuck him. And anyway, so we go from there. Oh, okay, yeah. And so these guys show up, and they're from General Wolf, and they're like, hey, General Wolf wants this guy, so we're gonna take him. And Baby's like, all right, whatever, take him away. And then one of the goon who grabbed Dieter comes down, and he's like, what should I do with this guy? And it's like, oh, he was looking for Tenma. And Tenma's like, I don't know anything about him, let him go. And he's like, and then the Baby's like, oh, he has nothing to do with you, we'll just kill him right now. And Tenma's like, no, don't do that, let him go. And they're like, and Baby's like, ah, ha, 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 ha. And then one of the General Wolf's guys like shoots the minion in the head, and is like, grab the kid. And so one of Wolf's guys grabs the kid and takes Tenma, and they're like, hey, you, Baby, shut the fuck up. And so they get in a car, and they head off to Wolf, and Baby's like, you killed one of my men. It's pretty good. And so they're driving, and they're explaining, they're like, oh, hey, we're just, we work for Wolf. We don't know exactly what's going on, but he told us to come get you and bring him over. And then Dieter's like, we got to go warn the people in the Turkish district. We don't have time to go do that. And then Tenma's like, hey, pull over. And they're like, no, we're not going to do that. And then he takes a gun out and puts it to the head of one of the guys. And he's like, pull the fuck over. And so they pull over, and he's like, Dieter, go warn the people. You got, it takes about 30 minutes to get over there, and you should really get over there in time to warn people and get them out of there so that they don't get burned up in this fire. And Dieter's like, okay. And he runs off. And the Tenma's like, I apologize. I knew you wouldn't pull over unless I did that. And they're like, no, it's no big deal. It's fine. Okay. It's the most chill goons ever. So then the goons take him to General Wolf, and then General Wolf, Tenma's like, wow, you don't look anything like your picture. And he's like, oh, yes. And he's like a super old man, and he's talking very cryptically because he's old and tired. And he's like, I've been aged by fear. And he's like, I am the one who found Johan on the border with his sister, and they were starved, and they somehow avoided all the security details and whatever. And so when we took them back, and we got them better. And then the first thing Johan said to me, or when Johan finally awoke, I asked him, like, what he wanted, or God, he said something. He asked him something, and then Johan was like, oh, you'll see soon. And the doctor's like, oh, and then the general's like, okay. It's like, I did see soon. You know why? Because everyone's dead. My family, my wife, my kids, my associates, everyone I've ever known is dead by Johan's hand. And Tenma's like, what? And he's like, I also know, he's like, I am just like you. I know the sadness of having saved Johan's life. And like, he will know soon enough. And it's like, well, he won't, because Tenma, because Johan, Tenma's got like no family. So maybe not. Maybe he'll kill Dieter and stuff. That'd be sad. Anyway, and then Wolf is like, I have no one knows who I am, something, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, come with me. And so they go to a different part of like this manor, because they're at the manor where all the people were killed when Nina was being held. And he's like, and he shows them this thing right on the wall, and it's in German, and there's no translation in the version of this that I'm watching, so I have no idea what it says. But he tells us what it is. It says something like, meet me at the water tower, blah, 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 at this street or this time or something. And he's like, oh, Nina probably saw this because she was here and ran off to find him. So that's where you're going to find Nina. And Ten was like, and then we get Dieter arguing with the Rat Man. He's like, we got to tell those people and save them. And the Rat Man's like, no, fuck them. I'm going to steal that rug. Oh, I'm just going to be so rich. It's going to be great. And Dieter's like, man, you're an asshole. And he's like, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then we see Nina. She's like climbing up a building, and she gets to the water tower, and she looks at it, and she's like, And that's the end of the episode 16. So this episode 17 is a confluence of like various of all the main characters kind of doing stuff. All the main characters being Tenma, Nina, and then Dieter and the thief essentially, and how they all interact. So starting with Nina. We start off with Baby. Baby's talking to some bitches, and he's like, "Oh, look, the fire! There's going to be an appetizer and then a main course, and we're going to start with my favorite dish, something, something." He's been really ridiculous. Like, he's a completely ridiculous character. And we see a fire in the background. He's like, "Oh, yes, it's so good so far, but that's just a beginner." And then Nina's there. Somehow he didn't realize she was there, I guess. And she pulls a gun on him, and she's like, "Tell me where the main course is going to be, you asshole." And he's like, "No." And then she's like, "I will fucking kill you." And then he's like, "Ooh." And so he does. And then after she's gone, his goons come up, and he's like, "Why'd you let her go?" And he was like, "She was really gonna fucking kill me." That's why. Like, I was like, "Nah, bitch, go. Here it is." But I didn't tell her the main course was, because fuck her, right? But what so good luck to her. But yeah, no, she had this, and he said something about she had the same look as like Johan, and I'm like, I don't think this guy met Johan before. Maybe he has, but then why are they looking for him? I don't know. Anyway. So, meanwhile, the skinheads who found Dieter and the rat guy in the last episode, right? Or maybe it's the beginning of this episode. They're like arguing in the park, and some skinheads come up and they're like, "Yo!" And so they lock them in like this basement or something, and they're like, they're talking about like, you're going to be purified. Like, do we need to kill these guys? Nah, the purification ray will take care of that. They'll be burned up. So fuck them. They're a traitor to our race because this guy's a thief, and this guy was trying to steal. This guy was trying to warn the Turks. Fuck him. And then we go to Tenma, and Tenma is, they were gonna take him. They're driving him. Oh, I think they're driving him from the general's place, and he's thinking about all the different things going on. And he's like, "I have to go to this street," and the guy's like, "You sure?" And he's like, "Yes." And so they drive him to like the Turkish street, and he's trying to figure out what to go, and he sees the prostitute again. He's like, "Hey, it's you." And she's like, "Oh, it's you." And she's like, "Did you rescue the mother?" And he's like, "No." Oh, no. He goes to her house. That's right. Tenma goes to her house because Dieter told her exactly where she was. And they have a conversation, and, she's sad because the baby's mother's dead and she doesn't know what to do with the baby. And he's like, "I got to talk to your leader." So he takes him to like this cafe or whatever where all these Turkish leaders are. And they're all looking at him like, they're like, "The fuck's this guy?" And he's like, "You guys got to remove everybody. There's going to be a fire." And he's like, "Oh, the Nazis are always like threatening to do stuff to us, whatever." And he's like, "No, this time it's for realsy. I promise." And they're like, "Whatever." And then this old man comes and he's like, "You can trust the Japanese. In fact, this General so-and-so or Admiral so-and-so saved the Turks in like the Pacific once." And they're like, "Okay." And so they start getting together, and then the fire, and they're like rescuing people, and they're putting out the fire, and everything's good. And, but it's not good because it's not actually the main event. Anyway, meanwhile, Nina finds, where Baby told her to go is where the Dieter and the thief guy are. And so she rescues them, and they both find, and then Dieter and Nina find out that they're both Tenma, and then the thief guy, like, she's like, "Oh, I don't know where to go. This is supposed to be the main course," and something. This, and the rat guy's like, "Well, I've been here for a long time, and if I was going to burn this place down, I'd go to this warehouse by the water because there's a bunch of chemicals in there that will like burn this whole place up." And like, the wind's blowing towards the river, but at some point during the evening, it always stops and then starts blowing away from the river. And so that would be the best place to let a fire. Nina and Dieter are like, and so they run off to this warehouse, and then after putting everything, and then the rat guy goes and steals the carpet, and then he bumps into Tenma. And he's like, "Oh, what are you doing? Where's Dieter?" And he's like, "Oh, you ran off to the warehouse." And he's like, "Take me to the warehouse." And the rat guy's like, "No, I just want to sell this and be rich." And so he drags him over there. And then we go back to Nina and Dieter are in this warehouse, and they find there's all these chemicals that are going to like blow the fuck up. And there's a trail of gasoline, and they're like, "Someone's here." And it's some skinhead, and he has his hands above his head because Nina pulls out a gun, and he's got a lighter. And she's like, "You light that thing, I'm going to shoot you." And he's like, "Do it. Doesn't matter. The master race, something, something, something." At the same time, Tenma and the rat guy are there with the carpet, which is very important, actually. And it kind of like, the guy lights the lighter, and he was about to shoot him, but then Tenma's like, "Don't shoot him," and jumps on him, and then he drops the lighter, and the gasoline's going, and he's like, "Grab the carpet to put the fire out." And the rat guy's like, "No," and then Dieter grabs the carpet and puts the fire out, and they're like, "Yeah, we saved the day." And then they hear like police in the background, and the rat guy's all sad because he lost his carpet money. And then Nina's like, "You gotta go. You gotta make sure, like, you gotta save my brother," or something, something. Kill something, something. Yada yada, and I'll take care of the police because he's wanted and stuff. And so the rat guy, Tenma, and Dieter like hop on a boat and head out, and then Nina's like talking to the police and telling them what happened. And then she goes out and sees the boat, and she's running along the shore while they're driving the boat, and they don't just stop. And she's like, "You got to save my brother. He's got like a split personality disorder, and like he's not always a monster." And then she like swears to herself that she's got to kill her brother so that Tenma doesn't have to like dirty his hands because it's like her fault she didn't kill him the first time correctly or whatever, something. And then the episode ends with Tenma, Dieter, and the rat guy. Maybe it's just Tenma and Dieter. I think the rat guy was there too. But they find the water tower that Nina saw at the end of the last episode, and it says, "Help! The monster inside me is about to explode!" Episode 18 is fun. We spend all our time with Nina, and what goes on is that she's doing her little... the episode also starts and just recaps the whole thing about the split personality, maybe will they, won't they kind of situation with Tenma, Ratman, and Dieter. But then we spend the rest of the episode with Nina. And Nina is doing an interview with the police, and she says she doesn't know anything about any Dr. Tenma, and then she leaves, and then they talk about how it's like, hey, it's kind of funny. We... everyone's like, "Oh, Dr. Tenma, yeah, Dr. Tenma was here. He was so great. He's the best," to the Turks. And then as soon as they were like, "Oh, he's under investigation for serial killer," they're like, "Oh, Tenma? No, sorry, I misunderstood. I have no idea who that fucking is." Because Turks are loyal as fuck. And you do them a favor, they're going to get you back. Anyway, so then Nina, after she leaves, she ends up with Rosa. Who's Rosa? Rosa is a guy who she worked for after her parents died and before this whole incident occurred. And so he takes her to his restaurant, and he's like drinking his coffee with 5 sugars, which is the name of the episode. And it's a very profound name, actually. Because they make a big point about how he puts 5 sugars in it, and she like giggles about it, and she's eating food. And then we get a flashback, essentially. So we see that she came and interviewed with this guy, and the whole time the animations of the show are so good. The animations and the actor on this, voice actor, despite being like an English voice actor, does an excellent job portraying like that there's something like kind of off about this guy. And it comes up later that he watches like movies and cries all the time, but he's like very nice and he's very like gregarious and such, but there just seems to be something off, and they do it's so well done, so well voice acted and animated that it's like you can tell something's a little off, but you don't know exactly what it is until it's revealed. But anyway, so she worked for this guy, and she was a real hit, and it was like good times, and then she like lived in his place, and like nothing untoward happened at all. He was just like she was his employee, and she was like staying at the apartment upstairs above his restaurant where he stayed. And it was like a very adorable kind of like uncle niece relationship style thing where they're just like hanging out, but again, nothing weird. Anyway, every day we find out that every day, and she mentions this in the previous episode, that she had learned how to shoot, and so every day for like 2 years she went to like a gun range in the city of Frankfurt where they're at, and like would practice shooting and all that stuff. And I'm trying to think what else was occurring. Okay, then all this stuff happened, and then they're sitting there, and he's like, he starts talking kind of weirdly about like watching movies, and how he loves movies, and his favorite movie is like this old movie that was like on TV, but now they're playing it at like an old movie theater in town, like across the street from his restaurant. And he's like, "You want to go see it?" And she's like, "No." And he's like, "Yeah, I get it." And then at some point he's like, "So why me? Like, what would you want me to teach you?" And she's like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "So I did research on you. I know that you're not Anna, which is what he's been calling her, but you're Nina Fortnite, and that your parents were killed, and then you came here. Like, did you want me to kill somebody for you? Like, what'd you want?" And we find out that he was a hitman for years, and he was one of the best hitmen ever. And then he's like, "How'd you find out that it was me?" And she was like, "Well, when I was in like law school, my professor like put it all together. He said that you testified at like 3 different trials, and that every one of those trials got dismissed for lack of evidence afterwards. And that his idea was that you were actually the hitman, and so you would you befuddled the evidence or something. I don't know. Anyway, so then she came to him, and he's like, "So what'd you want? Do you want me to teach you? Did you want what?" And she's like, "I don't know. I don't know what I wanted." And then we get the scene with them like at the train station, and she's leaving, and they're having like a goodbye. And so the weird thing about that's the weird thing about him is that he's like killed like, and because at some point he's like, you want to know how many people I've killed? I don't know. I don't remember. It's too many. And he gives like a brief backstory. He's like, "I was never a good kid. I was into like robbery and then blackmail and then murder, and then being a hitman, and I did that for a long time. And then it's like the reason I stopped a few years ago was because it's like a normal job. I was just going." And then I was I had a guy, and I was looking at him, and I could have just killed him, but then I saw him putting sugars in his coffee, and he kept putting sugar. He put like 5 scoops of sugar, which is a lot of fucking sugar. It's like, you might as well do candy bar, bro. And he was just like so enraptured in like the simple pleasure of like drinking coffee with all this sugar that like at that point I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to deny another human being like a simple pleasure. And it's a lot of stuff that builds up to this, but he also talks about how like he's like, I'd eat at fancy restaurants for years and I could never taste the food, like I couldn't taste the coffee. But after this, like once he kind of settled his demons and decided to like change his path in life, then he became like, a happier person. Like he's just like working at his restaurant, chilling. And he probably has so much money from being a hitman that it's like his restaurant can like barely function, and it's like whatever. At some point he's like, I'm running an Italian restaurant in like a small town, and I'm like, Frankfurt's like the 3rd biggest city in Germany. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Whatever. I feel like that's just like a translation or localization issue, which is usually the case with this stuff. Like that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, anyway. Anyway, so that's the sugar metaphor, right? It's like the sweetness. And then where it really becomes profound is at the end of the episode when she gets on the train and they're like saying their goodbyes, and he's like, killing's a lot easier than you think it is. And she's like, huh? Like, nani desu ka? And then he's like, you just got to forget the sugar. Or you got to just not taste the sugar. And then the door closes, and then she's like aghast, and then she's like crying in the car as it's going away, and he's looking sad. And it's essentially, it's like you got to, I think what they're trying to get at is that you got to forget about like the simple day-to-day pleasures in life. You got to kind of neutralize your emotions, your connection to like enjoyment, and then you can just kill because it doesn't matter at that point. Very good. Excellent episode. This is a great episode because it involves a psychiatrist. Yes, my area of specialty. Anyway, it starts off with this guy. He is interviewing a serial killer, and they're talking about their various victims, and the guy's like, I want to talk about victim number 12. And he's like, we're not ready to get to that point yet. Let's talk about victim number 11. And then we see him walking around talking on his tape recorder in his house, talking about this murderer and the stuff that's going on and his thoughts and the psychology of it all and whatnot. And then he hears a noise in another room, and it's Dr. Tenma. And we find out these guys were classmates in med school. And that this guy is like, we were never friends. Like, why are you here? I don't understand. And he's like, because you're a specialist in criminal psychology, and I have these notes. So he gives him the notes that, or essentially, he gives him the notes that he got from Johan. And then he kind of explains the whole situation. That guy's like, well, they're saying you did it. And he's like, I didn't do it. It's this guy. I'm trying to track him down and whatnot. And the guy's like, to prove your innocence? And Tenma's like, not really to prove my innocence. I want to kill him. Anyway. And so the guy, he doesn't really buy it. And part of the reason why is because he's got a lot of jealousy for Tenma. And then he like tells this funny story to himself, to Tenma, about how there was a doctor at a med school, or there was a guy at a med school, and he was the top of his class. And then there's an Asian doctor, like a Japanese doctor, came in, and he became the head of the class. And then, so it drove this doctor to push himself to be the best that he could be, so he could retain like the top of the class. And then during like a medical law lecture, he was taking like the final, and he's like, the only way I'm going to pass this class is if I cheat. So he does. And then during the test, he's like looking at the notes on his sleeve. He looks over and sees Tenma just like staring at him, and he's like, oh, he knew I cheated. But then the Japanese guy never told anybody that he cheated. So he's had like resentment ever since then about this whole situation. And he knows because when he looks at Dr. Tenma's eyes, like when they were in school, that he like thought he was trash for cheating or whatever. And so that's built up a lot of resentment over time. And this episode's very interesting because it's like, you have this psychiatrist who should know better, and he's misreading the situation completely, and he's just so caught up in his own like rigid thinking, which is hilarious. It's pretty good. And his perception of what occurred was completely inaccurate, we find out. Anyway, so he calls the cops, and he's like, hey, this guy's going to call me, and then we're going to meet back up so you can capture him. And I'm helping you only on the deal that when you do capture him, I get to like do like a case study about him, or like write a book or whatever, because he's a very interesting like case, because he believes that Tenma's guilty because he's caught up with the mainstream media has always been terrible as a side note, and always inaccurate and always trash. for hundreds of years. So it's no different now than it was hundreds of years ago or even in the 80s. It's more clear now because people can actually talk to each other and they're like, oh, they're fucking liars. Like, it's very easy to tell, but people are still caught up in all this shit. And even like people, it's not like media's changed and now it's more dishonest. It's like exactly as dishonest. It's like, it's just easier to catch them in their lies. And they're upset about that and they don't like it, which is why they try to censor and break down all this social media stuff, which I'm not a fan of social media per se, but it's good for that. Anyway, he's talking to the serial killer guy, and he's like, what are your thoughts about this? Because this is like the same thing. And he's like, there's monsters in all of us. And then the psychiatrist is like, yeah, there's monsters in all of us. There's monsters in you. And he's like, shut the fuck up. This is not your textbook bullshit, like whatever. And then he grabs him by the throat and like pushes like the call button for the guards away. He's like, let me tell you a story. What he says is he goes like, go check out the basement of this lady's house. So he goes to the lady's house, the 12th lady, and she's different because all the people he's raped and killed were like young girls with long blonde hair between the ages of like 18 and 19, which may seem like a rare thing, but it's like, this is like Germany in the 80s. Like everyone's got long blonde hair. And this lady's like an old lady. So he goes there and he walks in the basement. He sees this like super creepy doll with long blonde hair. And then he sees all these pictures of the woman with the face of like the serial killer as a child. But then he's like, wait a second, this doesn't seem right. And so he's like talking to his recorder this whole time, which is a very fun way of doing this episode. And he peels back the pic and he's like, oh, these pictures of the serial killer that he's working with are all wrong. He's like, they were put here. And there's another picture cut out. And then he remembers the serial killer saying that he killed that. He didn't kill the 12th lady for him. He killed it for a friend. And then he tells him that he was getting letters constantly from like this guy and he was being related to him. And he's like, hey, can you do me a favor? And he's like, I followed those letters to the key. I followed exactly what he told me to do. I did. And he was like fastidious letter writer. And then the psychiatrist is like, hold on. So he goes upstairs, finds letters, and the letters he finds that were addressed to the lady who got killed are the like almost word for word the same letters he sent to Tenma. And he's like, holy shit, I made a mistake. So then when Tenma and him meet up, the police are all around. They're like at a carnival and they're chit-chatting. And essentially he uses the same trick with like the sleeve to cheat, to show him like, hey, you got to run, the police are surrounding us. And then they have like a conversation. And then at some point, he tells Tenma kind of the story about how he knew that he disliked him because he cheated on the test. And Tenma like laughs, and he's like, "I cheated on that test too." And the guy's like, "Oh." So he must have read the whole situation for decades at this point, because I think it's been like 20 years since they were in med school. Anyway, it's pretty funny. But Tenma gets away on one of the buses, and then the guy's like, I'm here if you need, just let me know. It's fantastic. Oh, man. The 70 episodes might not be so bad. I think I'm almost on level. I'm almost on episode 20, and it's there's some lulls, but the episodes like this are like, this show's just made by somebody or written by somebody or like whatever it's based on is fantastic. So it keeps being good. Episode 20 is another one of these like cute kind of throwaway episodes. It's well done and it's like fun-ish. Fun's the wrong word. It's like, I really like slice of life anime. Now they can be kind of boring, but if they do a good job, it's just kind of like they serenade you into contentedness. And the funny thing about this show is that I guess it would be like not a shonen. What's the one for older people? Like a shoji anime or no seinen? It's like a seinen anime because that deals with like intense subject matter and like adult themes and stuff, and it's definitely oriented towards men. But it's like every now and then it's got these like weird like kind of side chapters, right? And in a normal anime, you get this, right? In a normal like shonen like Ghost in the Shell, like there'll be like an episode that just gets like really weird with like the robots talking about like existentialism for no reason that has nothing to do with the plot that's going on. Or you get like the hot tub episode or whatever. They tend to make those OVAs now, but those used to just be kind of like in the run of mix. Anyway, all this tangent is going off because that's what this episode feels like. It stars this elderly British couple that's on like a quote unquote vacation. So they're driving and then they see Tenma and Dieter just standing on the side of the road. So they pick them up and then we have like a nice little adventure of them just like driving around, eating some food. At some point the gas runs out in the car. So then Tenma and Dieter like catch a ride with like a truck driver who takes them to like a farm where he gets gas, and then they walk back and then they go to like a nice restaurant, and the British people are very pleased because they can't read the map and because it's in German, and they can't read this because it's German and they don't speak German, but they're here. And then we slowly find out they're here to see their son, and they have like they kind of talk around it. And the show does a very good job of like they're talking about their son as if people who know what their son is and where he is and what he's doing would do. They're not like, no one's like, oh, our poor son because of this, yada yada yada, until it like comes up in like the natural dialogue. Like we don't really know much about the son until the guy tells Tenma about his son, essentially, until like it's very relevant to the story. So the writing on this is good, despite the localization question marks I've had throughout the show generally. But don't worry, we're getting AI to do this soon enough, so that'll be great. Anyway, what other random adventures do they have? Oh, at some point they go to a police station, and this guy, one of the things about this guy is he's a retired detective from jolly old England, and he makes some kind of like interesting comments towards Tenma about like, I can read people, I can know if they've done something wrong or whatever, and Tenma gets very tense, and they go to the police station, and he's like, you guys wait here. And so the couple go to the police station, and then Tenma's like very nervous, right, because he's like a wanted criminal and all over Germany. And there's like a police officer at somewhere that like gives him a really odd look, and then he hears him talking to another guy, and he's like, that guy's parked in a officer's spot, but he's like some Asian guy, and the other guy's like, fuck it, who cares? Good stuff. Anyway, so eventually they get to this Strasbourg. It's not Strasbourg. That's in Vienna. They get to like some Stuttgart, or I don't remember, some German name, castle, where they climb up the stairs and see this beautiful view of the German countryside. And they're like, I wanted to come here because my son always told me this was a place to be. And then this is when he's like, I was always good at telling like when people were good or bad, but with my son, I guess I just missed the mark because he killed somebody and then he's in jail for that here. And so we came to visit him, but he told us how nice Germany was and stuff. It's like a tragic story, man, sad. Anyway, at this point they part ways, and then the couple are kind of like talking after they leave. And the guy mentions that it's kind of surprising that he's wanted for like serial murder. And the wife's like, what? And then the guy's like, yeah, I saw his wanted poster inside the police station, but when I look at him, I know that he's a good man. And so even if that's true, like, I feel like the good outweighs the bad because of my like detective sense. And she's like, yes, he's a very nice boy. And then they like go inside the prison to see their son. So kind of sad. Episode 21 is another Nina-centric episode, but it also, the main star of the show is the detective who killed Nina's parents. So he is living a good life. He's got like a nice manor, lots of money. He's got a beautiful wife and a new stepson who he's trying to win over, who's kind of giving him like odd looks at this time. Anyway, he's also got a bodyguard for some reason. And then he's hired a detective to look into like his old partner, who's the blonde guy who's doing drugs. Apparently he's been killed. Also, looking into Tenma and Johan and that whole situation, right? His wife and him keep talking about how like the house next door, which used to belong to the Liebermans, who are the people who got like the first victims essentially when like, all those years ago when Tenma rescued Johan, like saved his life with the brain surgery and such. So they keep seeing like something in there and yada yada yada. So time just goes by. He's hearing stuff. He gets calls. Blah blah blah. Eventually, he's talking to his bodyguard. They're playing like chess, and he tells him like, "Man, I used to be this cop, and then I got called to, me and my partner were like doing drugs, and somebody found out about it, and they said, hey, I won't tell anyone if you kill these people,' and so we did, and." Then like I quit the force, but then the syndicate, some gang like a mafia style situation, they got him in there and he was doing stuff, and then he met his wife and got married and went legit, like he's running like a legit business. I think at some point he mentions perfume or something like that. So that's his story. And then what happens is one day his wife and son like go off to buy toys or something, and the son finally calls him daddy, and he's so happy, and he's like got a chip in his step. And he or whatever it's called, and he heads upstairs, and there is the detective, and he's got a bullet hole in his head, and he's like, and then Nina's standing there holding a gun to his head, and he's like, you, and she's like, you killed my parents, like go F yourself, and she's like, did you killed them? And she's like, no, Roberto did. You're a bodyguard. And he's like, I don't believe you, and she's like, believe what you want. She picks up the bag from the detective, and nopes out of there. And she's like, you better get out of here too. And then here's the bodyguard coming upstairs, and he's like, boss, you there? And so he takes off, and then he gets in his car, and Nina's in there with a gun. And so they drive off, and she takes him to like some cliff nearby where she holds him at gunpoint, and they go back and forth because she's like, you killed my parents. And he's like, oh, this is awful. Like my son finally called me daddy. And he like tells a story about how he met his wife, how he was like in the syndicate, and then he was like, he would just see this woman and her child like walk by every day, and finally he like hit on her, and they got married, and things are going great. And then she's like, whatever. And then she goes through like the bag, and she sees that the guy who killed the blonde detective with the mustache from before is the his partner was Roberto. Oh no, he's involved in all this stuff. Oh goodness gracious. And then he gets a call on like his car phone because it's the 80s, and it's Roberto saying, hey, so you might want to come back here because accidents happen, and your wife and son just got back from the store. And so they head back. Nina gives him a gun, like her 4-shooter little gun she had on her thigh before, and then she's got her other gun. And she goes to the house to give him like backup, and then he rolls in, and the son's fine, and the wife's fine, and he goes upstairs, and there's like a cleaning crew, and they cleaned up the mess, so there's no dead body or anything, and he's like, huh. And then the bodyguard guy is like, oh, something about Nina Fortnite, and he's like, what? So he runs over to the other building, and she's not there, and he's like, what'd you do with her? And he's like, that's none of your damn business. Just go back to your life and don't worry about it. And so he like goes back, and he's like, oh, I guess all my problems are solved. Anyway, then we go to like some abandoned building nearby. And Nina's there, and there's a bunch of guys, and the creepy bodyguard guy keeps saying she has pretty eyes, and they're like, we're gonna take you to Johan, and she's like, take me to my brother. Where is he? And they're like, he's in Munich. And she's like, oh, okay. And then he's like, oh, such pretty eyes, I can't do it, you guys take care of it. And then he leaves, and then one of the guys pulls a gun out, and she's like, oh fuck, I'm dead. So I don't know if they're working for Johan or not, because I don't know why he'd kill his sister. He seems pretty into that whole situation. Anyway, but then he gets shot in the head, and then like more shots, and then Nina picks up her gun and like fires a shot, and then it's the guy. He's back. He got his 4 shots. He killed like the 4 guys, and then they're like, he's like helping Nina get up, and then there's one of the guys that didn't die, so he's pulling his gun to shoot them, and then Nina pulls her gun to shoot him, and she shoots and he shoots, and then we get a shot of Nina driving with the guy in the passenger seat, and he's bleeding to death, and they're talking about how he's gonna go fishing with the son in the morning, like real sad, and she's really sad. I mean, it is kind of sad, but he kind of got what he deserved, to be completely honest. Fuck that guy. Episode 22 focuses a lot on the BK director, so I caught his name finally. 22 episodes in, I figured it out. It's Lunge. So Lunge is the like FBI guy for Germany that is been chasing this dude, Tenma, this whole time. And so this episode starts, and there's another murder of a middle-aged couple without children. And the BK gets called in because it looks just like all of Johan's murders, right? Which he's pinning on Tenma because he's wrong and he can't help but be wrong, I guess. That's Lunge, that is. Anyway, so he rolls up, and there's a reporter who's like, hey, tell me, is this the serial murder case? And then Lunge is like, yes, 100% it is. Make sure you tell everybody and get it spread out really far and wide. And that's because Lunge is setting a trap, because Tenma always comes to investigate these murders afterwards. And there's some like illogical reasoning here that really comes forward with Lunge and his like bizarre obsession with catching Tenma, because he knows, well, his whole thing, I guess, is that he knows that if there's like a report of a murder of a middle-aged couple, that Tenma is going to just like show up to investigate it, and that he's showing up to investigate it. There's no reason why he would do that, except because he was just there. According to Lunge, he was just there to like kill them, and so because it was a newspaper, he's coming back to like look at the scene of the crime again, and that he does this every time or something. It's really bizarre. I think partially the logic, if I'm trying to gather correctly, is that at some point Lunge he discovers that the nephew of this couple owns a business, and the business is not doing too well, and that he inherited a lot of money from the dead couple, and they were very wealthy, and so that's going to get his company out of debt. And so essentially the nephew went and killed him and made it look like it was the serial killer, but because he doesn't have all the information, it clearly is not related. And it's various things, like they don't report in the newspapers that like the serial murders always have like an air of robbery to them. They always have, there's some other things. And then there's like a whole scene where Lunge goes to like investigate the murder, and he's like, I'm putting myself in the mind of the criminal, and like I'm walking through, I'm doing this. The mom or the lady goes to the kitchen, and then I stab the guy, but it doesn't kill him, and he goes to this area, and there's a mirror, and then why does the guy not die by the mirror? He dies over there, and it's like, oh, okay. And then Tenma later on, when he shows up very briefly at the end of the episode, he does the same thing, and the conclusion is when the killer sees himself in the mirror with the dead man, that there's like a pause, and there's a large emotional reaction, and that with all the other murders, they're very cold-blooded, as in there's like no emotional reaction. They're very neutral in the way they respond. And both Johan both Lunge and Tenma have recognized this as part of like the MO of Johan, or however Johan gets to kill people, is that it's like very emotionless. And so that kind of feeds into it. And at some point, Lunge essentially goes to the nephew and tells him that he knows for a fact that it's a copycat murder and that the nephew killed him. But, like, he doesn't care. He's not going to do anything about it. And then the nephew comes to, like, complain and demand, like, an apology because he didn't do it. And Lunge's like, get the fuck out of here. I don't care. Like, I'm not investigating this. Local police don't think you did it, so go get out of here. And even, like, the reporter comes back and he's like, hey, I think the nephew did it. I think this is a copycat. And then Lunge's like, you're right. But you're going to keep reporting that it was the doctor, the Japanese doctor, because if you don't, I'm going to let your family know that you're cheating on your wife. And the guy's like, crafty son of a bitch. Anyway, so yes, Tenma comes to check it out. And then, like I said, we have like a repeat scene where, you know, Lunge went through the crime scene and was thinking about how it was done. Tenma goes through like the exact same thing. But before he does that, he's like walking around the neighborhood asking people. And there was a lady that Lunge is like, hey, if you see this guy, call me, because he's the guilty party. And so the lady does call him, so he shows up while Tenma like realizes that it's a copycat and it's not actually Johan's murder. And then they're like, he's chasing him through the house like very slowly, and Tenma's trying to get out of there. And then Lunge is about to catch him, but then he gets stabbed by the nephew who followed him over here, and is like, how dare you, I'm not gonna let you ruin something, my reputation. And so then Tenma's able to escape, but Lunge, you know, he shoots the nephew in the knee, and then I think he kills him. It seems like there's like another shot off screen, and then Tenma's in his car trying to go, but it's not starting. And then Lunge walks up, puts his hand on the window, and then like passes out from loss of blood because he got stabbed. And so Tenma's like, fuck. And so he picks him up and he's going to take him to the hospital, but then Lunge like swerves the car and puts like a handcuff on him. And then they almost crash and they end up in like a farmhouse. And Lunge's like holding a gun at him, and Tenma's trying to get the handcuffs off because he's like, hey man, I gotta get the handcuffs off or you're gonna die from bleeding out. And the guy's like, confess. And he's like, I didn't do it. I didn't commit any of these murders, you asshole. Like, the fuck? What's wrong with you? I'm not gonna like confess to what? Like, I didn't do anything. And then Tenma's like, all right, I think the keys are in your pants. I'm gonna come get him. And he's like, don't get any closer, I'll shoot. And then the guy like passes out. And then we go to like a scene like the next day. It's in the hospital, and the head of the detective agency or the FBI or whatever is like, oh hey, you're lucky that Tenma guy like came along and saved you. Because the doctor here was like, wow, if it wasn't for like that expert like surgery that was done, you would definitely be dead before you got to the hospital. So that saved your life. And then the guy's like, oh, okay, good. Anyway, so then the FBI director or whatever and his assistant are outside and like, should we take this guy off the Tenma case? Because I feel like he's going to be a little too emotional about the whole situation and maybe not want to do it. And then the nurse comes by and says, oh no, he's talking about it all the time. He says nothing's made him more happy in his entire life than chasing down Dr. Tenma. And we see him like, this guy almost crashed in front of me, jeez. Anyway, we see this guy, you see him like with a wicked grin on his face, like squeezing like a ball and all this craziness. So kind of an asshole. Episode 23 focuses heavily back on Ava, which is kind of boring. So, because I don't really care about her at all or anything that's going on with her. Anyway, so she wakes up in the drunk tank, all passed out and stuff, and some policewoman like wakes her up, and they're like, and she's missing like a bag, and she's super concerned about the bag, and because the bag has like pictures or something. She's like broke somehow, even though she was living in like a mansion with a gardener and all that shit. Because she's staying in some ratty hotel, and she like her deposits out. She doesn't have money to stay, so she like gathers up all her stuff and is trying to backtrack to find this bag. This bag's very precious. She goes to the bar where she got smashed the night before, and they don't know anything about it. And then she's like sitting in a park, not crying but being sad-apotamus, when Roberto shows up. You remember Roberto? He was from 3 episodes ago, with the guy who killed Nina's parents. And he's like, oh hey, remember me? And she's like, no. And he's like, oh man, I left a bad impression. We fucking got hammered yesterday. And here's your bag. I was trying to track you down. And then they like flirt, and then he like takes her out, they eat, they drink, she like chats a bunch, and then he asks him something about this Johan character. They have a little back and forth about Tenma and whatnot, and he's very like low key about it. Then they get to like the hotel room, and he like smacks her around a bit. And he's like, tell me about Tenma, or tell me about Johan, or whatever. Anyway, so she like recalls the whole thing with her interference in Tenma's life. So, you know, she remembers like, oh, if I can't have Tenma, no one can have him, essentially. And so she like interferes with like his dating life. And we get a little shot from like way back when he was like buying the clock for that guy before he quit the hospital to like really chase down Johan. And apparently he bought the clock and then went to the date, but because he was late, the date wasn't there, and then he went to the hospital. All right, so there's some like retcon. It was never stated specifically he like just blew off his date to go to the hospital, but anyway. But what's her name? Ava was there the whole time, and in fact, she was talking to his buddy, the kind of not the shiesty doctor, but the one who just is not very good, and he knows he's not very good. And she's like, make sure he doesn't go on this date, and the guy's like, okay, fuck you, crazy woman. Anyway, so. And then she also at some point is like begging for money from whatever like ex-husbands or something, and he's like, go fuck yourself. Anyway, let's see. So she follows him when he chases after the criminal guy he was healing up, because Johan's after him and whatnot. Right, it's all very convoluted. And so she sees Johan at that point, and she confesses this. The episode's called Ava's Confession. To Roberto, and then I guess they bang it out, because it's like the next morning he's smoking and she's asleep naked in bed. Excuse me. And he's like, well, you saw Johan, huh? Can't let you live. And he pulls out a gun to shoot her, and then the episode ends. So she probably doesn't die, because that's what I want, and I never get what I want. Episode 24 picks up right when episode 23 ends. So we're back in the bed. The guy's about to shoot Ava. I guess he didn't, unfortunately, or whatever. She kind of has a redemption arc in this episode. So she tries to use her womanly ways to get the guy not to shoot him, and then he like calls her out on her bluff, and then she says something about, well, if you kill me, you'll never get that picture of Johan, because I have it going to like the BK, the FBI guy, is if I don't like come report in or whatever, because she knows that that's a big deal that people see Johan for whatever reason. We still don't have any confirmation on like what the relationship or what the deal with this Roberto guy is, if he's trying to get revenge on Johan, or he's working for Johan, or I don't. He's a Nazi. I don't know. He kind of showed up, and he's been about causing issues, but I don't know. He's kind of douchebaggy. Anyway, so he reveals to Ava. He's like, "Oh, this is hilarious. All right, I have an idea." And so he tells Ava that Tenma is somewhere in like a mountain villa because some guy was assassinated or attempted assassination, but he didn't die, and then Tenma happened to be there, so that he was able to fix him up, and then he's just been kind of hanging out up there. So they go do that. Then meanwhile, we see Tenma pushing this guy in a wheelchair with like clearly had brain surgery, in a wheelchair out to like a dinner table. And there's Dieter, and there's the rat guy, and the rat guy made like chicken out of mango or something. And then Tenma kind of makes fun of him. He's like, I know he looks like just a regular pickpocket, but he's actually a very good cook. And the guy's like, hey! And then they all have like a nice little meal, and they're all laughing and joking at each other. And then the guy who got shot is like, he's like, this is nice. This is always what I wanted, but I was too consumed with making money and being successful in business to like, I lost my family, I lost my kids, my wife, I lost my friends, and you know, I just want this. This is great. And everyone kind of gets solemn and sad, eponymous about it. But anyway, so then Dieter's like, what about so-and-so? And so-and-so's the bodyguard. He's just standing out in the woods making sure this guy doesn't get killed. And then Tenma's like, yeah, why don't you invite him to dinner? And he's like, well, he's got to protect me, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, bro, everyone thinks you're dead. Like, you're officially dead. So, like, who's going to come after you? And he's like, I guess that's a good point. He's the closest thing I have left to family. He's been with me for like a decade. And then Dieter's like, I'm going to go get him. And he's like, get him. Tell him his bodyguard days are done. He can just come hang out and chill with me. And so he runs off. And then we get Roberto and Ava are here at the villa. And they're approaching. We see Dieter running up to like the bodyguard. And then the bodyguard's standing there. And then he sees something. And then he gets shot. And then Ava's like, oh my gosh. And then Roberto gives her a silenced pistol. It's like, all right, go get Tenma and kill him. And then she's walking. And then as she's walking, she runs into Dieter. Dieter's like, And he starts to like back away, and then Ava's like, go tell Tenma to run away and escape. And then she gets shot in the leg, and then she's like, oh no, something, and she shoots into the woods, and then Dieter's like, I'm gonna help you, and he like starts dragging her off into the woods, and she's like, no, run and tell Tenma, please. And then they're hanging out like a tree, and she's like, you should have run up and told Tenma, this guy's gonna get up there somehow. And Dieter's like, no, I would have seen him, there's like only one path up here, and he's not here. So, and then we get Roberto being like, I misread her, she didn't want to kill Tenma, she's in love with him. And then eventually we get her and Ava and Dieter have like a conversation about their friendship with Tenma, and then Tenma shows up and he's got a gun and he's like yelling and he's like, Ava? And then he's like being careful not to get hit by Roberto, and eventually he gets up to her and she's like, Tenma, and then she like passes out. She wakes up and she's being pushed out the door by the guy who had the brain surgery, and she's in a wheelchair, so it's like the same scene from the beginning of the episode, only roles reversed kind of. And she's like, what are we doing outside? And he's like, it's a beautiful day. And he says exactly the same thing Tenma told him. So it's just. And then he made the same dish that the rat face guy made them that one time. And so they sit and they eat. And he's like, you're lucky Tenma was here because he's a very good doctor. And that shooter knew exactly what he was doing. He shot you right in like the femoral artery or whatever. So you were bleeding out really fast, but he was able to save you. And now you can hang out with me and we can have like a nice little cozy dinner and talk about bullshit. And he also mentions that Tenma and crew like headed to Munich. I'm trying to remember how they figured that out. Oh, because earlier in the episode, the guy's telling them a story about like this. I guess he was a banker or something. Anyway, he was involved or somehow associated or learned about this like underground banking scheme where they were like laundering lots of money, and it like came up out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden it like went south because everyone like killed each other. And there was only one person who survived, and it's the guy who started it in the first place, which was like a 15-year-old kid. And Tenma was like, oh my gosh, that's Johan. He doesn't say it like that, but he's like, that's him. Where is he? And he's like, I don't know. No one knows. He was like there one day and gone the next. What is it? Air today, gone tomorrow or whatever. Like that King Quest game. Anyway, so he's like, where was he last seen? And he was like, well, I don't know, but a lot of people who were like involved with this process after like the breakup and massacre that occurred went to Munich. And he's like, Munich. And that's why so Tim's going to Munich. And we learned before, I think Nina learned that Johan was last seen in Munich, or that he was in Munich, but I don't know if she reported it back up the chain of command. I don't think she did. Yeah, pretty sure she didn't. She was headed to Munich though. So now everyone's headed to Munich. Hooray. So what do we do now that we've watched 24 episodes of this show? How about something completely different? So we get introduced to Carl. Yeah, that's his name. Carl is a college student in Munich who is working for some guy part-time reading him Latin one day a week because it pays really well. And then there's this girl with glasses who is like a part-time housekeeper for this guy. And we find out this guy is super rich. And then we also find out that Carl... like the girl like accosts him because she thinks he's cute, I guess. He's got a little frozy thing going on, a little curly mop. Anyway, I think it's implying that he's Jewish, to be completely honest, because there's a lot of stuff and it's Japanese, so they don't give no fucks about racism or anti-Semitism or anything. But the guy is super rich. It's the reason I said the guy's super rich, right? And then through like harassment, the girl finds out that Carl is the son of a prostitute who died, and also the guy he's reading Latin to. And so then Carl kind of reveals that the dad, the rich guy, kicked them out of the house at some point, and the mom had to go into prostitution to be able to live or something. It's not really clear exactly. She might have been a prostitute before. I feel like she wasn't, but then afterwards she kind of like had to like survive. Anyway, so she sends her son off to, or maybe she was a prostitute before and got taken in and then kicked out. I don't know. The details weren't clear. Anyway, so the guy, because he only cared about money and all this stuff, and so then Carl kind of like put all this stuff together, and he came out here, and part of the reason he's out here and working for this guy, he says it's just for the money, but it's not at all. He just wants to meet his dad. And then later on in the episode, we find out that he doesn't care about the money at all, and that really he just he spent time in foster care and it was terrible, but eventually he was adopted by like a very, very, very nice family, and he considers them his parents, and they're wonderful. And he just wanted to go meet his biological father so he could like kind of like close the book on that chapter of his life. Especially because we get a little scene when he's a kid and his mom's like sending him off to the foster care system, And she's like, if you ever track down your father, know that I forgave him, and like you should forgive him too because it is what it is. And the boy's like crying, and she hands him like a pendant or something that the guy gave him when he was like a baby and born. Anyway, during this time, there's like a mysterious event that occurs, and that is every night this guy gets, and the reason he's rich is because I guess he like controls the stock market, just like he's so wise. He's like a Warren Buffett or who's that evil man? Not that Warren Buffett's not evil, but he's dead now. But he like ruined the British economy by short selling their currency or something. Anyway, you just Google that, you'll probably figure it out. Anyway, he so they follow him at night because the guy goes out every night at like 2 a.m. somewhere, and they track him down, and it's like this, like the red light district essentially in Munich. And so she's like, gross, he's just getting prostitution. And then Carl like wants to find out more, so he follows where the guy was, and they find this old woman prostitute who's calling herself whatever his mom's name is, and then he calls her shit on that because she's definitely not his mom. And she's like, oh, of course I'm not. And it's like, you're taking advantage of that poor old man who like ruined businesses and like is kind of evil. And she's like, no, I'm not. He knows I'm not the wife. He just like, this is like his penance. He feels so bad about kicking his wife and kid out that he comes here and he like cries and pays me money. And so it's I'm living the high life. Like, fuck that guy. And then she's like, you're no better than me. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm his actual son. And she's like, sure, that's what the other guy said too. And so they find out. So this guy's a Latin reader like every day of the week. And so this guy's like the Friday reader, I think, Carl. And then the other guy pretending to be his son is the Thursday reader. And so that becomes like a bigger deal because I don't know. We'll see. And the next episode's literally called Thursday Reader or Thursday Man or something. Anyway. So she doesn't work on Thursdays, so they have to do some digging, and they find it's this guy, and they try to track him down, and he's like missing. And so like, all right, so they go Thursday and like stalk out the mansion, and he doesn't show up. And then she's like, well, I know where he lives. So they go to his house and walk in, and he's hung himself, and he's left a note. And so everyone's like, oh my gosh. And the note essentially is like, I was being deceitful to this old man, and I'm an asshole, and I couldn't live with myself anymore, so I killed myself. Anyway, at that point, someone walks up to him, and of course it's Johann. And she's like, oh, hey, buddy, what's going on? And he's like, oh, not much. You doing okay? I heard you were the one who found the body. And she's like, yeah, oh, I've been rude. Let me introduce you. This is Carl. This is Johann Lieber. He's like, hi, nice to meet you. I'm a law student. And he's like, dun, dun, dun. And then the end credits are fun because they kind of give us like some insight into stuff that I don't understand, but I feel like they're trying to tell us an important message because they've changed again. So we had the two dancing monsters, and then we had like a guy standing up to the monster and then like eating the monster, and then like lifting a log over his head. And now we have the man turning into that monster as well. So I'm sure there's someone far more interested in thinking about it can figure out. But yeah, so season 2 of Monster, because anime seasons tend to be like, I don't know, 24 to 26 episodes, so maybe we're getting there. This is the end of the season. I don't think this thing is broken up into seasons, but we'll see. If the opening credits changes, because even the end credits, they have different pictures, but it's the same music, and it's generally the same. It's just like the picture they show on like the right side of the screen changes slightly. All right, cool. Episode 26 continues this story, but it starts off with this private investigator talking to a doctor. I feel like I've seen this doctor before, but I don't know. Anyway, he asks the doctor, who has a lot of experience with patients, to look at somebody, this blonde kid, and to determine if he's capable of killing himself and also if he's capable of committing a con, both of which the doctor says, no, absolutely not. We find out that kid is the kid who killed himself, who was pretending to be Schuwaltz, the rich guy's son, but he actually wasn't. All right, so then the rest of the episode bounces back and forth between this detective putting things together that we mostly already know, talking to all the various people, going and checking out the kid's room. He finds out that the suicide note that says, I can't remember what it says, some bullshit about then, I have done something wrong. He finds a book that has like some Latin underline, and it's like I'm tired of conning, so this is the end of me or something. Anyway, whatever it is, though, it's written in there in Latin. And so he's like, I don't think he wrote a suicide note. I think he was translating this passage. And then later on we find out, or I don't know if we find out, but it's pretty obvious he was translating the passage for Johann, because Johann's the one who actually killed him. We don't find that out in this episode either, but I feel like it's pretty obvious. Because we go to the can't remember. I can't remember his name. The other guy and the glasses girl and Johan, they're hanging out, and there's a whole scene with like Johan and the dude bro hanging out on the roof of the school watching the sunset, and then they're talking about how Shuvalt, the old man, is like all sad, eponymous, because the son died, even though the private investigator's like, that's not your son. Anyway, so Johan is like, hey, so there's a pattern whenever, like, this guy went bankrupt like 2 or 3 times, and every time he'd disappear and then come back reinvigorated and start a new business and be super wealthy again. But no one knows where he went. But I know where he went. So let's take him there, and that'll kind of like help cheer him up, and then we can chat with him. And so they decided to do that. So they kidnap him by locking his bodyguard in like the bathroom. And they go to this place, and there's nothing there. It's like a construction site. And they're all like, uh-oh, that's so sad. And the old man's like, just take me home. But then Johan shows up, and he starts describing the place as it was before it was a construction site. And he hands the guy an apple, because I guess they grew apples here. And the old man starts crying, and everyone's so happy and stuff. And meanwhile, the detective is finding out, this is where the detective finds out that when the blonde guy, the other guy who was conning Shuvalt, when he killed himself, or when he came to visit like the prostitute lady who was pretending to be the wife, he brought Johan with him, essentially. Dun dun dun. We continue the saga of Carl. Yes, that's his name. I remembered again. And his dad, the old man, and Johan, and all that good stuff. Glasses Girl is not really in this next episode, but Carl and Johan just have a lot of talk back and forth about his concerns about revealing to Shuvalt that he's his son. And then there's a whole thing with like he's been getting Johan, who is good at everything because he's a psychopath, I guess, to teach him Latin and to help him practice Latin. So then Shuvalt's really noticed that he's done a lot of work and he's doing much better, and that he's got great Latin skills. Meanwhile, and at some point Johan and Carl have this conversation about, why don't you just tell me you're your dad? Don't you have anything from like when you were a child? And it really makes it seem like Johan's manipulating this guy to get the item so that maybe he can say that he's the son. Because at some point Shuvalt's talking to Carl and they're talking about Johan, and he's like, yeah, Johan's like perfect in every way. And then Carl's like, you should tell me he's your son, or you're his son. And then Johan's like, why don't you just do it and stop being such an asshole? And then there is like a rabbit's foot or something that Shuvalt gave Carl's mom that she gave to him when he was born. Well, it was a gift to Carl when he was born. And then I don't know, we still haven't gotten like the firm understanding of like what occurred to have him like cast her out in terms of prostitution or whatnot. So anyway, we go from there. So there's that whole kind of story that sort of resolves in this episode. But, you're like, oh, Johan, he's got some shady business. And always with Johan in my head, it's like, okay, what's his angle here? Oh, he's trying to angle himself to be the one who gets all the wealth. That's probably it. But how? So is he going to pretend to be the son? He's going to trick Carl and give him this thing, giving up. Anyway, at some point, Carl's like, my foster parents are coming into town, and like they raised me, and like they've been so good to me, and like whatever. And then he has like a very emotional dinner with them, where essentially they're like, we want to adopt you, but it's up to you. You're like an adult and such, and that like officially be our son. And he's finally like, yes, that's what I want, because he's like moved on, and that's why he gave the thing to Shuvalt, and then or gave it to Johan, and then. At some point, he's like, he quits reading for Shuvalt, but then he gets a call from Shuvalt. He's like, oh, hey, I heard you quit. It's unfortunate your Latin is coming a long way. I'd hate to see you like lose the skill that you've worked so hard with. And he's like, yeah, sorry, I got to like do some other stuff. And then Carl offers to like read to him one more time, and he's reading, and while he's reading, he's like crying, and then the phone hangs up, and then dun-ta-dun-ta-da, Shuvalt rolls in, and it's like, whoa, man, you're in a wheelchair. How the fuck you get over here? And how are you on the phone? I guess he's got a car phone. Anyway, and then he reveals that he got the rabbit's foot, and that he knows that he's the son, and they hug it out, and he's like, Papa, right, which is like interesting. And then he's like, how'd you know? And it's like, well, this wonderful young man, Johan, like, he showed me the rabbit's foot and told me everything, and I'm making him like my secretary for my estate. So it's like, okay, maybe that's the thing, always trying to get money. Also, Carl's foster parents are, a middle-aged couple with no kids. So I would say there is a high likelihood that they will be murdered at some point. Because that's Johan's, I thought this was him trying to get money, but this might be him just conning somebody else into committing the serial murders that he loves so much. And because he loves tricking people into murdering middle-aged couples with no kids for whatever reason, which I'm sure will become obvious at some point. Like he was probably sexually assaulted by one of these gentlemen and woman or something. Anyway, so that's interesting. That's much more interesting than the other half of the story we get in this episode, which is a continuation of like the detective's issues. And so we find out that, you know, his wife and daughter left him, and that, you know, the wife meets with him like periodically and gives him pictures of the daughter, and that he really wants to meet her, and he's been sober for all this time. And there's a lot of like dealing with him being like an alcoholic. And we find out that the cardinal sin he committed to get kicked off the police force was that he shot a serial killer instead of arresting him because he was drunk. So my assumption would be that because he was drunk was the issue, not that he shot a serial killer, which is still like, you can't just be shooting people as the police, right? Like they got to go to court and do all this stuff and get justice and whatnot. So that's not okay. I feel like the drinking was the bigger deal, because at the end of the day, it's like, oh, you killed a serial killer? Everyone's just going to be like, oh, wow, what you going to do about it? Would be my assumption. Anyway, but then his daughter doesn't want to see him, and then he orders a drink after his wife leaves, and he's very hard up about it. He goes back and sees a psychiatrist again. That guy's like officially a psychiatrist. There's no way he's not. He calls him doctor, but it seems like he just does like talk therapy and stuff. And he's like this fat old guy in a lab coat, which I don't know why you're doing therapy in a lab coat. Kind of like a douchebag that you are, but and you're like clearly private practice, like whatever. Anyway, and so he orders a drink, but then he doesn't drink it. He just leaves, you know, because he's just so sad, and he was like tempted, but he was able to withstand the temptation. But yeah, good episode. We'll see where this goes. I'm starting to think this is going to lead into Johan killing or getting Carl or shoot somebody to kill like the middle-aged couple, or kill somebody. Like there's so many. There's Carl, which I'm pretty low on. I'm much more likely the detective he's gonna get the detective to kill somebody, but we'll see. All right, cool. We pick up with the detective, and not the crazy FBI direct detective. The detective that this arc that we're going through, the drunk. He's doing great. He's talking to Mr. Schufald. Mr. Schufald's like, hey, I don't need your services anymore. I'm doing fine. Like, if you want to keep investigating stuff, that's on you, and I'm not going to pay you, essentially. And then Carl walks in and is like, Father, would you like some tea? Anyway, it's real dumb. Anyway. And the guy like smiles and walks off. And right before he walks out, Carl's like, oh, Johan's going to be here today. And then Mr. Schufald's like, Johan, very good. Shoot, this gate's closed. All right, that's fine. So then we spend the rest of the episode with him and his doctor friend, who seems like he's definitely a psychiatrist, and we find out that he actually was the teacher at the University of Dusseldorf to Tenma's forensic psychologist friend. And so at some point in the episode, which is insane as someone who does therapy, that this guy is having dinner with like his psychiatrist like a fancy restaurant. I was like, man, the good old days. You could just do whatever the fuck you want. Women ruined everything. Anyway, so it's true though. So we're at a point here where they're discussing him being sober and things going well, and then this case closing up and him feeling good about that. And then he was like looking through some of his notebooks on his old like cold cases, and he was just kind of like, I don't know what to do. It kind of made me mad. Like part of the reason, and the detective describes that part of the reason he was so involved with drinking was that he would like have these unsolved mysteries, and then he would become very sad about it or whatever, and the drinking like helped him feel a little bit better. And then, you know, it got to a point where he's drinking so much that he shot that serial murder. And everyone was really like, naughty boy. And I'm like, Germany's weird. But it is what it is. And, or Japan, whatever. I don't know if this is actually how like a German police situation would have occurred. I kind of doubt it, but I could see more Japanese, because if you're writing this as like a Japanese person, you're like, guns, the fuck are that? They have very strict laws there. Anyway, so then the doctor encourages him to open up those cases and kind of figure it out. And then we spend a lot of time with him, like he's having like some PTSD about seeing the guy he killed, like point a gun at him, which again is like, it's not like he just ran up and was like, hey, you're under arrest. And the guy's like, okay, I give up. And then he shot him. It's like the guy like he like ran off after when he was going to arrest him. And then he chased him down to like an alleyway. And then the guy had like a gun pointed at him, and then he shot him. And everyone's like, naughty boy, you shouldn't have done that. And again, I go back to like what I was saying in the previous episode. Is like it's probably just because he was drunk. Like if he hadn't been drunk, no one would give a fuck. But even then, it's like, hey, this guy killed a serial killer that was gonna like shoot him. Like, why do any of us care that this happened? Like literally, why do any of us care that this happened? Like, fuck that guy. Like he deserved what he got. Anyway, I'll get over it eventually. But so this guy starts doing that, and he's like looking through the notes and thinking, and then he's about to have like a breakthrough in connecting the cases, and then he has like a PTSD vision, which is not how that works, but whatever. And then he loses that track, and he talks to the doctor about it, and then he starts feeling like he's being chased, and there's some weird incidents, like he almost gets hit by like a steel bar falling from like a construction site. He almost gets ran into by like a bus or something, like a big truck. And he's like, what the fuck's going on? Anyway, he starts to interview all these old cases and put things together. And he finds that there's a lot of connections. Like they all connect to this Shootlift guy or Shootfall guy. Like one guy was like he finds this woman who was like his maid, and she like read poetry to him, and the only reason she stopped being, he was like such a delightful, happy person. And then talks to someone else, and he was like a delightful, happy person, and then like a business rival, and they were like frenemies and like all this stuff. So it's like this idea that like this guy was like a vampire and hates everyone and everything is like a newer concept. And then he starts putting pieces together, and like he's like, it seems like somebody was purposely killing like these people in his life that he enjoyed being around to isolate him and make him miserable. And then at some point, the doctor reaches, it's kind of like they're like in cahoots at this point. The doctor reaches out to the forensic psychiatrist, and to get the name of the guy who encouraged like the serial murderer to kill all those people, or kill that like lady for him, his friend, right, from the previous episode with him in it. And also Tenma comes up just to make sure we all understand this is the same show. It's had like 6 episodes or more of like not him at all. Which is interesting, and it's one of those things like I'm pretty sure I mentioned it in like my early episodes reviews. Like I don't understand this can be 70 episodes unless it just completely like changes focus like several times, which is what it's been doing, which makes more sense. Anyway, so they finally put it together that this Johan character that neither of them have met is the Johan character that got mentioned at the beginning of the episode, and that he is somehow manipulating the situation so that he or like Carl can get in the good graces of Shootfall. And that all these murders and everything were like very coordinated. And they also, one of them mentions that like Tenma is blaming a Johan character for like the murders that he's being blamed for. And so this detective and the doctor are like, yeah, that guy probably did it. And it's like he's probably around here somewhere. And then the detective's like, huh, and he's like thinking about all the attacks, and he's thinking about how he saw this Johan character when he was walking out of Shootlift's place last time, and he's got that very like evil kind of dead-eyed grin. So we'll see where that goes. So episode 29 starts off. We focus heavily on this detective again. He's doing a lot of research, going around trying to figure out exactly what's going on with this is like way out of my mouth. Sorry about that. He's trying to figure out what's going on with Johan. So he's talking to people. He's going around. He tracks down like the parents of Johan, which is interesting because we know that these people he's talking to are definitely not his parents, but they have a child that he's going by the same name with. And at some point he sees like a picture of the baby. The detective's pretending to be like an insurance salesman or whatever. Anyway, later on he's with his wife again, which he periodically does, to talk about meeting up with his daughter and about the case and about how he's not drinking anymore and things are going well and kind of all this good stuff. And he hands the mother like this whole like case file about like what occurred, so that the daughter someday, if she ever wants to know, in case he doesn't get a chance to talk to her, can learn more about it. And, she says she'll try to see if the daughter will call the dad again, because she's been reticent to do so up to this point. Anyway, so he goes and does some research. He tries to track down, because he feels like something's amiss. So he tracks down he's looking at, I'm trying to remember the order of things. He's like, he kind of gets an idea that like Johan can't be the same baby from the pictures because he looks so different. Like, like even little kids, they look different than they do in adults, but there's still like something in the eyes and stuff that like is reminiscent. And he's thinking about the picture and what Johan looks like now, and he's like, that can't be the same person. There's no way. So he goes to the county office or whatever it is in Germany and tracks down the birth certificate, and he's like reading about it, and it's like, huh. And then while he's there, this guy next to him is trying to smoke a cigarette, and the lady who worked there is like, "You stop it! Like, we don't need another fire." And he's like, "Fire?" And he's like, "Yeah, there was a fire 4 years ago, and we had to like recreate all the records." And he's like, "Oh, that's interesting." And so then he goes to like a graveyard and tracks down and finds that this Johann Liebert, who's the son of these parents that he was meeting with, died when he was like 2 years old. So he contacts the forensic doctor or the psychologist or whatever that he works with and mentions that. And then that guy talks to Tenma's classmate, who's the forensic specialist. And they have a conversation. So then he takes the picture of the current Johann to his serial killer buddy that he's like doing his case study on and shows it to him. And the guy's like, "Let me see your pen." He's like, "No, I can't let you see your pen." And he's like, "Come on." And so he does, because he's an idiot. And why would you do that? But the guy colors in Johann's hair to be black instead of blonde, and he's like, "That's him." And then he says some like crazy cryptic shit, and then stabs himself in the head and kills himself. So then later on, he's at the hospital doing his like statement for the police about what happened, and he calls and he's like, "Hey, yeah, that guy flipped out and killed himself as soon as he saw the picture of Johann. So like, I don't know what's going on, but it's kind of crazy. Johann's got some sort of like suicide powers or something." Anyway, meanwhile, Richard's back at home. And he gets a call from his daughter, and he's like tearing up and all this stuff. And guess who shows up? Johann. Yep, Johann shows up. And he's like, "What are you doing here?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm a legal guy, and I'm doing my case study or my report on that murder that you were involved with. So I just wanted to clear up some stuff." And so they have like a really awkward conversation. At some point, he's like, "Hey, why don't we go for a walk?" And of course he goes, because Johann is a siren. Because I would just be like, "Get the fuck out of my house." But he goes because he's a dummy. And they go and they walk up to like a top of a building, or they go to a bar and they chat. And then Johann starts explaining that, I looked around, and what doesn't make sense to me is that you blame, like, you were drunk, so you shot this kid, and he keeps quoting, like, Geneva Conventions about human rights and children and whatnot, because this serial killer / rapist that the detective killed that kind of got him kicked off the force, he was a minor still, I think. Anyway, and then he's like, "There's no record of anybody who saw you drinking before you killed the guy. So I think you were sober. I think you went out there with them and intentionally like murdered this kid, and then went to drink afterwards to pretend like, oh, I was drunk. That's the problem." And he's like, "How are you going to see your daughter?" And he starts doing like his mind tricks or whatever. And they're like, at some point they left the bar and they're like climbing up this tower, and he has like a bottle of alcohol, and then he's like, "Here, why don't you drink this?" And then we go back to his psychologist. Or I think he's got to be a psychiatrist. He goes back to a psychiatrist, and he gets a knock on his door, and it's from these police detectives. And they're like, "Hey, we're here to talk to you about one of your patients." And he's like, "What?" And he's like, "Richard, whatever the name of the guy, the detective is. He's dead. Dun, dun, dun." So we continue onward, and we finally get a connection to like the rest of the series. So good stuff. In Monster episode 30, which is where we're at, we start with the funeral of our friend detective guy, Richard. And his wife and daughter are there crying, or his ex-wife? I don't know if they got divorced. Anyway, his wife and daughter are there crying. And in the back is our friend, the forensic psychologist, who's frenemies with Tenma. And the doctor, the psychiatrist that was treating Richard. Anyway, now he gets involved in the investigation. He starts looking things out, and he figures out that, so what they're claiming is that the dude, Richard, the detective, got drunk on some cheap whiskey and then killed himself. But then that doesn't seem right to the doctor, and he like tracks down the bar where he was at, and the guy won't like answer questions about who he was with that night, because he was clearly with Johann. And then some other stuff, and then he finally puts together that like, wait a second, that guy never drank cheap whiskey. He always drank like fine Scotch whiskey. I don't understand alcohols. Or bourbon or something, which is a kind of whiskey, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, so he's like, he couldn't have killed himself. And so then he starts doing some more investigating, and he almost gets like pushed into it in front of like a train on like a subway. But before he can do that, well, what I should be saying is before he can have that acted upon him, awkward, he turns around, sees a guy run, he chases him down. Oh, there's a whole scene intermixed with this investigation and stuff. We see him running around in the indoor track, which used to be very popular. I remember running on one when I was like younger, and in college they had one at the university I did undergrad at while I was in high school. Super nice, actually. And I've seen one at an Army one too, or no, I think it was an Air Force gym. Anyway, So we see that he's running a lot, which is important because at first you're like, oh, that's cute. He's just like running around in circles, like very fastly. And then it becomes important like right now. And then the other thing that's interspersed in this whole episode is every now and then we'll go back to this woman who's complaining about her husband cheating on her, and he's doing therapy with her as well, which also is important. Okay, so then he chases this guy down, this like fat old man psychiatrist. He's able to chase this guy down, and then he gets to the bar and he accosts that guy, and then another guy is like, hey, leave my friend alone, and they take him out to the alleyway and they're beating up on him, and then he keeps asking them like who sent them or what happened, and finally he's had enough and he beats the shit out of these guys. And one of them's like, holy fuck, what happened? And he's like, I was like a border patrol agent or border patrol agent for like 15 years or 20 years or something. And you're like, damn, that's how he paid for medical school, I guess. Good for him. Anyway, they tell him like some big guy did it. And then there's someone else at some point, I'm trying to remember, mentions a big guy as well. Like a big guy. So a big guy paid them to kill him. And then a big guy did something else. I don't remember. Anyway, so he goes to like the graveside of Richard, and he like pours out some expensive whiskey, and he's like, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. He also keeps in touch with the forensic guy, and he's like, hey, I need some information on this, or like I have an idea about this. And then they put an ad in the newspaper to like summon Tenma, and they use like cryptic language. They shouldn't say they cast like a summoning circle. The thing is like looking for an old cheating friend to meet me here at this time, or something like that. I don't speak German, but. And then they talk about it, and then it's like, oh, cool. And then when we have like the mid episode break, we see that's when he's at the graveyard, and then we see Tenma like watching him. So time goes on. He keeps searching, having issues, like thinking about it, and then he's finally like, I want to meet with your husband, to the lady who's getting cheated on, so I can ask him why he's giving her the silent treatment. And so the guy shows up, and he's dun dun dun. I don't remember the guy's name, but it's Ramos or something. It's a guy who's been killing dudes. For Johan, and he tells him like, oh, something, I was so sad and lonely after like the wall fell, and then I met this guy and he made me feel at peace again, and blah blah blah. And then the psychiatrist, who's very smart, he puts together like, oh, this is the big guy who's been like paying people to kill me. And he's like, And there's a whole side story as well. This episode is so well written, right? It's like it's one of the best written episodes because everything leads into each other. It's like he's running, but it's important that he's running in this episode to establish that he's very fit for being like, because he's like a fat old man, that he's very fit despite being like a fat old man, and it's just like old man fat or muscle that's got fat growing over it. So he can chase down these guys and beat the shit out of them. And then the secretary keeps coming in, and she's like forgetting to shut the window, forgetting to lock the door to the stairwell, all this stuff she keeps forgetting to do because she's very forgetful. And so when he realizes what's happening, he's like, I'm gonna make us some tea. And so he's making tea, and then he gets the water real hot, and he throws the hot water at the guy so he can run away, hoping that the door leading to the stairway, like the outdoor stairway, is unlocked, which it is, because she keeps forgetting to lock it. Like it's happened multiple times, I guess. And he's running down this stairway, and the guy's like, whatever, fuck you. And he comes out, gets his gun out, and is about to shoot him while he's running down the stairs really fast. And then his gun gets shot like out of his hand, and then the psychiatrist is like, the fuck? And it's Tenma, and Tenma's like, you gotta run, I've been following you this whole time, get out of here, you scamp. That's the episode. So we're starting to get all the pieces gathering here in Munich. We have Tenma and our friend, the psychiatrist. They're chit-chatting with Dieter at like some fancy, not fancy, some like local place where they don't like others. So I guess the only reason Tenma's allowed here is because the doctor brought him. They chit-chat. There's a lot of like kind of not going over things that have already occurred. It's a lot of the psychologist or the psychiatrist. He's a psychiatrist. Thinking about everything that the detective had, the things that Tenma said, putting things together, and then at some point he gets a call from the forensic psychiatrist guy, and they have a chit chat. And both of them are like, we're missing something, and what the psychiatrist finally figures out, because Dieter shows up at his house and is like really sad, and he's like, hey, why are you so sad? And he's like, Tenma's gone off to do his thing. And then that's when the psychiatrist is like, oh, I get it now. He's going to kill this guy. Right. And this is after like they go and they stalk Johan, and we hear that like that old man, Schofield or something. He's back in the limelight. He's like running his company again. Things are going better. Like they're making a lot of money. And then there's like an expo in Munich where they're at, that he's like a part of, and everyone's super excited that he's like this. He's because he's like a very famous industrialist and like entrepreneur and stuff. So that's all fun. We also get Tenma buying a sniper rifle from some German guy who knows the guy who taught him how to shoot, and so he clearly is gonna go and take a shot and try to kill Johann and make wrap this thing all up. But don't worry, folks, the show's not going to end that soon, because this is episode 31 out of like 78. So clearly things are going to go south, and we'll see where they go from there. But the other part of this episode is we go back with the forensic psychologist. He's interviewing somebody. At some point it gets put together that the guy that Richard the detective killed he was also at like 41 Kinderhain or whatever, because Tenma recognized him from like a photo that the guy he stole Dieter from had. And so there's like some sort of bizarre connection there, maybe. So if there is, there's like the rabbit hole goes even deeper with this Johann character. Like has he been setting stuff up for decades? I don't think so. But he still has these connections, and he's keeping track of people. I don't know. There's like more than meets the eye, it seems. And so far the show is like executed well on like its setups. Anyway, the forensic psychiatrist guy is interviewing another serial killer, and then our friend from the BAK or whatever shows up, the typist guy who's like he's like the real big asshole in this show. And then they have a conversation, and essentially the forensic psychologist is like, or psychiatrist is like, you're barking up the wrong tree. This Johann guy is the one who actually did it. Here's a picture of him. Like, Tenma's innocent, something. And they go back and forth for a little bit. And then the detective guy is like, the BAK guy, the FBI guy is like, give me that photo. This is a police matter. And then he leaves. And then he calls the Munich police to put out like a hit for Tenma, because he's completely ignoring Johann. And the forensic psychiatrist does a really good job of like calling him the fuck out, because he's like, hey, you don't have any friends, you don't have any family, your job's your life, you do this typing thing, but it's all subjective because you're not recording facts. And he like pulls up his tape recorder and he's like, that's why I use this, because when I listen to this I hear exactly the words that are being said, and I'm not misremembering things or trying to fit things into like a box based on what I want to hear. And that's your problem, is that like if you've invested so much energy and time into Dr. Tenma being guilty, that even if you're given like facts to your face that Tenma didn't do it, it would shatter your worldview. So there's no possible way you could believe that he didn't do it, and that makes you extremely biased and unable to do your job correctly. Which is true. All facts. So the forensic psychiatrist is pretty good, or it's written very well. I feel like they had some sort of like consultant for this, because so far both the psychiatrists are like pretty on point. Like, they're better than most like real life psychiatrists that I've met, to be completely honest. So very good at like the psychoanalyzing people and like coming up with like whatever. And granted, they have the writer knowing everything in advance, but still the way they explain everything that's going on is accurate. So it's good stuff. Hey guys, so Luca's back. You remember Luca, right? I barely do. She's the glasses girl that was like, wants Carl's dick, and she continues to want such things. And she's all satapotamus because he's all about being with his dad. And she doesn't understand how a guy who was raised in a foster care system where there was abuse, and how he spent his whole life looking for his father and finally found him, and his father loves him and treats him well, that he would want to spend time with his dad and not some random hoe. You dumb bitch. Of course that's what he wants. Jesus. Fucking dames, man. She's so butthurt about it. It's crazy. Anyway, she's at the library on and off, and there she runs into our old friend Nina. You remember Nina? That's Johann's twin sister. And she's like, that girl looks so familiar, but I can't figure it out. She figures it out eventually. So the first half of this episode 32, we just spend with her being sad, talking to Nina. So Nina's around. Nina's doing research on all the deaths in Bavaria, which is Munich is the capital of Bavaria. And Bavaria, I don't know what they call it in Germany. It's like a state, essentially. It used to be its own country. I've been there. It's fucking awesome. It's not as good as Austria, as far as I'm concerned, if you're going to choose a place to vacation in that general area. But it's still pretty sweet. I would definitely go back. Fun times. Anyway. they go to like a dance party at some point, and then this guy who's like the president of the paranormal club tries to like hook up with her a couple times, and then he gets like drunk and tries again, and then he essentially says Carl asked him to dance with her because no one else would, or some bullshit, and then she gets super mad, and then the guy gets like kind of handsy, and then Nina uses her ninja magic that she's been developing to kill her brother, to pummel the guy, or not pummel him, she like Aikidos him. I think that's what it is. Like she like throws him on the ground and is like, "Hiya!" And so as they're walking away, Luca has like a breakdown, and Nina like hugs her out, and then they like say goodbye. And that's when she sees Nina on like profile, and she's like, "Oh, I know who that is. That she looks just like Johan," which she should because they're twins. And they're kind of identical twins, like, which is not a thing. There's no such thing as like male female identical twins, but siblings can look very similar, so that's not that crazy. Anywho, the second half of the episode is all about Tenma. Yep, Tenma. He finally got a sniper rifle. He's practicing shooting with it. The guy who sold it to him is like, "Good job. Let me give you some advice. Here's 4 bullets. You're really gonna get 1 shot, because once you make that shot, you gotta like reload and do the whole thing. And that person, if you miss, like, good luck." And so then Tenma starts stalking Johan, and he's every Thursday, I think, he goes to this forest with Mr. Schufald and Carl, and so Tenma's like watching him there and thinking about it. And also he spent every week before or after this like stalking he does, he eats at the same restaurant, and and he never eats anything but leaves a nice tip, and the lady's like, "The fuck is wrong? You need to eat." We also see him doing a lot of push-ups and looking real angry, which is kind of funny in like his little room. Okay. While Tenma's out in the woods stalking this guy, he runs into like this old man. His old man's like, "Hey, bird watching?" And Tenma's like, yeah. And then at one point, when Tenma's finally like, "All right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to kill this motherfucker next week," he gets sick and kind of throws up or something. He throws up like the soup. And at first I was like, did he get poisoned? Is this like a Johan thing? I don't think so. I just think he's not eating. And so finally he like ate something of substance, and his body was like, the fuck's going on with this? That happened a lot with like the Auschwitz, or just the Holocaust people generally. When they came out and they like fed him food, they had to feed him like gruel, and like very slowly, because they were so starved that like their stomachs could not understand how to like digest food. It's almost like trying to feed like whole food to a baby. Their stomachs are just not ready for it, and they'll just vomit it up to protect them because their digestive systems is just not there yet. So that's one of the terrible side effects of all that bullshit that happened in that era of history. And, you know, it's happened plenty of times before, to be completely honest. So it's not like an unusual case. Anyway, so after he throws up, he stumbles into the guy, and the guy like fell, and he has to fix him up. And he's like, "I don't think your foot's fractured, but you should still go to the hospital and get an x-ray. Because why not? You got healthcare covered by the government, so might as well." And the guy thanks him, and then he tells him this crazy story. He's like, "Oh, I used to be a young man, used to come here, and the birds would land on me." And, well, he doesn't say me. He says there was a young boy. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that style of like storytelling. It's kind of bullshitty as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, so there was a young man who came to the forest, and birds would land on him, and then like the National Socialists took over, and you know the young man thought this was the way for his country to get back to right itself, right? Because they were in such dire straits, which a lot of people like to like glass themselves over, be like, "Oh no, this for no reason these people like became like this powerhouse, started attacking everybody." It's because they were fucked and they needed to do something. People got desperate, and desperate people do desperate things. Anyway, and he became like a police officer in like the SS or something. And then one day they're like, "Hey, you gotta go kill this guy in the woods." And so he tracked the guy down and ran through the woods because he's super familiar with the woods. And he found the guy, and he's like, "Oh, this is just some fucking foreigner." And then he's like, "Well, I gotta do my job." So he killed him. And after that point, the birds never landed on the old man again. And here I am, and the birds right, on the boy again. And then it's been 60 years or some bullshit, and it's never happened. And he's like, "Oh, the birds are gathering." And then one of the birds lands on Tenma. And the point is that the show's trying to make, and that the old man's trying to make, is that the old man recognizes what Tenma's doing. He's not stupid. He recognizes that he's planning on killing somebody over there, but essentially he's trying to convince him using beautiful poetry, essentially, which is this like metaphor and kind of talking about his own life experience, to understand that like murder is not the answer. It's very good point, and very interesting take on the whole situation, and well done as far as I'm concerned. So we start off with old man, psychiatrist, and he's talking to a woman. She's upset because her son like jumped off a building or some bullshit, and she doesn't know why, and she's so concerned, and she's losing it. So he takes her off, and outside is Dieter just hanging out, and he's like, "Hey, Dieter, just hang out here. Don't go in there and talk to that guy. He's crazy." And so what does a young boy do? The complete opposite of what he's told. So he goes in, talks to the guy, gets him his shoes, and they meander off. And this guy's like totally crazy. He's talking this other kid. He's got like a crutch because he's all fucked up because he fell off a building and magically survived. And he's talking about this crazy game that this guy's teaching him. The guy is obviously Johan, where they like kids get up on a roof and then they close their eyes and they walk towards each other on like the ledge. And then like if you survive, you're a chosen one. So he's like, I'm a chosen one, something. And he talks about not being afraid. He like walks out in traffic. He like trips a homeless guy or like some old bum and like pokes him with his thing. And Dieter's like really ashamed of all this behavior. He takes him back to the roof. And he's like, let's play this game. And Dieter's like, hell no, I don't want to do that shit. You're crazy. Like, I want to hang out with the doctor and his nice secretary, and I like eating sausage, and like I have all these things to live for. And then the guy is like, what? And then he slips and starts to fall, and he's like, no, I don't want to die. And then Dieter grabs him, picks him up, and then they like are sitting there, and he's like, man, you gotta like, you have stuff to live for. Like, fuck that guy. Like, you don't need to listen to him. And that was pretty intense. And then we switched to this other kid, and he's bragging about how he did this like walking game with somebody, and that the other kid fell and died. And it was so thrilling. And he's talking to Johan, of course. And then the mom comes in and she's like, oh, you got to stop talking about that. Thank you for talking to my son. You're the only one he listens to, and something. And then she leaves. And Johan's just like quietly listening while this kid rants some more. And he's like, I'm going to get you a picture book because the mom won't let him watch TV or read comics or whatever. And it's like the 80s. So it's like prime comic time, especially, I don't know about in Germany, but I'm assuming that you get some of this shit in Germany as well. And then we follow Johan. We go to Mr. Schufalt. He's talking to... Oh, wait. Is that who we talked to first? Yeah. So the head of like the University of Munich, or the head librarian, one of the two, is talking to Mr. Schufalt about all the books in his collection. And Carl's there, and so is like the bodyguard. And Mr. Schufalt's like, well, I can't see anymore, so I want to donate my collection of like extremely rare and expensive like first edition prints of all these like rare books to the university so that people can have access to it and can be given, people in the public can like have access to it. And they're like, oh, that's so good, it's so good. And then the university guy wants to do like a ceremony at this place to celebrate and the benefactory and all that good stuff. And then the bodyguard. Oh, one other thing the kids keep saying is that the guy who taught them the roof game is he has another game he's playing that's even more dangerous. Specifically that there's some Japanese guy who's going to kill him. So Johan knows that Tenma's there and he's there to kill him, and there's not much he can do about it because he's more of a public-facing character at this point than Tenma is. So the game he's playing is whether he's going to die or not. So we'll see how that kind of rounds out. But all the kids are like excitedly talking about that. So Johan's talking about it with them as he's talking about to them about killing themselves off the roof because he's a crazy psychopath. Okay. Then Schufalt puts Carl and Johan in charge of like the library party or whatever. So the university guy shows them like the special room where they're going to keep the library books, where it's like a fire safe and humidity controlled and all that good stuff, like art, because books are art, which I agree with. And then they're walking out, and then Johan like looks up at this library area, and he gets like very intrigued, and he's like, hey, I'll be right back. I'm just going to go look at something. So he goes up there, and there's a woman sorting books, and he's like, hey, I need a picture book for a friend. And she's like, well, how about this one? And he's like, this is very beautiful, but I'm looking for something less adult. And she's like, oh, hold on. And then she accidentally slips and like drops a whole bunch of these books on the ground, and he goes to like help her up. And then he picks up one of these books and he's looking through it, and he's very intently like engaged with this book. And she's like, oh, who's this by? Oh, it's like a Czech writer, Czech Prussian writer. And like, oh, that's funny, something. And then he's like starts shaking, and then Johan like passes the fuck out. And she's like, help, ah! And then we fade to black there. I'm assuming he'll be okay. And then we open back up to the library, and nobody's there except Tenma, and he's got his little like sniper scope thing that he's been using to kind of check out Johan. And now he's decided he's not going to kill anybody in the forest because the old man told him some sad sack story. And now he's in this library, and he's like, this is the perfect place. This is where it will be done. Dun dun dun. And the interesting note is, so I've brought up the ending credit scene a couple different times because it started off and it had like a monster and then a monster dancing with another monster, and then it had like a monster terrorizing children and then like a big fat dude like beating the monster and like eating him and then lifting a thing and then he turned into a monster, and now that monster gets eaten by another guy who then turns into a monster who gets eaten by another guy who turns into a monster, and it's like 4 different people are going after the monster and they all turn into monsters. And definitely at this point I would have to say that my take on this is that all these people who are like hunting Johan are becoming monsters themselves. So like, who's the true monster here, right? Because you have the FBI guy who's just like a normal shitbag FBI guy, or BHK or whatever the fuck, and then he has become so caught up in this whole like murder situation and focusing on Tenma that like he's become a monster. And then you have Nina and Tenma who are becoming like obsessed with getting involved and stopping Johan, and so it's like, are they going to become murderers? Like, what did they sacrifice, and like, are they monsters now too? And then like all these kids, so it's like anyone who interacts with this monster kind of becomes perverted by it, which is what's going on in the show as well, I would say. Johan's doing all right, and we find that out because not only does the glasses girl show up at the Hospital Some Flowers, but the library assistant that he was working with. Apparently he passed out, and then he woke up and he left the hospital. Carl's talking to him about it. He's having like a fun conversation pretty much to himself while Johan looks out the window thinking real hard. The picture book that he was looking at gets brought up again, not here but by the ladies when they're talking about the situation previously. And then he gets a letter, and he reads the letter, and he's laughing, and Carl's like, hey, what's so funny? I want to show the joke. And he's like, I need to find the Red Hindenburg. And then he's in the red light district with all the prostitutes and stuff. And he passes some ladies. One needs a fix. One's just laughing because she's high, and one's selling balloons. Eventually, he finds his way up to the lady who was pretending to be Carl's mom, Margot Langer, I think. And now she calls herself the Red Hindenburg. She hints to Johan that she knows everything that he's been doing, that he's been involved in all these murders and that he's tied into it. And she brings up the detective, the Richard guy. And then she keeps mentioning her boyfriend who's in like the back room. And every time she mentions him, he knocks on the door. And then Johan listens, and he says something about the darkness or something about you can't kill someone who doesn't exist. And then he gets up to leave, and she pulls a gun on him, and he just like walks out. And then the boyfriend walks out, and it's dun dun dun. I forget his name, Roberto. But it's the guy that like works for Johan that does all his like killing for him. Is it Roberto? It's some sort of like Spanish name. Something like that. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. He's the one who killed all those other people, or is involved in like all the nefarious stuff that was going on. The bodyguard of that one guy, and yada yada yada. Shot Ava and all that good stuff. Okay, so he shoots her. Obviously, we find that out. I mean, it's pretty obvious that's what he's going to do. But then we switch over to Tenma, who's sitting in this clinic with a bunch of other, like Vietnamese immigrants. And he's like, I need to talk to the doctor. And they're like, you got to wait your turn. He's like, I don't need an appointment. And he's carrying around his rifle like in a bag, like it's just like a blue garbage bag. Is what it looks like. I don't know if it's supposed to be like an actual carrying case because it looks the way this show is very well animated, and so it doesn't look. I feel like if it was supposed to be like an official case of some sort, it would look like that. It literally just looks like he put it in like a blue bag, and it's like barely fitting in there. Anyway, so he walks back to talk to her, and she's sewing up. He goes back to talk to the doctor, and the doctor's a Vietnamese woman. And we later find out she's 17, and that her father immigrated to East Germany under the Berlin Wall from Vietnam because, they're all communist, and was a doctor for a while, and then he got killed after the wall fell by like a Nazi, by like a neo-Nazi, like a skinhead. And so then she was orphaned, and then she got adopted by a German family who just like, she was like a trophy child. Like, look, we were so kind to like the others, the lessers. And so she ran away from home and then came here and started running the clinic. And she has no medical practice or education, but it's all practice. Like, she's just been doing this for a while, and she's the only one who will help these people, because if they go to like an actual hospital, they'll be deported, essentially. And so this is another case. I got into a weird argument the other day with somebody about murder in relation to like current events, and this person had absolutely terrible takes, as in they did not know how to form an argument. It was like the thing they were saying was essentially like verbal diarrhea. It was like someone just got on like Instagram or Twitter or TikTok and just like merged a bunch of random arguments about like random shit together and like spewed it out without any thought. And I called their shit out hard. And then I watched the episode about not killing in the forest like the next day, and I was like, this is a cogent argument for like not utilizing murder despite like the, you're going to kill like a serial killer. So there's like justification to be had, but you still shouldn't do it, right? Which is the opposite of what this person was like arguing, because they had no point whatsoever. They were just saying like verbal diarrhea. Anyway, and then going back to this, it's like you hear all these absolute terrible takes on like deporting people or like, you know, whatever in like America, right? Like current stuff. But I mean, the deportation and immigrant issue is like a thing that's plagued nation states for thousands of years. So anyone who thinks like this is a recent issue or is retarded and doesn't and needs to fucking read a book. Anyway, but this makes it's like it shows the humanity on the other side, which is good. I mean, that's how you win people over, right? And I don't think the show is trying to make a point about it. It's just like telling a story, and within that story, it makes like this point that like the situation for these people is so desperate that they have to rely on like a 17-year-old girl with no medical education to do all their medical work, because this being deported back to like Vietnam in the 1980s is that much worse than just being like, YOLO, I'm going to roll the dice that she will not kill me, you know, even though this 17-year-old girl has like no practice. And it's like, well, if she does, she'll do the best she can. At least it's something. And if I die, I die, right? So it's very good. It's very good, like subtle storytelling and subtle, like, I wouldn't even call it messaging. It's just like, this is a story about things that exist in reality. You should understand them so you can have a nuanced take on things, because not everything's black and white. Now, to get off my soapbox, Tenma immediately recognizes that she has no fucking clue what she's doing, and that she's not been trained, because the procedure she's doing is like a very simple procedure, in that she needs to like drain some of the pus and stuff out of there, because if she just like sews up the wound, then this person's gonna like die shortly thereafter anyway. So it was all for naught. And so he essentially like calls her out on it, and she's like, get out of my clinic or whatever. And he's like, no, fuck you, open that up and put this thing in there. And he like uses his power of toxic masculinity to save this woman's life and to teach this young woman how to be a better doctor, even though she's not a doctor because she's never been at school. They didn't have like a conversation, and she tells her whole backstory about that I already related. And Tenma's like, no, you should go to medical school. You'd be a great doctor. You have a lot of natural talent and stuff. And she's like, I can't. What are these people going to do? And then this woman stumbles in, and she's like, I got shot. And she falls. And her son's there and crying. And then she's like, I don't know what to do. There's no way I can help this woman. And Tenma's like dragging her to the operating table. And he's like, help me. Pick up her fucking legs. And she says something. And he's like, you got to look for the light. Stop dwelling in the darkness. Or whatever, which is the actual theme and message for this episode. Because that's what he's doing. And she calls his shit out later, to be completely honest. You know. But anyway, so they do the surgery, and they're lucky because the bullet pretty much just grazed the spleen, and so they just like cut a piece off and like sew it up, and the spleen's like, you know, it's fine. It's not like it tore a hole through her stomach, where they have to like, you know, do the whole, they have to like open up the stomach or do like surgery on both sides, and like it's just like a hot mess. It's like, oh, we can just cut this little piece off and then sew it up real good, and then we're good to go, and it'll naturally heal, and this woman's life will be saved. And then he's like, all right, well, you should really go to medical school. And she's like, no, you should stay here and help me. We could really use your help, just like the doctor out there. And it's another one of those situations where, and she calls him out on it, where in the closing credits of all the episodes at this point, where it's like when you know, it's like when you look into it's like the whole Nietzsche thing, right? You stare into the abyss long enough, you become a part of it or whatever. I can't remember the exact quote, but the gist is, if you're going to spend this much time dwelling on like murderers and like darkness, you're going to take some of that in on you. So he's spending so much time hunting and learning about Johan, and you know, becoming so obsessed with it that who's the real monster here, right? It's like you're being consumed by the same darkness that exists in like his soul. Instead of like, he could have stayed in the country and helped those people and taken over that clinic. He could stay here and help this immigrant community and let her go to school, and then they can have a practice. There's so many better options out there, but he's so consumed with like righting this wrong that he made that it's like, you know, two wrongs don't make a right kind of situation. And it's very good. It's so good. And again, as he's walking off, she's like yelling at him, and if one of the things she says is like, because he's like, don't spend time in the darkness or it'll consume you. And then she's like, looks like the darkness is consuming you. And he just walks off without saying anything. Sad times for Tenma. So we're back with the BKE agent or whatever. What's his fuck? He is going insane. Essentially, his whole new modus operandi here is to try to become Tenma, which is like a thing that crazy people do to try to get in their mind, right? It's a very, I don't feel like anyone in like real life who does detective work does such things, but it's something you see in movies and TV shows and stuff. Anyway, so he's like hanging out with these Japanese guys. He's trying to talk to these Japanese guys who are like part of the consulate, or like they somehow are like have dealt with Tenma, even though they're all like Japanese businessmen, and there's absolutely no reason for them to have like engaged with Tenma, but apparently they have, and so it's a lot of like domo domo and bowing and eating with chopsticks, and so this guy's like hyper obsessing on becoming Tenma by becoming Japanese, learning more about him, about his family, and realizing that like, well, he's not that close with his family because like Tenma hasn't like his family didn't do anything to like protect him, which is like odd in Japanese culture because they're very all about that family stuff. He finds out that his dad and his brother are doctors. He's talking to these guys, and they're like, "Oh, Tenma, none of us believe he could do any of those things because, you know, he's just kind of like a quiet dude who just hangs out, and he's super chill, and yada yada yada." And eventually the focus changes for and he like his daughter I guess lives in Munich, and he's here, right? The daughter who was like pregnant before, now she has a kid, and she calls him and is like, I want you to see your grandson. And he's like, yes, I'll do it. And then they plan to meet up, and then because Tenma doesn't have a lot of connections with his family, he decides to fuck his daughter and not go see her, but instead go drinking with the Japanese businessman. And while he's there, he runs into the picture book, the Czech picture book. And this is the same picture book that caused Johann to pass out the other day. And he's like reading through it, and then we get the line that Johann put up on the wall. It's in Czech, so like Johann and Nina are Czech originally, but it's the monster inside me has grown too big or something like that. Anyway, and then at that point we switch over to the psychiatrists. The younger guy, the forensic psychiatrist, is interviewing a guy who knows Johann, and they're having a conversation, and then we're going from him back to the older psychiatrist who's going to meet with like Johann's foster parents or like actual parents, and he's calling him out saying he's not really your son, your actual son died, and you know you guys are in danger, because at some point the guy's like he's probably gonna kill, if I was him I'd kill my parents next, like the Liebermans or whatever they are. And then he makes a comparison to like, he's like, why would he just go about doing this stuff? And then the guy's like, well, when I was younger, I'd see ants walking around and I would smush them just to like mess up their formations and stuff. Because it's like, you know, you're a psychopath. So you're just like, I'm bored, right? And I think he even says that at some point. Like, why is he doing all this shit? It's like, well, he's bored. Like, why is he doesn't care about money. Like, he's not investing his time into Shufelt. It's just to like fuck around with, because he's bored, to see what he can do, see if people like let him do that. So it seems like something's gonna happen there. Just to kind of mess up whatever financial dealings are going on, because the episode and the previous episodes spent a lot of time talking about all the financial stuff and how Shufelt's like back alive and how there's all this stuff going on. So he might be killing him just to like fuck around with like the economy here in Germany, just because he can. It's like when he started the riot in the orphanage and then just kind of like walked off. And the prisoner is like, I tell you what, if there's nuclear war that killed everyone on Earth, Johann would still be standing. Because, you know, he makes some comment to the kids about he's going to die. And the guy like laughed. He's like, all right, we'll see about that. And then, you know, the old man psychiatrist who's still hanging out with Dieter's still hanging out with him, I should say. He's super concerned that Tenma's going to kill Johann, and you know they make a very point about not killing people and justice and yada yada yada. Then we find Tenma. He's walking into the library like the day before the Munich library, the day before like the exhibition where he's going to donate all his books, or Shufelt's going to donate his books to the Munich library. And he gets his gun. He like puts it up on top of a shelf, like right where he's going to like kill Johann, and then he's about to like climb up, but then a nerd girl shows up, the girl with the glasses, and she's like, oh hey, can you hand me that dictionary? And so he hands it to her, and then she's very chatty Cathy, and so she tells him that like, oh, my friend he wanted this picture book and he passed out and he's doing okay now, but I wanted to like translate it to see what was going on with this book. And it's the same book, it's a picture book, it's a monster book. And then so we get like the first line of the book, and then in my head I'm like, oh, that's what's fucking happening at the shots we get at like the end of because the book's about a monster who gets lonely and wants to make friends, and you know goes out to like make friends or something, and then you know the monster inside needs to become too big. So I feel like it's a pretty big revelation, and the outro scenes that I have commented on with like the monster dancing and getting eaten, and then other people eating that monster and becoming the monster and all that stuff. That is, I think that's from the picture book, to be completely honest. But I guess we'll see as we go forward. Everything's coming to a head now with all our party members meeting up for this grand event. And there's a lot of like kind of interesting things going on as part of this in this episode. First, we start with Tenma, who's still like zoned out up on the bookcase in the library with his rifle. And he's thinking about his past. We start off just thinking about the surgery with Johan and kind of like a few of the major events that occurred there. That runs by pretty quick. I think she spent a lot of time in the surgery room for some reason. After that, Tenma starts thinking about when he was a little kid and he was playing hide and go seek and he had to pee real bad and some kids calling him like Coward Tenma or Scaredy Cat Tenma. I think it was Scaredy Cat Tenma, something like that. And then he repeats it to himself. There's also at some point like a guard walks by and almost spots him, but then doesn't. All right. So from there, we see Nina. I don't know exact order this happens in the episode, but so Nina exists and she's quitting her job and saying goodbye to her friend who was like, or her friend boss who was like an assassin at some point. And then she's heading to the train station to leave, and she gets approached by Margot, the nerd glasses girl. And who's like, hey, you're the twin. You're Johan's twin. You're his twin. Here, he saw this book and he passed out. And she hands him she hands her the picture book with the monster story that everyone's been talking about the last couple episodes. And she gets like this haunted look in her eyes. Nina does. And then we get a little shot of her like walking around in the dark as like a child looking freaked out. And that's actually in the episode. But before that, we spend some more time with Tenma. Tenma wakes up, the presentation's getting going. He's like watching what's going on. And at some point he sees Johan standing off to the side of the stage and he gets ready to shoot him. All right. So also where all this is going on, we have the forensic psychologist talking to the BKA detective guy. And he's like, you have to, it's like, why haven't you done anything about Johan? Why haven't you done any information? Why don't you believe something? And he like calls his shit out again. And then the BKE guy goes into like an interview room where they're interviewing the guy who sold Tenma the rifle, and then he's like, okay, he's got a rifle, Dr. Tenma, what am I going to do? Because to him, Johan's just a figment of Tenma's imagination because this guy's like real nutsy at this point. And so he finally puts together that Johan / who he believes is Tenma is a chaos agent, and so the thing he's going to do is kill Shufalt, because that's going to cause the most problems. And we have a lot of parts in this episode where people are kind of talking about how Shufalt, like we hear like a news report or just people talking at the presentation or about the presentation about how Shufalt essentially is like the European Union economy, like raises and falls based on decisions he's making. Like he's that powerful. And then, so he runs off to deal with that issue. Cause he's like, we have an emergency. We all have to go. And then finally the last part, or like the last part of the story that we get involved with is the doctor, the old man psychiatrist who's just standing in front of the gate one evening when Shufalt comes back, and then Shufalt is like, I can't see Carl. I trust your opinion. What is this? Is this guy a good man? And Carl's like looking at him. He's like, I feel like he's a good man, and he looks desperate. And so then Shufalt talks to him, and then Shufalt immediately, when him and the psychiatrist are alone, is like, this is about Johan. There's no such thing as a perfect human being, but he's as perfect as could possibly be, and there's something really off and unworldly about him. And then the psychiatrist is like, let me tell you a story. And so he has all these papers. He has like the investigation that Richard the detective did. And so he recounts like the whole thing, and they have like a discussion all night. And in the morning, he like stumbles out of there all tired and stuff. And then he's back at his place, and Dieter made him like a nice breakfast. And he's like, hey man, maybe you should go to sleep. And then the psychiatrist is like, no, I don't give up yet. I use a border patrol medic for like the communist East German group. Excuse me. And then he figures it out too. He figures out, or he like picks up a newspaper and he's like, I know where, because he's like can't figure out where Tenma's at or whatever. And then he puts it together and he's like, I know where Tenma's at. And so he rushes off to the library at the Munich University. And so everyone's coming together. And that's where, the episode ends with all those storylines. Now we get the picture book. So we get a quick recap of like the last this half of this episode is like recaps of stuff and then very slow moving stuff. But so the picture book is literally all the stuff at the end. So I was wrong guessing that it had to do with like something saying something. It is like loosely associated with something. I feel like we'll get more answers as we have like 40 more fucking episodes to get through before this thing's over. Like, we're not even like halfway through this show. Or we might be like exact. I can't remember if it's 72 or 74 episodes. So this is episode 70 or 36, I think, or 37. So maybe we are like halfway through. Anyway, so the picture book tells a story about a monster who I thought it was one monster, but then it was like two monsters. So a pair of monsters that want a name, and so one goes east and one goes west, and one that goes east runs into this blacksmith, and he's like, hey, I'll make you super strong if you give me your name, and then, so eat me. And so then this blacksmith named Odo, like, eats him, and then becomes super strong, but then the monster eats him from the inside out, and then the monster ends up eating, like, other people from the inside, like, and kind of clears out the town. And then it goes and finds this, like, sick prince, and he gives him the same story, and so he goes inside, but this time the monster really likes being a prince, and so he like tries really, really hard not to eat the prince from the inside out, but you know, after some time goes by, the monster can't hold off anymore. Oh yeah, and every time the monster eats, or right before the monster eats the person, they're like, oh, the monster inside me has become too big, which is that thing that Johan wrote somewhere. And so maybe he doesn't care, right? He's saying that because he's fucking around Nina or something. I don't know. It's, you know, it makes it seem like he's less sympathetic. Like there's less of there's two of me inside, right? It's just like no. He is just the monster. Maybe, I don't know. I don't exactly know where this is going. Anyway, so the then the prince. I can't stop it anymore, and so it eats everybody in like the castle, and then it leaves, and it's still like part of the prince, and its name is Johan. And then it goes and it finds the other monster, and the monster's like, I don't need a name, I'm a fucking nameless monster. And then the other monster's like, no, we need names, and so it eats that monster, and then it's all alone, but it loves its name, and its name is Johan, right? And then Nina's like, where'd you get this? And then she tells the other girl, the nerd girl, is like, oh, I got it from Johan, my friend. He's at this thing with Shuval. And then it's like, okay, so everyone's converging on that site. Then we get to the presentation, and Tenma's like, he can't shoot Johan because he's like shaking or whatever, and then Rodrigo shows up and he like hits Tenma and takes the rifle. He's like, here's how you kill somebody. So he's gonna clearly go kill Shootfault. Meanwhile, while that's happening, Johan's watching on the side, and then that woman who was like complaining about Rodrigo, who's like her quote unquote husband, who was being seen by the psychiatrist, is like walking by with like a can of gas, and so she's gonna burn this whole place to the fucking ground. And then Johan walks up to Shootfault, and they have like a conversation, and at that, meanwhile, Tenma like fights Rodrigo off the bookcase, and they're wrestling around and fighting, and then Shootfault very calmly tells everyone to get up and leave, like right now, but do it in a calm fashion, and then the fire starts, and it's like boom, and then like everyone's kind of freaking out and panicking, and then Rodrigo's like, oh, that wasn't part of the plan, but this is great. They're running around like ants. I love it. I love every second of this, because he's a crazy person too. And then Tenma starts fighting him. And then Tenma pulls out a gun, and he's like going to shoot, and the guy's like, you can't shoot me, you're a neurosurgeon, you save people, that's your problem. I have no problem, I love killing people, blah, 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 blah. And so Tenma's like pointing a gun at him, and the guy pulls the sniper rifle and is pointing at him, and then Tenma like aims at something, and we see like a light, like a light fixture, and that's the end of the episode. After a quick recap of the fire starting, the people kind of panicking, we get a very interesting scene with Johan and Shutov, whatever his name is, the rich banker guy. And Johan gets like right in his face. He's like, I know you can see me. Look into my eyes. Tell me what you see. And then because the guy's like, who are you? Where'd you come from? And he's like, I don't really know. There's me and my other half came from the Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia or whatever it was called at the time. And I don't have a name that I remembered, and you know there was some like crazy stuff that happened, and that's here we are. It's kind of vague. Before that, we have Tenma finally mans up and shoots Rodrigo, killing him. He shoots him in the shoulder first, and then he has this whole thing where he recalls like the guy telling him like, hey, you never shot anyone before. You got to shoot twice. Oh, you shoot twice, shoot twice, shoot twice, shoot twice. So he shoots him and then shoots him again, and the guy falls off the balcony and supposedly is dead. I hope so. I don't like that guy. I feel like I don't like him as in like he's a good villain. I don't like him because he's a bad villain and he's annoying when he shows up, because he's almost like like a 90s JRPG villain that just like keeps showing up and is like smug and just like overpowered, and then all of a sudden he's not. He's just like a normal guy. That's how I feel, and it's just kind of like, meh. Not a fan. But the stuff with Johann and Chutoff, it's kind of interesting. We got Nina. She runs back to the library, and when she gets there, or she runs to the library, and when she gets there, she bumps into Dieter and the psychiatrist, and they're trying to find a way, but everything's locked. Everyone's trying, from the inside, is also trying to get out of the library, which the library is like a big room within like the building they're in. So the outside building is locked, but then they'll get out of the library to get into like the actual main building. It's also locked, and it's like an enclosed room, and so there's lots of smoke and stuff going on. And after Tenma kills Rodrigo, supposedly, hopefully, knock on wood, he races down the stairs to get. He's like, all right, I killed somebody, now I can kill somebody else to kill Johann. And as he's running to do that, he runs into all these people who are trapped inside him. We get a whole thing where like, oh, everyone's trapped, yada yada. So he does the right thing, and he goes and shoots the door, like lock or whatever, because it's locked from the outside. And then he, with a couple other guys, they bash through a door so everyone can like escape and be safe and well. And so while they're doing that, he runs back into the fire, and there's just Schufalt and Johann standing there. And so he picks up the gun to shoot Johann, and Johann starts walking towards him, and he points like right at his forehead where he should shoot, and then he doesn't. And then at some point, Nina rolls in, and it's like she's like, I'm gonna kill him, you don't kill him. And he's like, no, you don't kill him, I'm gonna kill him, you have to preserve your innocence or whatever. And then Johann just keeps walking past Tenma, and neither of them shoot at him. And then Tenma turns around to shoot at him, and he misses supposedly. And then Nina is gonna shoot, and he's like, no, Nina, don't. And then she shoots a bunch, but also I think misses. And then like this curtain falls on her and Schufalt, and that's like the end of that. Meanwhile, Carl, who got sent out of here because Schufalt knew something was amiss, he gets back to the study, and he picks up the thing that his father told him to go get, and it's like a dossier that some private investigators did for Schufalt on Nina Turner, who's Carl's biological mother, and it just kind of goes over her history. She was also born in like the Czech Republic, like the Johann and Nina. Wait, did I call her Nina Turner? His mom is not Nina Turner. His mom is Margot Lane. That's right. Okay, sorry. But that's not a real name. She's got another real name that's Czech. Anyway, so she somehow snuck, when she was like 15, snuck into West Germany and became like a high-end escort. She had the kid, and then the kid like got put in the foster care system, who's Carl, and then he ended up with a really good family who, you know, he was going to be like, yeah, adopt me and all that, but then I guess that storyline was done, so we didn't go back to it. And then, so she ended up hooking up with like this underground banking system, which Johann was running, that we heard about before. It doesn't say this specifically, it just says some unknown leader, the CEO of this underground banking project, but we know Johann was involved with that. And then also that she spent 4 years living with a young man who is seems like it was Johann, because she writes a letter to her friend, and she mentions like, oh, I found this guy, he's the same age as my son would be, and it seems like, so her and her friend both got like pregnant at the same time, and her friend gave birth to twins. So that's Nina's and Johann's mother, it seems. And then maybe she got sick and died, and the kids ended up disappearing or something. I don't know. It's a little vague at that point, kind of fades off. So maybe we'll find out more. One of the things I was thinking about while watching this episode was like, okay, so the storybook, which is, I feel, giving us hints about what's going on. So we have the two monsters, the monster that takes on a person and then takes an identity and keeps doing bad stuff. And then we have the monster who's like, no, I'm just a monster. And so I was thinking, like, maybe I almost feel like Johann is the monster who's like, I'm just a monster, bro. But that Nina might be the other monster, and like she's probably doing stuff as well, or maybe she's guilty for being involved because she's like kind of pretending to not be a monster, but at the same time she is a monster, and that maybe she's not being totally honest with everything. I don't know. I kind of feel like it could go anyway with this show at this point, which is the show is excellent because I'm thinking so much about it, like when I'm not watching it, and like, I wonder where this is going, and then I get excited to like watch some, because I watch like an episode or two a day, and it's freaking fantastic. Episode 39 focuses on the aftermath of the fire and everything that's going down. So let me see if I can gather my thoughts on this. Okay, so the BK agent guy, he comes, he's questioning, he's looking around the fire, he's like, there's got to be some sort of trace. And eventually he runs into Carl at the hospital, and Carl mentions that he's looking for Johann, but no one's listened to him. And he's like, Johann Lieber again. Like, this guy keeps coming up. And so he goes to talk to Shufalt, and Shufalt responds to everything that he's saying physically, but doesn't like give him a response because he's asking about Tenma and Johan and all that stuff. And so they go and track down his apartment, and there's nothing there. So it's interesting because this whole guy, one of his like character quirks is that he like types while he's investigating a scene, and it's him like recording things into his brain is what he says. And he's in this room and his hand is not moving at all, and he's like, I've never seen anything like this. There's like not even a trace of human presence in this room that Johan checked out of. And Johan wasn't enrolled at the school, they find out, and the parents are like gone or dead, and none of the neighbors like talk to him ever, and so she's like doesn't exist, and he's gone. He's in the wind, and so is Tenma. And then we switch over to Nina, and Nina was in the hospital, and her friend, the glasses girl, like visits her, and she's kind of freaking out. And then she goes to talk to the psychiatrist, and he's talking about how they're going to work together, and this time they're not going to go to the police. And then the forensic psychiatrist comes, and he tries to do some hypnosis on Nina, to get her to remember stuff about their past, right? Because there's something with this picture book that she's repressed, and that has to do with her and Johan. That's going to give them like a clue what to do, and that doesn't work out. But at some point later on, she like wakes up in the middle of the night, and she's like, Three Frog Bridge, which we go to Shufalt, and at some point Shufalt's talking to his son, and he's like, I need you to deliver a message for me to a man. I need you to go to Dresden, to the town square, and while you're there, you're going to give a message to a man who's going to approach you. And his son's like, okay, and he says the same thing. He says like Three Frogs Bridge. And so then Carl goes. Meanwhile, so after Nina has that like revelation at night, she decides it's time for her to go. So she sneaks out, but of course, Dieter, a little boy, follows her because he goes where the action is. And it's the same scene we had before with Tenma. Like, he's a very determined young man, where she's like, stay here, and she starts walking off, and then he starts walking, and she's like, stop it, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm going with you. And she's like, fine. And so then they wander off, and then we get Carl. He's been out there in Dresden for like a week or a few days, and he keeps coming to the town square every day, and nothing's happening, and he's about to leave when Tenma walks by, and he's like, hey, you're Carl, you're Shufalt's son. And he's like, yeah. He's like, and then we get like a flashback, because Tenma not only rescued Nina because at the end of the previous episode there was like a curtain that fell on Nina and Shufalt, so he rescues Nina, and then he also rescues Shufalt, and Shufalt's like, you gotta go, the police are after you, go to Dresden in the town square, and my son will bring you a message. And Tenma's like, okay. And so Tenma shows up, and then he's like, hey, I've been watching you for 3 days, no one tailed you here or anything like that, so that's good. What's the message? And he gives him a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper says something about 3 toads on a bridge, or 3 frogs on a bridge, and he like names the bridge, and then it also states that if Johan has a twin, then their mother's still alive in Prague. And Tenma's like, and dun, dun, dun. Episode 40 takes us to a new character, Greimer. Greimer is he's a spy, an ex-spy for East Berlin, for the Soviets, who is now like an investigative journalist. And he starts off by hanging out in an orphanage, working on discovering the stuff about 455 Kinderheim, or wait, is it 455? Whatever it is. The orphanage where Johan was raised, and where they did a lot of torture and stuff. And he mentions while he's looking for records at this orphanage I think it's still in East Berlin, or in East Germany. So he's looking through these records, and he's trying to figure out exactly all these people are and what's going on. And he's taking some stuff, and he mentions that one of the people working at the current orphanage, he worked at this 455 Kinderheim, or whatever it's called. And that he should be wary, because he was definitely involved in like the torture of children. And then as he's leaving, he sees a boy who was being bullied outside, and these other kids took his shoes away, and he gives him his shoes. And we kind of get a lot of personality from this guy, that he just seems like a really nice, genuine person who's like helpful and kind of gullible and whatnot. The way it's acted and kind of drawn makes it seem like there's more than meets the eye with this guy, but he's kind of playing himself off as like a lovable goof. Anyway, so he gives the kid his shoes, and then walks off in just his socks, and the kid comes back and gives him his shoes, and they kind of laugh. And then he's getting on a train to go to Prague, because that's like the next stop. And while he's trying to get his giant duffel bag onto the train, he gets help from Dr. Tenma. And so Dr. Tenma, he finds Dr. Tenma sitting in one of the cars, and he goes and sits with him, and he chats him up a little bit, and sings like this crazy Japanese song, because apparently he spent some time in Japan. He also mentions previously to the orphanage guy that he was a spy who went all over the world. Like, he was like a correspondent reporter for the Soviets in East Germany, and that they sent him everywhere, and so he's been all over the place. So while they're there, the border patrol comes up to check everyone's passports, and when they're checking out Tenma's passport, the guy clearly thinks that it's a fake passport, but then Grimmer like distracts him talking about like fishing in the river and stuff, and then so the guy like hands Tenma back his passport and leaves. At that point, Grimmer is like, "Hey, Dr. Tenma, that guy knows you have a fake passport." And Tenma's like, "What? How do you know who I am? Yada, yada, yada." And he's like, "You need to get the fuck out of here right now. Like, he's going to come back and they're going to arrest you because you're using a fake passport. You got to go." And so he does. And Grimmer distracts for him. He goes in the hallway and gets caught with his duffel bag. So when the border people come up to like track him down, they bump into him and they have to like push past him. And that gives Tenma time to like hop off the train and kind of sneak away. And we go back to Tenma, who's like running through the forest and sliding down a hill and all this stuff. And he's kind of breathing a sigh of relief when Grimmer is like, "Hey, Tenma, what's up, man?" And he's like, "Good job. You lost him. They're headed the other direction." It's like, what? And he's like, "Hey, let me help you get to the border. I know this forest like the back of my hand. We'll be good to go." And so they do. And then in Prague, Grimmer walks up to this old man who's like reading a newspaper at like a cafe, and he sits down and starts chatting with him, and he calls him out as being a guy who was like working at the Kinderheim, the terrible orphanage that Johann was at, and he calls him out by name and tells him exactly what he's doing. The guy pulls the newspaper down, looking at him with like this horrified look in his face, and that's where we wrap up. So Grimmer and this orphanage guy, Mr. Petrov, they go back and forth. Grimmer's really harassing him to get the information from 511 Kinderheim. I apologize for messing it up in the previous episode. But 511 Kinderheim, where he was a psychologist and a psychiatrist, which doesn't make any fucking sense. Excuse me. Anyway, so then he's kind of harassing him. Petrov hits him in the face with his cane, and then he sees his two boys that are like, "Grandpa!" And he goes away with them. He's like, "Leave me alone." And then the next morning, Grimmer's in his room, and he gets a knock on his door, and it's like, "Hey, someone's here about Mr. Petrov." And Grimmer's like, "Okay, 1 second, let me just put a shirt on." And then he runs the fuck out of there, and then some dudes bust into his like hotel room trying to like murk him real good. He runs off and like flips him off, and is like, "Go fuck yourselves." And then he tracks Petrov down to a park where he has the two grandkids are playing soccer, and he tries to talk to him there, and Grimmer like blows him off, and then he keeps following him throughout the day, and eventually he gets to a place where they're eating parfait, and at that point he realizes that these kids, that the two grandkids, are different every time. And he's like, "Wait a second." So he runs back to where Petrov's like home is, because he stalked him earlier, and he runs inside. He finds a whole bunch of kids, and there's like a nursery area and whatever, and then Petrov shows up, and he's like, "What do you want? I told you to leave." And he's like, "I'm here, like, you can't do this, it's illegal, something, and they go back and forth about that. But then this lady shows up to like cook them all dinner and stuff, and then Petrov's like, "I just want you to leave me alone, like, what do you want?" And Grimmer keeps talking about how the experiment at 511 failed, and then Petrov keeps saying, "No, it was a success." And then he's like, "What about all the murderers when the kids got murdered?" And Grimmer tells him there was a kid who showed up who had apathy, darkness, whatever, blah, 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 and that you needed to have something to replace it, and that would like solve the problem. And then Grimmer's like, "I don't believe you, whatever." And he tells the kids like, "Hey, let's go play soccer." And so they all run out to play soccer, and Petrov just kind of watches them go. And while the kids are playing soccer and having a good time, Grimmer realizes that these kids are actually happy and that they're having a good time, and that like whatever experiment Grimmer or Petrov is doing is worked, and it's different than the one at 511 Kinderheim. And so then he runs back, and as he's going into the apartment complex where Petrov is, there's a beautiful lady who's clearly Nina leaving, and all the kids are like, "Wow, she's so pretty," blah, 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 because they're all boys. I don't know, at some point Petrov is like, all these kids were like, they were from the red light district, like they were like, bastard children essentially. And that, when the wall fell, they had nowhere to go, and their parents just like left them on the street or whatever, so he kind of gathered them together. So at that point, when he runs back up, he sees like the lady who was going to cook dinner, she's got a bullet hole in her head, and then Petrov is also dead. But he's not quite dead. So he goes and runs to talk to him, and all the boys come in, and they're all crying, they're like, Grandpa, no." And at this point, Petrov is like, "Hey, the key to this thing is over there, and it's in like the third drawer behind this thing, and you take that, and it's in my safe deposit box, and that has all the data from the experiment, and then a recording of one of the kids, and the kid is Johann essentially." He says this kid who showed up, we put him like under chemical hypnosis, and he told me about his past, and he's like, he's the one who like caused all the murders and messed everything up. And then he said the experiment worked. And because we discovered that like what causes people to do bad things is apathy, blah, 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 blah. And so to replace that, we replaced it with love. And that's why like these kids are so happy, because he did the experiment, like the behavioral experiment worked to get the kids to be successful and to learn really well and to be really smart and to like process a lot of information, because that's why he was hired at the orphanage, and that was the experiment. But that instead of just having people far away, he showed love to them, and that like filled the hole in their heart and allowed them to have like normal lives and be happy, but still be able to like be super mensch or whatever. And then Grimmer's like, man, love is just what parents give. And then Petrov, like as he's dying, he's like, it was just an experiment. Dun dun dun. So Grimmer had to spend the night at the prison, and so did all the kids, poor kids, because they don't have anywhere to stay. And before they can be shipped off to their orphanages, they got to stick around. So Grimmer has to talk to the head of the murder investigation, which is this really sketchy, like kind of fat-looking police detective, and he talks the whole time about like cutting his nails and just kind of like some bizarre questions. And then Grimmer leaves, and he sees the kids being all sad because they're getting cartoned off. And he goes to one of them and like holds his hand and smiles at him and tells him like, hey, write letters to your friends and stay in touch, and someday you can play soccer again. And then he clearly gave the kid something, which is probably the key to the safe deposit box. And then he grabs a taxi and goes, and the guy doesn't speak German or English, and so he can't communicate with him because he speaks Czech. And then he picks up another guy, and so clearly something bad is about to happen. So they drive him to this old factory outside of town, and they start, the guy in the backseat gets in the backseat and starts punching him, and then he like runs out, and they pull out guns, and they're shooting at him, and he's running away, and then he gets to the end, and he hears some gunshots, and then he turns around and sees the fat detective, who's like, oh, hey, I was following you because, I was worried about you, and secret police to check secret police and yada, yada, yada. And it turns out that Rutrow, the police detective, and those guys from the taxi cab were all working together, and that they want to get the tape about the monster guy because the 511 Kinderheim was like they were treating like super communists or something, and that there's like a group of people who want to get the Communist Party back in charge, and that they'll pay anything to get like access to that guy because he can control all the kids from the 511 Kinderheim, the monster, which is Johann. Anyway, and so they beat him up and torture him for a bit, and then Grimmer starts laughing, and he tells this crazy story about this old West German TV show called like the Magnificent Steiner or the Great something Steiner. And the story, the show is about a guy who like every time he's in trouble, he like blacks out, and then when he wakes up, all the bad guys are dead, and he's saved. And that eventually, you realize if you're not retarded, that like a retarded kid, that the guy is Magnificent Steiner, and that when he blacks out, it's because he's beating everybody up, and then when he wakes up as himself, he's got like a split personality situation. And then the detective and guys are like, oh yeah, you're gonna go ahead, beat us, and he just keeps getting beat up. I think he gave the key to the kid, but it's not said in this episode. So then they unbuckle him, I'm sure, kicking him in the face a couple times more, and then put him under water to have him wake up or to clean his face up or to kill him. Or I don't know. It seems kind of vague. And then they're talking about how they're going to torture him some more. And then we get Nina. Well, and again, it could not be Nina. It's not been said for sure. But we get this like a shadow of a woman, and open the door and standing there, and then we hear like a gunshot, and then the guy wakes up and he's all alone. And he's looking around at everything, and he grabs his bag, and he heads back to like his hotel, and he's laying there, and he's like, oh man, so that lady came and saved me. I wonder what her deal is. And she definitely shot one of the guys, but the other guys were dead, and they had no bullet wounds. And he's like, Rutrow, I did it again. It's time to get introduced to Detective Suk. Who's Suk? He's the rookie that Zeman, the bad detective who just got killed by Grimmer, was mentoring. So he's in charge of the investigation of the murder of Zeman and the two Czech ex-Czech secret police guys. Yada yada yada. Anyway, so in this episode we have kind of two things going on. The first thing is that he is, trying to prove himself as a rookie and do an investigation. He's actually a pretty good detective, to be completely honest, throughout the episode. The other thing is he goes to this bar where he runs into Nina, supposedly Nina. I almost think it's Johann, to be completely honest, dressed up like Nina. So the Nina character, he's run into her a couple times at the grocery store, and then he finally has the courage because he's drunk out of his mind to go talk to her at the bar. And so they chit-chat. He tells her everything about what's going on in his life, and she chats, and she's like, I don't know who I am. And she tells him the same thing that like 10 men everyone else is looking for, like the Teta Bridge and 3 frogs. And he's like, I don't know what the fuck that means. And she's like, that's my real name. I don't know who I really am, but that's how I'll find out. Anyway, So as the episode goes, we find out that there's 3 other members of like who are in on this conspiracy for like the Czech secret police, and one of them is there's like the chief detective, some other detective, and like the chief of police, I want to say. And at some point, Sook tracks down Grimmer's hotel room and kind of figures out that he was involved and that he's the one who killed Zenma, which is true because he beat the shit out of him in his like alternate personality or whatever. And while he's there, checking that out, he runs into like the chief detective guy. And the chief detective guy is like some suave George Clooney kind of dude, and he's like, "Hey, I saw you like daydreaming the other day during this brief. What's going on? You got a girlfriend?" And he's like, "No, it's just some girl I see at this bar." And he's like, "Right, man. Well, you stay here, and I'll go let her know you're not coming tonight." And he's like, "No, please don't do anything to this girl. I like her a lot. I don't want you to you're good at seducing women and whatnot." And so then the chief detective goes and he meets up with the Nina. And she kind of blows him off, but the next day he's at the thing, and Sook's like, what'd you do? You didn't do anything, right? And she's like, nah, she blew me off. And then the other detective's like, wow, that's impressive, like girls like love that guy and they want to suck his dick and all that good stuff. Anyway, and then the guy has like this he has candies. He has like whiskey bonbons or whatever. And he's like, "You want a whiskey bonbon?" And they're like, no thanks, man. And it's like, whiskey bonbons? Uh-oh. We look all the way back in episode 1. We know where this is going. And this is why it kind of makes me think that this is Johan in like a girl's disguise, or that Nina is part of this like monstrous duo the whole time, which the children's book kind of hints at as well. Remember, because there's 2 monsters and one pretends not to be a monster, but is like more of a monster than the other monster and consumes that monster. Right? There's that whole story. So maybe Nina's like actually the monster. I don't know. We'll find out eventually, I'm sure. 30 more episodes to go. Jeez, the show. Anyway, so and then so Sook does some more investigation. He finds out that Zenma was like investigating the infiltration of the Czech police by the ex-Czech secret police, and he finds a notebook, and then he finds out 2 of the guys' names aren't there, and that there's 2 pages ripped out. So he puts like 1 and 1 together, and then he finds an envelope full of like lots of money, like 5,000 stacks of $5,000 or Czech monies or whatever that's worth, but a lot of money. So he takes it to the chief of police and he's like, "Hey, I have this suspicion that these Zenma got paid off by these guys because they're actually members of the Czech secret police and they shouldn't be here, but they were got in and blah 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 blah." And he's like, "All right, don't tell anyone about this." And the chief detective, who's one of these guys, he was saying the same thing when he found out about Grimmer. He's like, "Don't tell anybody about this. Keep it a secret." And he's like, "Okay." But anyway, so he tells the chief of police, and the chief of police, who's clearly in on it, is like, "Don't tell anyone about this. Keep it a secret." He's like, "Okay, I'll see what I can do." So then later he's hanging out with Nina, or the Nina, if it's Johan pretending to be Nina or whatever. Or maybe there's not twins. Maybe it's Nina and Johan are the same person. How wackadoo would that be? I think they've been in the same place at the same time, though, so I don't think that's the case. Yeah, they were at the library. Okay, never mind. Cut that theory out immediately. So he's talking to Nina, and she's like, "Oh, you look sad. What's going on?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know. I'm just disheartened by like my mentor being like bought off and all this stuff." And then, meanwhile, while this is going on, the 2 Czech guys, the 2 Czech secret police guys, like the head detective and the other glasses detective, and the chief police are all like, "Oh, I can't believe Sook like figured this out. He's a lot smarter than we gave him credit for, and like we got to do something about it." And like, well, maybe we can pay him off. Like, yeah, maybe pay him off, or if not, we'll just like take care of it and wrap it up so we don't have to deal with this thing anymore. And essentially, chief police is like, "Hey, just make it go away." And they're like, "All right." And one of the guys is like, "Oh, I got a headache. I could use a drink." And he's like, "Well, I don't have liquor, but I do have these whiskey bonbons. We can eat these, and celebrate that we're gonna take care of this motherfucker." And they're like, "Yeah." And so they do. And then we go back to Nina and Sook. And they're like chit-chatting some more, and then while they're doing that, we see scenes of the room, and all 3 of the detectives who ate the candies are dead, just like the doctor in the hospital way back in the first episode. So, some shenanigans are going on for sure. So with the deaths of the police detectives, the media is going wild. They're talking about connections to the secret police, this and that. Sook like wanders up, and they start questioning him, and he's stunned. He doesn't know what to do because he's an idiot. But he's not an idiot. He's just a rookie. And then the chief of police or another police guy pushes him aside and says, "Go inside and stop talking to people, you dumbass." It starts being like, "Oh, an investigation that like politic talk, just like bullshit. Sook is like stunned by the whole affair. We just get kind of like a review of all that business that's going on. And then Suk gets assigned to like investigate everything. So then he goes back to square one and starts investigating. So he heads to the orphanages to talk to the kids about the guy who died and Mr. Grimmer and all that stuff. So he's interviewing all the kids, and they're just telling him how great Mr. Grimmer is and how he plays soccer and all this stuff. And then one of the kids confesses, the kid who got the key from Mr. Grimmer, that he got, not that he got a key, but that he's going to meet with him later. He's going to come play soccer with him at a later point. So at that point, we go later on, and then we're at the park, and the kids are talking to Mr. Grimmer, and he's like, "Oh, hey, you got that thing I gave you?" And he's like, "It's right here." So he hands him back like the key to the safe deposit box. And then they convince him to stick around and play soccer. So he plays soccer, and then he goes to sit down on like a little overhill after a little bit of time, and Suk walks up, and Grimmer's like, "Don't pull your gun out. There's kids around here, you idiot." And he's like, "You need to give up your gun." And Grimmer's like, "I don't have a gun, dumbass." And then they have a conversation about how Grimmer probably killed the other two guys after he was tortured, because sometimes he like blacks out and like his, I don't know, special forces training kicks in. And then the guy's like, "I don't know what to think, something. And Grimmer's like, "Just be true to yourself, you'll be fine." And the kids are like, "Hey, old man, come play soccer with us." And he's like, "No, I'm old." And they're like, "Okay, that's fair." And then they run off. And then Grimmer, before Suk leaves, he hands him the key to the safe deposit box. He's like, "Here you go, you take this. You'll find everything you need that has everything to do with all these murders there." And so then Suk is talking to Nina, who's actually Johan in a disguise, I suspect. And about everything, just kind of getting like recap, and they're chit-chatting about this and chit-chatting about that, and he tells her that he tells the Nina that his parents are school teachers, and then his mom got like divorced from his dad because he was pro-democracy while the Czech Republic was still under like Soviet rule, and so they didn't want him to be like pulled into all that bullshit, and so she like separated him from them. And then when he became a detective, his mom was like super pissed off. And then finally, the Nina says like, "Oh, I'm Anna Lieberschmitz," or some German name. And he's like, "Oh, you must be German." And she's like, "Yeah." And then they spot this couple making out on like a staircase or something, and he gets super red. And then he goes to like kiss her, and the Nina's like, "No." And then she says something else. She's like, oh, and at some point around this time, he also tells the Nina that he has a safe deposit box with all the information about all this research about the Kinderhund and all that good stuff. And then they separate, and then the Nina like heads back to like where they're staying, and is like, super chipper and like talking to people. And then this is where we get the revelation that we predicted already, that it's actually Johan, because he takes off the wig and washes his face with the makeup, and he's always wearing a jacket too to probably hide the fact that he has no breasts, and then he like has a creepy smile, and he's like, "Safe deposit box key," and that's the end of the episode. Meanwhile, during the other parts of the episode, we get a little bit of Tenma talking to a guy about the Frog Hotel thing, and we find out that the Three Frogs, Trey Rouge or whatever, is it was an old pub and there was a woman with her like beautiful child staying in the second floor, and then at some point a black car came and took her and the child, and then there was like a fire, and when the fire hit, he like ran up there and found like the child still there, and so he rescued the child, and then he's like, that didn't make any sense. Why would the police just leave him? And then Tenma mentions like, oh, if it was twins, they probably just missed one of them and thought it was only one kid. And the man's like, oh, that would make a lot of sense. So we kind of get more confirmation about the whole situation with Nina and Johan. And the fact that Nina is not going around killing dudes and being like sneaky potamus. Of course, it's Johan. So a new police chief is in charge because the last one died when Johan poisoned him, as he does. Suk is continuing the investigation into for Petrov, investigating Grimmer, and then there are some like Czech FBI or something that are like helping out do the investigation on the death of the previous chief and the Prague secret police people that were killed in the previous episode. So Suk talks to the chief of police and he's like, "Hey, any update on Grimmer?" And he's like, "Nah, bro." And so he heads off to meet with Grimmer, of course, immediately. And they're having like chit chat, and Sook's like super concerned that Grimmer's gonna get killed by the secret police or someone else or something, and he's like, "Are you worried about meeting out in public like this?" And Grimmer very casually is like, "Nah, man. If they're gonna kill me, they're gonna kill me. Like I might as well just live my life. And like they could shoot me from there. They could do that. They could grab me in the hotel. Like what's gonna stop them?" And that I feel like that's a decent attitude to have, to be really honest. Like live in fear, or just kind of like keep a low profile and like hope the problem goes away. Anyway. So they decide to go check out the safety deposit box and head over to the bank. And inside there's a tape, the tape that Petrov mentioned that has the recording of the monster being, when he was drug induced. And immediately they're like, "Hey, what's your name?" And the kid's like, "Johan." And it's like, and then he's like, "My name's Hans. My name's this. My name's this. No last name." It's like, "What about your dad?" "Dad's not around." "What about mom?" "I have a mom." And then he's like quoting from that picture book, like, "What are you most afraid of?" "I'm afraid that the monster inside me is getting bigger." And he's about to say something else. And then Grimmer like turns it off and like almost throws up. And he's having like he has some sort of like weird flashback. We see like, it looked like rain and a kid with like white hair, which is he probably had interactions with these kids like at a previous date. At least Johan, and that's why he's having such an adverse reaction. And then as they're talking and going, Sook decides to take the evidence with him instead of leaving it in the safe deposit box. And at that point, Grimmer's like, "We should probably split up because, they're going to follow me, not you, like the secret police." And so they do, and then Sook heads back to his apartment, and when he gets there, he's like, and because it's the FBI guys, and they're like, "We've been following you. We saw you meet with Grimmer. We're going to search your apartment. Oh, also, there was like a secret, your mom's sick in the hospital, and there was like a secret deposit, or there was a large deposit into your bank account recently from like an unknown source." And he's like, "I don't know anything about that. Like, we're going to search your apartment." He's like, "Go nuts." And so they search and they find something, and they're like, "We're going to take you to the station." He's like, "That's fine. Let me just change my shirt." So he goes into his room to change his shirt because he's been wearing it all night. And he's like, "Oh, it smells like gunpowder." And he comes out and he's like, meanwhile, Grimmer is like, "I got a bad feeling about this whole situation," as he's like walking back to his hotel. So he turns around and runs back to Sook's place. And as he's heading up the stairs, he, at some point he's when they're having the lunch at the cafe, he kind of gets weird for a second. And Sook's like, "What's wrong?" He's like, "I don't know." And in his head, he's like, "I thought I saw that girl." And then when they all leave, we see Johan's like trailing him, right? Because he's also at the cafe, but because he's dressed up like Johan and not like Nina, it's like good enough, right? The disguise, his disguise skill is very good. Anyway, so as he's walking up the stairs to get to Sook's place, Grimmer, like at the end of the episode, the Johan dressed like Nina like walks by, and he's like, and then he runs up to Sook's apartment and he sees the 2 dead FBI guys, and I know what they found. That's right, they found the whiskey bonbons that were used to kill the other guys. And then he walks in there, and Sook's just standing there like completely in shock, and that's where the episode wraps up. Tenma again is at a newspaper agency looking through old articles, trying to figure out stuff about Kinderheim, about the tavern, and about the Czech secret police and all their business and whatnot. And this newspaper guy who let him in, just like before, comes rolling in and is like, "You're still here? You've been here all night. Holy cow. What are you looking for?" And he's like, "Well, I'm looking about this stuff for Czech secret police or whatever." And he's like, "Oh, you shouldn't be looking at that. You should be looking at this." And he tells him like all the stuff that's been going down with Sook, and like and he gives him the newspaper article that he wrote about the candies and everything else. And Tenma's like, "I want to talk to this person you interviewed, this old Czech secret police guy." And he's like, "I don't know, man, they're real dangerous. Like, they're still real dangerous. So I don't know if I'd be a fan. Like, I was worried about doing it then. Like, now they're even kind of like more dangerous because they're in hiding essentially. So I don't know about that." Anyway, so Tenma decides he's going to check that out, and he heads to the hospital where Sook's mom is being held. And remember, she's having like dementia stuff going on. And so he goes over there and talks to her, and she thinks that Tenma is her son, and eventually she kind of like reveals that there's this like abandoned warehouse somewhere that he goes and plays like cops and robbers, because she thinks he's like, not only does she think it's her son, Tenma's her son, but also that he's a kid still. And so they chit chat a little bit, and then he leaves. And then after he leaves, she starts talking about the monster and like the monster with no name who wanted a name and whatnot. And then she puts on this headset, and it's literally someone reading like the book on tape of that story. And it sounds like it's Johan or Nina doing it. It's hard to tell because little kids have like high-pitched voices, but it's probably Johan, because then we switch over to the warehouse, and Sook and Grimmer are chit-chatting about like what's going on, and Sook's kind of freaking out, and Grimmer's telling him to calm down, that he'll testify for him, and everyone's going to be after him for this police thing, that, he didn't kill these guys because Johann, dressed as Nina, is actually the one who killed them, and yada yada. And Grimmer's going to testify that that's the case and whatnot. But he's still freaking out, and he gets like reminiscent about his time as a childhood, hiding here and doing that, and then bam, he gets shot. And it's a sniper, and he gets shot like in the shoulder, and then he gets like shot in the leg, and then this guy tries to come in, and Grimmer like grabs a Sook's gun and starts shooting at him, and then he shoves like the desk that they were talking about, that's like an old police desk that was just like lying around here, against the door, and then like there's kind of a shootout, and then Grimmer starts like freaking out and losing it like completely, and then as before, he kind of like breaks and goes into like the Amazing Steiner personality. Meanwhile, Tenma is here, and he walks up on the sniper, who's just kind of chilling, whistling, and he knocks him out with his pistol after being like, "What are you doing over here? What's going on?" And then he runs over to the warehouse, and he finds like just like a bloody mess. Like the secret police guys who were trying to break in, they got the shit kicked out of him, and Grimmer's standing there like blood all up and down his arms, and Tenma's like, "Hey, I remember you." And Grimmer's like, "Oh, hey, what's up? I need you to heal this guy with your neurosurgery magic." And so Tenma starts doing that, and they start chatting about Steiner and the Amazing Steiner, and how Grimmer has like a split personality, and that he's also 455 Kinderheim or whatever. I don't know, I can't remember the number. I'm a little dyslexic, I'm not gonna lie. Numbers in my brain get all mixed up. It's 415. I think it's 415. Okay, anyway, so 415 Kinderheim, he was also an experiment there, and then we get a little backstory about that. But Tenma's able to like first aid everybody enough, and then they call an ambulance, and the ambulance comes, and they're like, "Oh, we found this guy and a few other guys, and someone already did first aid on him. It's wild." And then Tenma and Grimmer are just in like a hotel room, and Grimmer's washing up, and Tenma's like watching the news, and he's like, "I figured out what hospital they're going to. They're going to arrest Sook as soon as they realize it's him." Or I think Grimmer says that, and Grimmer's like, "I got to go take care of him." And Tenma's like, "I need to talk to you first about like the Kinderheim business." And he tells him essentially that like the only memory he has is of watching this show called The Amazing Steiner, which is about like a skinny little kid who, whenever he was in danger, would transform into the Amazing Steiner, who would defeat and solve injustice and whatnot. And that this like his like split personality, like he's one of these experiments, and they created this like super monster inside him that comes out when he's in danger, called the Amazing Steiner, who always saves him. But that's all he remembers. He doesn't remember anything else about what's going on, and there's no way he can help Tenma figure out that problem with what's going on there. We once again get a shot of Johann dressed as Anna walking down the street where he's kind of crashing out. But this time, he's acting very oddly. And the reason he's acting so oddly is because, dun dun dun, it's actually Nina, real Nina, not Johann pretending to be a woman, right? And so she's really freaked out because she eventually runs into Dieter, or Dieter is like, "Hey, Nina, what are you doing?" Like, "You okay?" And she's like, "Everyone on the street knows who I am, and I've never met any of them." And she proceeds to kind of freak out the whole episode. Like she has like this nightmare where she sees someone like raising a glass of wine, and then there's like shattering wine, and there's like the images of the monster eating a child and all that stuff. And then at the end of the episode, and there's like Tenma stuff and Nina stuff, and it goes back and forth. So I'm just covering all her stuff right now. And so she has a flashback again, and she even hears like remember there's the building with the three frogs. She hears the three frogs like talking to her, telling her crazy stuff. And then they're up in the room where she used to stay, and she's talking to Dieter, and she has like this crazy story where she's like, my older brother was taken away one day. Some men came and took him away, and then one day he returned, but it wasn't him. It was me. Like I was sitting here reading this old picture book, and then my brother returned, but it wasn't my brother. It was me. And then we see this like creepy image, this like little girl who looks like a boy dressed like a little girl, and he's like, "Welcome home." He's got the picture book, or she's got the picture book. So was she taken and not Johann? Like, right? So that's kind of what it almost seems like it's implying, is that they came to get a boy and to kidnap him, but they didn't kidnap the boy. They kidnapped Nina, the girl, and took her to Kinderheim. And then when she came back, she was Johann was still like dressed like a girl or something. Like, it's very wild stuff going on. Anyway, meanwhile, while this is going on, Tenma and Grimmer, they head to the hospital to check on Sook, and when they get there, they find out that Sook was never even brought to this hospital, and it's like, uh-oh, the secret police nabbed him up and took him somewhere. And even the guys who came in, who were injured, who weren't Sook, they were kind of like nabbed up as well and taken to a different hospital once they came to this hospital and were stabilized. And then as they exit the hospital, they see this guy with glasses, and he's like, come with me, gentlemen. And they're like, what should we do? It's like, I don't know, I guess we go with him. So they go, and they have like some chit-chat about, look, this doesn't involve Tenma at all. Like, he should get out of here. It's dangerous, blah, blah, blah. And Grimmer's, and Tenma's like, no, this does involve me, something Kinderheim. It's 511. I keep saying like 54 or whatever, but it's 511. 511. I paid like close attention this time to make sure that I was registering the right thing. Okay. So they eventually get taken to this guy who we've seen in pictures before, who was somehow related. He's like the head of the Czech police, and he had something to do with something. And he wants the tape because he has like a German associate who's paying him to like get the tape back from this guy. And he was like negotiating with the guy who was running the orphanage before he died. And then they go back and forth about Johann dressed like Anna, and he's like, I have nothing to do with that. In fact, we have like, that's not how we operate. We're not like a thug gang that goes around and shooting people. Like we take care of things like by negotiating and discussing and whatnot. And so, and then they're like, what about the guys who shot Sook? And he's like, that was like essentially like a rogue element. Like these guys did not understand the mission, and so they'll be punished when they kind of wake up or whatever. Because they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing, which was negotiating the whole situation. And then this guy he's like, why are you so interested in all this information anyway? And the man talks about how he had a beautiful sister who got married and had a kid, but then they were like killed. And then so his nephew was like an orphan. And then he heard like this 501 Kinderheim was like the best orphanage in all the land in like East Berlin. And so he pulled some strings to get him put in there. And then, obviously that was a bad call. Because I don't think he ever heard from his nephew again, and he wants to know because he died, and he wanted to know like what happened to him, and like he wants the information because he wants to like get revenge or something. I don't know, maybe he just wants to know. And Grimmer reveals that he was there, but he doesn't remember anything from that time. And we see a picture, and then they're leaving. He's like, all right, we'll negotiate further in the future for like this. Essentially, they have Sook. Sook's okay. They want to trade Sook for the tape, and then Grimmer's like, no. And he's like, well, we'll talk about this later. We'll negotiate some more. And as they're heading out, Grimmer like opens the door, and he smells something and sees like a butterfly at the same time. And it like triggers like his memories. So he runs back in, and he's like, I remember him. I remember Adolf, whatever. Who's this boy, who's the nephew. And he tells him like, he loved this. He loved walks in the forest with his parents. He loved butterflies, all this stuff. And he tells this crazy story about how like all the brainwashing and stuff they did at Kinderheim was to like get them to forget their names. So they would try to, their whole thing was like, they would remember each other's names. Like they would, hey, remember who I am, because I'm not going to remember who I am for me. Because the brainwashing was about forgetting who you are, not necessarily forgetting about the people around you, right? Supposedly. And so they tell this stuff, and then the guy's like, yes, that was my nephew. And then the boys end up leaving, and like the next day they're sitting around eating breakfast at this like motel nearby, and it's like, oh, they're here to talk to us some more. So they're in this cafe with the guy again, the secret police guy, and then Tenma calls him out and is like, what are you doing? This is all your fault, something. And the guy is like, no. I know I was like kind of the head of the secret police in Czech at the time, but I had nothing to do with any kidnappings or anything with any children, because there was another guy, and like no one knew what his chain of command was. We just knew that he was like untouchable and he could do whatever he wanted. He was constantly grabbing people or doing things and moving people around and doing a lot of shady shit, but like no one knew why or like where he was coming from or like what his deal was. And he had a pseudonym, and it's like, why did this guy have a pseudonym? And he had a pseudonym because he wrote a children's book. Dun dun dun. Obviously the book about the monster. After a quick recap of the last couple episodes, episode 48 goes right into it. So we see Anna, who is Johann, headed to the hospital. He's in the hospital visiting Sook's mom. And he just goes and like chit-chats with her for a while as Anna, and chit-chat. And the woman's really opening up, and they're having a grand old time. And then he brought her some flowers and everything. And then, kind of as time's wrapping up, she's like, I wish I could do something for you. And he's like, oh, you could let me listen to that tape. Or let me see that tape. And she's like, the tape over there? Or the tape that your son sent? And it's like, that tape over there? And it's like, yes. It's like, absolutely. So it does. And then we switch over to Tenma and Grimmer.
who are at the hospital to see Sook's mom, and they're telling the guy they were just talking to in the previous episode that this is where Sook left the tape, so they can get the tape, they can listen to it together, blah blah blah. So they head in and they're like, oh hey, we're here to see whatever Sook, and they're like, oh good, this is like the second visitor for today. This is so great. And they're like, what second visitor? Who's the first visitor? It's like, oh, this beautiful blonde woman. And like, uh-oh. So they run in there and she's like, aha, she said you would come. and they're like, what? And she's like, I feel very clear, and something, and this is what you want, isn't it? And they're like, yes. And she's like, I'll give it to you, but you have to take me to my son. And they're like, and then the Czech, a secret police guy, is right behind him because he followed him in, and is like, I'll take you to him. So then we see Sook. He's all like, he's doing better. He's like laying there with like tubes in his nose and stuff, and his mom gets rolled up in a wheelchair. Well, first he opens his eyes, sees Grimmer, and he's like, huh? And then his mom, and she's like holding his hands and praying that no matter what happens, no matter how like far her mind goes, that she'll always remember his son. And it's pretty sweet. I'm not gonna lie, it's like a sweet, cute little moment. It's like, oh, this is so sweet. Nice music, everything, excellently done. So after that, we the gentleman, Grimmer, Tenma, and the Czech secret police guy, they're listening to the tape, and it's pretty much where we listened to it up to the point where Grimmer listened to it in a previous episode, when the guy stops and he's like, oh, this is it, I can't listen to this anymore. And Grimmer's like, no, this is where I stopped too, but we have to listen, we have to find the information. And then we don't really get that much more information. We're about to get to like the real good stuff, and then current Johan, who's Anna, is like, hello everybody, I recorded over this tape. He doesn't say it like that, but he's like, that's as much as you need to listen to. I found what I was looking for, and I know exactly where I need to go, so I'm going to go there now. So good luck, and good luck, Dr. Tenma. Dun, dun, dun. And then we switch completely over to the German guy, the German the German FBI guy. And apparently, well, we go to his office, and everyone's like, can you believe he's taking a vacation? Like, he worked so hard that his wife left him. Like, this is crazy. Like, where's he going? The Czech Republic, to Prague. Dun, dun, dun. And so we get a little bit of him just, like, hanging out in town, drinking some beer because he's on vacation and chilling. And then he goes and meets up with that old buddy of his who he had met at an Interpol conference, who's now, like, the head of the Prague Police Department. And they're chit-chatting, and the guy's sharing, he's essentially filling him in on everything that we've experienced since Prague has become part of the story. Like about Sook, and about the poisoning, and about the disappearance of Sook, and about the death of the other guys, and everything, and the secret police, and all this junk. And he's like, huh? And he's like, any help you could give me? And he's like, I would, but, you know, I'm on vacation. And he's like, oh, no problem, man. And then the detective's like, hey, by the way, if I could ask one favor of you, I got this book, and I was hoping you could translate it for me, but I see that you're busy. He's like, I'll have one of my mooks do it for you, one of those privates. No problem whatsoever. And he's like, thanks so much. And he looks at the book, and it's the monster book, right? And so then the detective goes and meets with Sook's buddies that he goes and drinks with, and he finds out about Anna, and he's like, huh, interesting. And then he's like starting to put things together and think about it and be like, blonde woman, a pretty blonde woman, this and that. And then he goes and to like where the publishing house, because we learned about the Bonaparte guy, who was the pseudonym for the guy who was like the guy in the secret police who was like untouchable, and how he was like kidnapping people and stuff. And we go, who wrote like this monster book. And so then he goes to the publishing house, and he's like, and the guy is the president of that publishing house, is like, oh man, I don't know, all that stuff was like, we stopped publishing the book like way before I came here, but you can look around if you want. And he's like, well, so who was the guy who wrote that book? And he's like, I don't know, he went by a bunch of pseudonames, like pen names, and he's like, this guy, this guy, this guy. And he's like, oh, I found one from like this other guy, not Bonaparte. And he's like, and it's a sketchbook, and we see like a picture of a woman who looks just like Nina, so obviously her mom, and then twins, and then a girl and a boy, like all kind of sketched out on paper. And he's like, huh, so there were twins. Interesting. Then back at his bar, he gets a call from the guy, and he's like, oh, thanks so much for having your mook like translate this book for me. And he's like, yeah, no problem, you can come pick it up later. And he's like, yeah, for sure. Can you just read the last paragraph of the book to me? And it's the last paragraph's like, and no one knew the monster's name because there was no one left because he ate everybody or something, and that he had such a beautiful name, and that name was Johan. And the detective's like, and then the guy's like, the detective had ordered a beer, and he's like, hey, you, no beer, give me a coffee instead, because he's working. And then the detective is also like, the police chief is like, oh, hey, we should catch dinner if you're going to be here a while. And he's like, oh, I think I'm going to be here for a very long time. Now we're going to focus in on Grimmer some more and his whole situation with the effect of 511 Kinderheim had on him. We split this episode between an orphan named Miloš, who is manipulated by Anna, who is Johann, and Tenma and Grimmer as a pair who are looking for Milosh. And then we also get a little scene, which is kind of interesting, where we'll get to that. Okay, so let's start. So Tenma and let's do Milosh. So the orphans start off, and they're trying to prove Grimmer's innocence, and they figure they can prove Grimmer's innocence by finding the blonde lady that killed the orphan guy. And so they decide to team up and go wander the streets, and a group of them like find a blonde lady, and then it ends up being like a German man, which is funny because the blonde lady they're looking for is also a man, or Czech man, I guess. They're not in Germany anymore. What is it, Bohemia or whatever? Is the Czech Republic? I don't know. I don't know that area that well. Anyway, so Milosh gets picked up by Anna by himself and then taken back to her apartment. And there, she's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm just looking for my mother." It's like, what if you're, how do you know? Do you know what your mother looks like? No, but I'll know her when I see her. The other orphans don't believe me, but I will. And yada yada yada. And so, she's like, "Oh, okay." So then she gets Johann gets very upset while he's talking about his mother loves him and he'll know and all this stuff. And he starts ranting about death and life is death and that no one cares about you and you're an accidental birth, like no one wanted you, all this crazy stuff. It's really dark stuff. And then he takes Milosh to like the border town with Germany and the Czech Republic where like all the red light district is, because it's like illegal, I guess, in Germany. But not illegal in the Czech Republic. I don't know. But there's like this little border town that is like got a huge red light district. For whatever reason, that's where a lot of prostitutes are. So all these orphans come from there, and that's why they're all in these orphanages in like this town or in Prague, because it's like the closest area, I guess. Anyway, so then Milosh is like, "I'm going to do it." So he goes off and has quite the adventure where he sees a woman getting like, not raped because she's a prostitute, but being like getting sexed up by some school teacher in Germany. Like this crazy drunk like prostitute like hugs him and pretends that he's her son and then kicks him out. This woman like steals his money so she can go do more drugs. It's like pretty dark stuff. And then it starts to rain at the end. So he goes and finds himself a bridge to jump off of because he's like, "I get it." It's pretty dark. Meanwhile, while this whole thing's going on, we have Tenma and Grimmer. They find the apartment where the gentleman was holding the orphanage and such, and there's all these notes for Grimmer and like a letter from the children saying, "We're going to prove you," or that has like a card of like a famous soccer player, like a trading card, which is very valuable. And so they start having a conversation about that. And we learn that part of the training that Grimmer went through, so one of the other side effects is that he like does not feel emotions at all. So he's kind of a psychopath in that regard. But that he tries to, and then he's had to like, after he got rescued from 511 Kinderheim, they tried to teach him emotions, but because like so much of his like core key developmental areas, like he had no emotional understanding, that he still doesn't, and then he like pretends. And then there's like the whole thing with him and Tenma is just him like talking about how he doesn't feel emotions and he's tried, and that he puts on like a convincing smile. That's why he smiles so awkwardly all the time, because he's just like understands that like if he smiles he like gets more. And then we learned that he got married at some point to some woman because so he was like a correspondent reporter, which he was actually a spy, right? That's his background. And so this woman was like, "Oh, I'm in love with you." And he's like, "Oh, I should marry her because that's a good cover story," even though he felt nothing because he never feels anything. And so they got married and had a kid. And then like the kid died on his watch. And it wasn't like his fault. It was one of those situations where the kid like rolled over and like suffocated. And it's not like he was not around. He just was like he was like doing stuff, and the kid baby was like sleeping, quote unquote. But like shit happens, right? It's really not that usual. So it's very, very, very unusual that such a thing would happen. But it could happen, and then it happens. So sad stuff. And so then at the funeral, his wife like divorced him essentially because she was like losing her mind and crying about losing a son. And she's like, "You don't love me. You never loved me. You never show emotion. Why aren't you crying that your son's dead?" All this stuff. And he just like sat there and was like, "I feel nothing." And he's like, "I knew I should be sad, but I like," and he's like, even when he found the son dead, he did CPR perfectly. He called the doctor, he did everything he was supposed to do, and the kid still died. So he was like completely powerless to stop this crazy thing from happening.
very tragic stuff. But he's like, I don't know. And so constantly he's turning to Tenma during like while they're talking and like while they're talking to people and walking around and saying like, is this how I should act? Is this how I should feel? Like, what should I feel in this situation? Because he doesn't know, you know. And it's kind of silly in the regards that like you're like a 40, 50-year-old man at this point. Like you figured you'd have this conversation with somebody at some point, but maybe not, right? The artistic point makes it kind of like I don't know. It's still kind of silly, but at the same time, it's like I get what you're trying to get at, right? Like, and it's giving us it's essentially giving us insight into how Johan feels. Like Johan feels nothing ever, but he's not trying. He's not trying to convince anybody besides just to manipulate them, right? He's like a true psychopath. Well, this guy just like has a hard time, and he's like a psychopath, but he's not like a malicious one, if you will, because he like understands that he like has a desire to be involved with society, while Johan has absolute no desire. He just is like existing to exist, which is very psychopathic. Okay. And I'm not using those. I'm using those like those are. I'm using that in like a clinical way, not like the people just are like, oh, psychopaths. Like, oh, I got OCD. Oh, my cat died. I'm depressed. I'm gonna go do stuff and complain to my friends and get online and start fights with people. You're not depressed. Anyway, so eventually they discover, or they kind of track down where Anna's supposed to be living and she's not there. And then they're like, oh, if she had Milos, she probably killed him. And then Tenma's like, well, no, she's not going to, like, if it's a person I think it is, if it's Johan, he's not going to kill Milos straight out. He's going to make him suffer first because he's that kind of like psychopathic asshole. And so they're like, what's the worst thing you could do? And so that leads them to the red light district, and they get there and they find Milos because they like ask around, and of course it's like, what, this little kid's wandering around asking for his mommy. Like, people are going to notice and make note. And so they eventually track him down to the bridge. So now everything meets up, right? So the bridge, he's just standing like hollow-eyed on the bridge, like looking at it, ready to throw himself off. And Grimmer like sneaks up on him and picks him up and like hugs him, and like he actually starts crying because he's like, no, your life is meaningful. You're not an accident. Blah 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 blah. And then he's crying, and eventually that like warms up Milos enough where he's able to like hug back and cry, and they have like a good cry together. And then the end is. It ends on like Grimmer looking back at Tenma being like, is this what is going on? What's on my face? And he's like, you're crying. And he's like, is this what I'm supposed to be doing? And he's like, yes. The other thing to note is that the FBI agent or whatever, BK agent or whatever it is, he tracks down Sook's mom, and so he's meeting with her, and he's like, okay, let me get this straight. There was a blonde man, a tall man, and a Japanese man with long black hair that came to visit you. And she's like, yes. And he's like, what about the girl? And she's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, there was a girl. The nurse said there was a woman that came to visit you. And she's like, no woman came to visit me. That's not what happened. And you're like, oh, this woman's like more fucking like heated than we gave her credit for. And then he's like, no, the blah blah blah. And she's, what about the girl with the blonde hair that came? And then the Sook's mom's like, she like laughs and she's like, oh, that's a guy. That was a man. And then the agent's like, Naughty Deska? So that's probably going to be relevant at some point, I would assume. We're focusing in on the BKA agent here to start. He's wandering around this mansion that has like rose bushes growing on it, or rose vines, and they got thorns and stuff. And he pokes one and he's like, huh, it's just like Sleeping Beauty's castle. Which may be relevant? I don't know. Anyway, he then visits Sook. He somehow tracks the secret police area and like breaks into like the secret police hospital without anyone noticing, and has like a whole conversation with Sook. And essentially he's telling Sook like, hey, you need to man up, you're a detective, figure out like someone's betraying you, but it's probably the person closest to you, and or someone you don't want, and you got to get over that. Like, the truth is the truth. And it's like, appreciate that conversation that he had, because facts facts across the board. So Sook gets like sad because it's clear he needs to do the Anna thing. Anyway, so the agent leaves, and then immediately there's a secret police guy, and he's holding a gun at him. He's like, what are you doing here? And then the BK agent, he like grabs the gun and pushes it down. He's like, take me to your leader. And so, so he does. And so they he meets with the secret police captain who's been working with Tenma and Grimmer, and they have like a funny conversation about like the Rose Mansion, which I've never heard of. And they talk about this Bonaparte guy, and the agent or the secret police guy again reiterates that like he doesn't know anything about him. He just knows there was some shit that happened over at the Rose Mansion, and that and then the big agent's like, yeah, they plastered the whole second floor, like a room in the second floor, and I want to get in there. I just need your permission. And the guy's like, you don't want to know what's in there, and then he gets permission, and so then he goes and starts breaking down the wall, and he gets in, and it's just like an empty room that smells like disinfectant, like really strongly, and it's got a painting on one end that looks exactly like Nina and Johan, right? So it's probably their mother, and he mentions that. Meanwhile, Tenma is speaking with the editor of the monster book, and then we get like the 15 different names for the guy. I'm just going to keep going with Bonaparte because I like that name. That's what I remember. But there's like Calais or something, and then there's another name. Anyway, so he was involved. So the editor is like, oh, he would come and I'd edit books for him, and he gave me this like really creepy idea for a book where a monster falls in love, kind of like a mix between Sleeping Beauty and Beauty and the Beast. And I shut it down immediately, and in my head I'm like, that sounds like a dope idea, like why would you shoot that down? Anyway, 1980s Germany or 70s Germany or 60s, whatever. So he mentions, and then he mentions that as the guy was about to leave, or he mentions two things. He says one thing, he would play with my daughter. My daughter would be like, he's scary. He's like a monster. And then the other thing he mentions is as the guy's leaving, he said something about like, what if, here's another idea. How about a doorway that cannot be opened or that should not be opened or something? And he's like, well, what's behind the door? Paradise or a monster? And then the Bonaparte guy's like, never mind. And then he left, and he's like, that was odd. And then Tenma leaves, and there's Grimmer, and he's like, are you following me, bro? And he's like, something. I have concerns about Sook, and like, what do you think about this letter? And he hands him like a letter. Oh, we find out that Bonaparte was like a psychologist and a neurosurgeon, which again is one of those like, how? Like, he'd have been like 45 years old before he got out of school if he did all those things. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Anyway, I feel like that shorthand for like he's really smart and shit, but like it's always kind of like, I don't know how I feel about this whole situation, to be completely honest. Anyway, so Grimmer's like, here's a letter, what do you think? And then Tenma's like, oh my gosh, this is you confessing to having done all these murders, and like details that the police they haven't released and all this stuff. And Grimmer's like, yep, I'm going to turn it into the police, and then I'm going to make a run for it. And he's like, you can't do this, it'll be an end to your life, you'll always be hunted and whatever. And then he's like, Grimmer's not even my real name, bro, I don't care. Sook has like a life to live, and he's innocent, so like whatever. I'm going to send it over, and then I'm going to head to Germany, and then I'll disappear. Like, I was a spy for many years. I'm very good at like slipping away and disappearing. And again, it's like Grimmer was the name I was assigned. It wasn't my name, so like it means nothing to me. Like, whatever, let him chase a ghost. And then he starts walking off. And meanwhile, while that's going on, the editor is like calling the police, and he's like, hey, I got a suspicious person I need you to come arrest. It's that Japanese guy from Germany who did all those mass murders, or that serial killer. And he just left my apartment, or my house, or whatever. And so when Grimmer's walking off, he sees like a police siren, and he's like, oh, soon enough. Every time I hear that noise, I'll be scared and concerned. And then we see Tenma, and he's walking, and this boy like falls and scrapes his knee. And so Tenma's like, oh, let me help you. And he like disinfects it and kind of gives him a little bandage. And he's like, there you go. And he looks up, and there's all these police, and he's like, you're under arrest. And he's like, Nani desu ka? Everybody's sad about Tenma. So we start with, where do we start? We get like a short little recap of stuff, and then we get the doctor, the psychiatrist who's friends with Tenma and was taking care of Dieter for a little bit. He's having a conversation with some jabroni. It's like, I'm still drinking. What are you going to do about it? YOLO. And he's like, I'm with this girl. She's got a real drinking problem. You should talk to her. And the doctor's like, I got a house call to make. I can talk to her later. Get her to set up an appointment, and we'll meet with her later. And he's like, all right. And then we go to, I already forgot this guy's name, but the old blind man and his son Carl. And he's talking to him, and he's talking about how the fire probably affected him, and that he might have like some PTSD stuff or whatever they called it back in the 80s, shell shock or something. No, I think it was PTSD still from that whole experience. And then the old man's like, I can never not feel fear as long as the monster is out there, like Johan. And they talk about that a little bit. And then they
he talks about how Carl's really trying to take care of him, and he's a good son, he's the best son. And then for the first half of this episode, we kind of go back and forth. So we see Margot Langer, whose real name is Helenka, I think. And remember, that's Carl's mom, and we see her with Sukov. I can't remember his name. Anyway, before the guy's like blind and super old, and they're banging it out, and she's talking about how her and her friend, who's like more than a sister than her, they both like fled Prague to Germany, but that she got caught and sent back. Not Helenka, the parent of the twins, right? And that she really misses her. And then later on, they're on like the border, and he's like sneaking her back into Prague so she can go meet with her friend and stuff like that. And he doesn't hear from her a while, so then he goes back to find her, and he finds the twins' mom. And he's like, I was talking to her about, I stood at the doorway and talked about Helenka for a little bit, and behind her were the twins, and they were just like creepy as fuck the whole time. So you might hear some toy in the background that got hit. Like it turned on, I just heard it. Anyway, okay, so meanwhile, back in the present, so that's like all the past stuff we did. What the fuck? Hold up. Off. There we go. Okay. Nope, I just turned it on. Off. What in the world? Oh, it's like two things. Okay. Oh, sorry. All right. Jesus. Oh my gosh. Paw Patrol ready for action. Got it. Okay. I apologize. So back with the psychiatrist and the blind guy, the blind old man. They're having a conversation about this, and the psychiatrist went to Prague and checked out the bridge, and he checked out the Three Frogs, and no one lived there, and he didn't find anything, and they're kind of chit-chatting about that a little bit. And then we kind of get like so that's the first half of the episode. The second half of the episode, and then we get a shot of the BKE agent, and he goes back to the Rose house, and he goes back up to that room, and he removes the painting from the wall of like the twins' mother, and then in the back there's the story about the monster who falls in love, right? And it's creepy as fuck. But he reads that, and okay. So then Tenma got caught. They're talking about extraditing him to Germany from Prague, and there's all these news reports. And then we kind of go through like a series of people. So there's like a group that meets at this cafe by the hospital who were all saved by Dr. Tenma, and they're talking about how all his patients over all like the decade and a half or decades that he worked are like trying to gather together to like go and like protest that he's being arrested because there's no way he could possibly have killed all these people. And then at some point they get like back talked by like that fat guy who used to work with Tenma. I can't remember his name, but he's kind of a nub. Anyway, and then we see the Vietnamese doctor lady that is like, oh my gosh, who's practicing without a license. And she gets very concerned about the whole situation, and we see like that she's currently in school and she's working on becoming an actual doctor so she can work with a license, and she's still seeing all the Vietnamese people without her license. We see the doctor in the country that Tenma saved, the woman, and then now they're married because he calls her his wife, and she's like, you better go help Dr. Tenma, and he's like, I can't just leave this whole community alone without a doctor. Like I made an oath, like I'll do what I can from here, but like this guy literally was like, hey, this dude passed out, you gotta help him. It's like I gotta go do this thing. And then we get Carl and the old man, and they're the old man's like, find the best lawyer in the whole country, the best criminal defense lawyer, and hire him because he's like the richest man in the country, so he can do what the fuck he wants. And then Carl's like, we don't know who he's being extradited to, like what state, essentially in Germany. And so he's like, I don't care, find someone who can practice in all the states. Just get him set up because he saved my life, and like I'm gonna do whatever I can. And then the psychiatrist, he ends up meeting with Ava. Remember Ava? Tenma's like once upon a time fiance. She's back, and so he's about to meet with her, and this is when the nurse barges in. It's like, you got to see this, and he's like, what? And so he looks, and it's a news report about Tenma being extradited and stuff. And so he heads to Prague to demand to be able to talk to Tenma, and Ava follows him along, and he's like, what? He's like, what is your whole deal with Tenma? And she's like, he destroyed my life. Good stuff. Anyway, so they go, and then he gets to the police station, and Ava's just sitting there looking smug or whatever, looking like Ava. And the doctor is like demanding to be able to see Tenma. And they're like, you can't see him. He's like, I'm a psychiatrist, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, well, no. Like, I thought this was a democracy. What's that thing from South Park? I thought this was America. Oh man, good stuff. Anyway, so but they're like, no, he's being extradited, whatever. And then we see Tenma, and he's being. Oh no! Then Suk hears about it, and he's like, "I gotta go testify that he didn't do anything wrong." And so he's like crawling out of the hospital, and he runs into an investigator. And he's like, "Oh fuck, they found me!" And they're like, "Hey, that we got a letter from Grimmer. He said he did the murders, and he gave us all this information. So you're free. We're totally like no one believes you did anything because this guy completely confessed in this letter. So you're good to go." And he's like, and he's like thinking about, and he kind of finally realizes that the Anna lady, the one he trusts the most, quote unquote, is the one who's got some shaky business going on. And so he's like, and yet he like recalls when the BK agent was like, "Grow the fuck up, you're a detective, be a man." And then kind of right at the end of the episode, we see Tenma being like starting to be moved over to like Germany, right? And then the BK agent, he gets a call, and at this point, I am pretty sure that he does not believe Tenma is guilty at this juncture. And so he gets a call from like the chief, and he's like, "Hey, you need to go to Dusseldorf and like do the handover for this thing because it's your case." And he's like, "I'm on vacation." And he's like, "What? No, you know what this is. You sacrificed your whole life for this case or something bullshit, blah, 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 blah." And then he's like looking at the letter that he found, and he's looking at the newspaper, and he's like, "Get someone else to do it." And then he hangs up, and then he goes to like the transfer point, not Dusseldorf, but like on the Prague side. And as they're like, he's standing there while Tenma's being pushed to like brought by, and Tenma's just being quiet. And then the BK agent like gives him advice. He's like, the worst kind of the hardest person to interrogate is the one who does not show anything on their face and doesn't say anything. And then Tenma like realizes like, oh, that's what I got to do, right? To prove his innocence. Just don't say anything and don't react to anything. Just kind of sit there neutrally and not say anything. And then the BK agent, like, as he's walking off, he pulls up the letter and he starts reading it to himself. And that's where it's like, "I have a monster inside, and or like I'm in love with a monster, and or the monster inside wants me to devour you completely, but something. Instead, I am in love, and you've given me these twins, and yada yada." It's like some creepy story. Clearly, it's about the mother, Anna. I think he gives her a name. He's like, "Your name is Anna," or something, I think. Right, and that's where Johan got the name from. Okay. Once again, it's time to introduce to like a whole new set of characters. So the first guy, I can't remember his name. He's like jailbreaker, because he's a criminal that's broken out of like 6 different jails. And we spend the beginning of the episode just like him kind of recalling this in his head. Like, oh, he crawled through this drain pipe. He dug a hole through like the shower. He tricked somebody into doing something and all this stuff. And then we see him being arrested again and taken to a prison in Dusseldorf where Tenma is. And he kind of runs across Tenma. And then he's like chatterboxing with him about, "Oh, you look so down and out. You should look more happy," and whatever. Anyway, so then he pretends to be sick at some point, and so the guards like grab him, and he's really good at faking it because he's like master of the craft. And he goes to the sick call, but the doctor is like helping someone else to like drink bleach or some same thing. And so they're like, "Oh, I better get the other guy." So they grab Tenma and they're like, "Hey, can you check this guy out?" And then Tenma like does a little overview of him, and he's like, "Go get towels and hot water now and leave." And they all run out. And then he's like, "Why are you pretending to be sick?" And the guy's like, "Oh, no one's ever caught me like this before, like caught me so quickly. You're excellent. You're just as good a doctor, blah, blah, blah." And they have a conversation, and the guy essentially calls Tenma out. He's like, "You look like you've given up. And you're not going to do anything. And I never give up. I'm always the best. I'm going to escape out of here. And if you want, we can escape together," which will probably happen. But that's the last we hear about him in this episode. So we go to Tenma, and we see that he's being interrogated, and he's doing what the BK agent told him to do. He's just saying nothing, not looking at anybody, not doing anything. But after his little talk with the jailbreaker guy, he starts telling everybody like the full story of Johan and like kind of what happened, and he refuses to lie anyway. Then we switch over to a new cast member, the other new cast member, which is the lawyer, and we get a little backstory about this guy. His dad was like something, and then he worked in a factory, and then he got accused of being a member of like the secret police or something, and he was taken to jail, and he was convicted for 20 years, and then he like died, and then it came out later that like he was 100% innocent. And so this guy dedicated himself to getting people who were falsely accused off, and he's like one of the best lawyers in the country or whatnot. And then he's talking to somebody like this other guy called Bell, who we don't see his face or anything, so clearly they're sus, as the kids would say. But he agrees to help with Tenma's case, so he goes to meet with Tenma, and they have a conversation, and I guess like all the people who were saved by Tenma, there's like a whole folder full of like their requests and their pleas and whatever. And so the lawyer like kind of reads through that, and Tenma gets like a little smile, and it's like, "Thank you for that." And then this lawyer, his wife's like having a baby like real soon, so he's happy about that. He's doing that. And there's a whole thing about like his dad. He had like I think it was a radio broadcast station or whatever.
he would always start and end his broadcast with "Over the Rainbow," and then it seems like the guy has like a CD of "Over the Rainbow" because it's the '80s, but then like it starts playing on the radio or something when his wife's there, and he gets like really upset about it. And he tells like turn it off. It turns it off. It's like, all right, let's go get dinner. And it's like, that's weird. It's weird. Let's see what else happens. So then we get like a little bit of Ava being drunk and kind of obnoxious, and she is like the only person who can like testify on behalf of Tenma because she saw Johan shoot somebody that they accused Tenma of doing, right? So that breaks the case. And she's back in Dusseldorf, and she's just like drinking, and then she gets cut off, and she like yells at these guys, and then she's meeting with the psychiatrist, and she's telling him that she hates that Tenma, she's still blaming Tenma for ruining her life, even though he literally saved her life recently, and that he gets what he deserves, and she wants him to rot in prison forever, right? Okay, and then she like passes out, and the psychiatrist is about to leave. She has like a nightmare about seeing Johan kill people and how scary he is, and then she wakes up screaming, and he's like, "Oh, you got to talk to like this lawyer. Stop being an asshole." And the psychiatrist talks to the lawyer as well and tells him that like you gotta. And they have a conversation about what's the legality of stuff and doing stuff. And when the lawyer meets with Tenma's like, "You're the fourth person here," and they always want me to take like a plea deal, and I'm not gonna do it because that's not the truth. And the guy's like, "All right, I'll take your case." So right as the lawyer is about to go back and meet with Tenma, his wife's like, someone runs in and is like, "Your wife's in the hospital. She's having the baby." He's like, "Awesome." And he tells I think this guy's like a legal assistant or a paralegal or a secretary or something. He's like, call Mr. Bell, the other lawyer, and tell him to meet with Tenma today because I can't because I'm doing this thing. And he's like, all right. And so then Tenma's sitting there waiting for the lawyer to come, and the lawyer shows up, and dun, dun, dun. It's that Rodrigo guy he shot in the arm who's like killing people and being a real bad guy who's involved in all sorts of nefarious shit. Apparently he survived getting shot in the arm and then falling to his death and in a building that like burned the fuck down. So good for him. And now he has to be left-handed because his right hand is fucked because Tenma shot it real good. And then they have a little conversation, and at the end he's like, "I'm going to kill your ex-fiance. That's why I'm here, because she can prove that something." Our little escape artist friend is being visited by somebody. Some sort of mafioso, it looks like. Because he knows something or did something, and he's there to be like the lawyer to make sure he gets out or whatever. And then the escape artist guy is like, "You're just here to make sure that I don't blab." Don't worry, I've never done that, and I never would. And then he makes some comment about like, "Hey, make sure you get the next job up and ready for me because I'll be out of here in like a week or so." And the guy's like, "You're going to be here for 5 years. What are you talking about?" I was like, "Oh, come on, you know me. This place can't hold me. This is ridiculous. I'll be gone soon enough. No worries there." And the guy's like, "All right, whatever." Anyway, so then we get him like, "Oh, my tummy. And he comes in, the doctor is like, "Oh, you're faking it again." I'm like, blah, 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 blah. And the doctor goes off to like tend to a bunch of wounded guys. I guess there was like a fight in the prison or whatever, and the guards go with him. Tenma's there. Tenma's been not eating or drinking, and so he's on, what do you call it? He's on that thing where they stick it in your arm and they put like saline in your body to like give you hydration or whatever. You know the thing. Anyway, so then when everyone leaves, Tenma and him are like chit-chatting a little bit, and Tenma's like, "All right, I'm ready to go." And the guy's like, "Nani desu ka?" And he's like, "Yeah, I got to get out of here." And he's like, "All right." And then he starts screaming again. He's like, "Get this guy away from me. He's a serial killer. I'm allergic. 5 days, 5 days, 5 days." Like, okay. And then, they drag him off, and then Tenma's like, "All right, 5 days." We then go to... did we go at this point? Yeah, we go and we see like Rodrigo, or he's going by Ball now, Mr. Ball, talking to the good lawyer and about like what's going on, about visiting Ava. Ava tells the story about how she saw Johan kill that guy to the lawyer, but then she says absolutely under no circumstance would I confess. And then we bounce around a bunch. So we go back to Tenma. And he, in like the middle of the night, calls forth the interrogators and confesses to killing the doctors and Adolf. Who's Adolf? One of his patients or something. And then that makes all the news. And then the psychiatrist and Ava and the lawyer are all looking at it. And then they have like this whole conversation. The lawyer is talking to Rodrigo. And Rodrigo mentions his father being innocent and trying to get Tenma to be innocent. We also get a scene from Rodrigo going back to like when Rodrigo and Tenma meet in the prison, him talking about how he's going to go kill Ava Heidelman and how Tenma's like, that's not going to do any good. Like, she's probably going to confess against me, if anything, because she hates me. And then the guy's like, yeah, that's so everyone wins. She dies. No one confesses against you. Yada, yada, yada. And so Tenma, like, confessing himself kind of takes that off the table, I guess, to, like, save her or whatnot. Anyway, Ball keeps trying to get in touch with Ava, but the other guy's like, oh, I don't know. She's kind of sketchy. I'll just take care of it. At some point, Ava just stops talking to anybody. And so the lawyer goes and leaves his number and the number for Ball to Ava, and then Ava can't get in touch with him, and so she calls Ball, who's Rodrigo, who wants to kill her, and he's super pleased by this whole situation. Meanwhile, Tenma is being transferred to another prison along with Escape Artist, and so that's where that's going to go. The rest of the episode is kind of just Ava wandering around, having memories about Tenma treating her really nice, trying to like court her, and her just being a total cunt. So that's what that is. And at some point, like he like makes her a picnic, and she's like, oh, eating on the ground, meh. And they like meet up somewhere, and he's like reading a book when she shows up, and she doesn't say anything because he should just know her because she's a princess and her very presence or some bullshit. And so she gets mad and storms off, and it's like, man, she never treated this guy well at all. Anyway, while she's out staring at this family having a picnic, this little boy offers her a sandwich, and then she eats it. Whatever that's supposed to be. Yeah. So, time to escape. We kind of bounce back and forth in this episode 54, I want to say, between Ava just deciding that she's going to confess, or not confess even, that she's going to testify to the innocence of Tenma, and the meeting up with Roberto. I think I've been saying Rodrigo, but she said Roberto in this episode, so I remember the real name. So Roberto then going to meet with him because she tricked him, or he tricked her, and then her recognizing his voice when he's talking to the other lawyer in like the lobby of her hotel, right as she finds out that Tenma makes his escape, which we'll get to that part, and then freaking out, and then going to her hotel room, and then locking herself in, and then someone comes like rapping on her door, and so she goes to answer it, and that's the end of the episode for her part. For Tenma's part, him and Dudemeister are hanging out in the back of the prison delivery truck or whatever, and then the other guy's like chit-chatting about his prior escapes, and he's really joyous about the whole situation because he's got his homie Gustav, I think it's Gustav, who's gonna like time this maneuver where he like falls in front of the truck, and the truck has to like swerve out of the way not to hit him, and then that allows the other guy to like find a way to escape somehow. But Gustav's distracted because he brought his gal along, his gal Elaine, and she's kind of hopped up on some sort of drugs. Like legitimately, like he's like, you in my stash. Anyway, she keeps trying to have sex, and they keep talking about getting married and having a bunch of babies, and he seems like he's kind of doped up too a little bit. Not as bad as her. So he gets distracted with that whole situation, and so he like jumps in front of the van, like the timing's not correct, and so the police car hits him and knocks him like into the, it's pretty ridiculous. He gets knocked like into the air, and crashes, and the police car's like, oh fuck, and they like this guy, and then when the escape artist hears that they hit him, he's like, oh no, he's like a brother to me, I taught him everything I know, and he's like, he starts having like a panic attack, right? It's not even just about not escaping, he can do that later, but like his super best friend, homie or whatever, and so they go out to like identify him, and then the guy's like, oh no, something, and then the police guys are like, oh fuck, what are we gonna do? And like, oh, we got a doctor, so they bring Tenma out and like unhandcuff him, and then Elaine's there like screaming and everything, and then Tenma sees this gun that Gustav had, and he's like, oh, so he picks up the gun and is like, get the fuck, we're unlock us both, we're leaving. And so that happens, and so instead of like driving and switching out cars and everything they had previously planned, they Tenma's like, no, we're going to drop him off at my old hospital, and I'm going to leave a note for a certain doctor who's going to be able to perform like the surgery necessary, because the guy's got like, he's not dead, but he's got like hemorrhaging, or not hemorrhaging is when you bleed out. It's got something, I can't remember what they said. Anyway, but he can be saved. He's got to get like emergency medical care like right now. And the guy's like, no, if we do that, we'll get caught, blah, blah, blah. And then Tenma's like, puts a gun to his head, and he's like, take us to the fucking hospital. So they go to the hospital. Tenma like writes out everything that needs to happen, gives it to Elaine. Elaine rides off to the emergency room. And then Tenma and the escape artist are like standing there. And the escape artist is like, you want to hang out? And Tenma's like, I got to go figure out some stuff. And the guy's like, hey, I got one question for you. You didn't kill anybody, did you? And he's like, no, I shot one person, but he definitely survived. And he's like, so where are you going? And he's like, I'm going to save a woman. So he's going to go save Ava. And the guy's like, woman, ha ha ha, you should come to Tunisia. There's all sorts of biddies there. And Tenma's like, you know, just Tenma, and he just kind of turns, starts walking off. He's like, all right, well, meet me in Tunisia someday. We'll have an escape artist party or whatever. And And then Tenma heads out, and that's the end of his portion. We follow up with Tenma wandering around Dusseldorf. Well, not wandering around. He heads to like Ava's favorite bar to ask about her and finds out that she's staying at some hotel. So he steals a jacket, heads out. The police get called because the bartender recognizes him from like after being very dismissive. He calls the hotel, asks to call into Ava's room. She doesn't answer, but he gets told what room she's in. So he heads over there. He's trying to be all sneakopotamus about it. But some cleaning lady just like rolls in and opens the door. And he's like, wait a second. I'm supposed to meet the woman here. Where is she? And the lady's like, I don't know. She's gone. And he goes in there and he's like, we then switch over to the lawyer who's kind of in like an argument with the psychiatrist, and they're talking about how they can't get a hold of Ball, and Ball's like suspect, and he probably just dropped the case because Tenma like escaped and something, and then the psychiatrist like does like his whole shame on you for questioning Tenma bullshit thing that he does, and we get the lawyer acting kind of sketchy again like he has in the past. Anyway, after that, he heads back to his office. And his assistant there is like, oh, hey, someone's in your office. And the guy's like, what? Stay at my office. I was like, why is someone in my office? I just need a brief. I need to figure out what's going on. So figured I'm still going to represent Tenma and like do a presser. And like people keep calling my office and all this bullshit. And then the guy's like, whoa. It's a member of the BAK or the BHK or whatever. And it's the FBI guy, Lunge, I think is his name. And so the lawyer goes in there to talk to him. He's like, what can I do for you? He's like, I can't give you any information about Tenma. I don't know anything. And then Lunge's, the BHK guy, is like, what? I don't care about that fucking guy. and then what a turnabout, right? Lawyer's like, what? That's why you're here? And he's like, no, I'm on vacation. I just barely heard that he had like escaped. I don't really give a fuck about that. I have this hobby. Or it's this like whole weird thing of like, when I go on vacation, I like to have a theme, and my theme this time is this picture book. So he pulls out the monster picture book and he starts talking about the lawyer's dad and about the monster book and about all the aliases that like Bonaparte and Popa and like the other one and whatnot. And the lawyer keeps being like, what does that have to do with anything? And then eventually Lunge gets to the point that his father, the lawyer's father, had met with this guy under like the name Bonaparte in the Rose Mansion in the Czech Republic, and that Bonaparte was a member of like the Czech secret police, which implies that his father was a spy. And then the guy has like kind of a breakdown, and he like regurgitates the information that Lunge just told him, and then he thinks about being bullied as a kid and all this stuff, and he's like super upset and kind of numb. And then Lunge leaves, and he's like, oh, just call me when you like want to share some of this information. And he leaves, and so he very slyly like walks out the door. So the guy gets a call, or no, his assistant's like, hey, your wife called, she's ready to come home, or she's on the phone from the attorney ward. So he goes and answers her phone, and she's like, oh, hey, I'm ready to come home. And he's like, oh, excellent. So he goes and gets in his car to pick her up, and Tenma's there, and he's got a gun to his head. He's like, drive. And he's like, the fuck you and Ball trying to pool, I know what you're trying to do, something. And he like regurgitates like, I shot that guy when he was trying to kill Johan, and something. And then the lawyer like pulls the car over, and he's like, wait, what? Is everything you're telling me true? And Tenma's like, I didn't tell you to stop. What the fuck are you doing? And the guy's like, is everything you told me true? And Tenma's like, yes, everything I told you 100% true. And then the guy starts crying, the lawyer, and talking about how, he spent his whole life, and he knew his father was innocent because he was proven innocent after the trial, but he was already executed, and that, he wanted to like fight injustice and do all this stuff. And then one day he found a notebook, and his father was a spy. And that's why he gets so upset, and that's like the over the rainbow and like his whole world. But he knew about this like years ago, and he just like essentially just hid it and denied it till you die, essentially. And then Tenma's like brings up the Rose Room, and he's like, you know what, the Rose Mansion as well. And he's like, yes, you know about the Rose Mansion? And then it's like this notebook had all this information about Bonaparte. He's like, Bonaparte. And then, oh, that's what Paul wants. That's what Roberto wants. He wants that thing. He wants the notebook. Oh my goodness, where's it at? And he's like, what's in my house? He's like, where to go? And they go, and it's all fucked up. Like Roberto clearly was there looking around and like thrashing the place trying to find this notebook. And then there's a note from like quote unquote Ava, which is not written by Ava. Tenma knows, but it's like, if you want to see me, you got to come to like the Rose Mansion. And he's like, oh, this fucking guy's always messing around with me and pulling tricksies, and he's so sneakopotamus. And he's really upset about it. And then the lawyer's like, he didn't find the notebook. I kept it in my record collection. And he's like, here, take it. And he's like, are you sure if this gets out, it's going to ruin your father's reputation? And the guy's like, I don't give a fuck anymore. And then Tenma's like, okay. So he goes wherever he's going to go. But so we follow the lawyer. He's like hanging out with his baby in like the maternity ward. And then he's picking him up and hugging him and crying a little bit. And then the wife comes out, and they walk off. And so hopefully that family's fine because they seem very sweet. We go back to Nina. She's in Prague looking at the inn with the frogs and whatnot with Dieter, and she's kind of freaking out. They work their way over to the Rose Mansion. Yes, the Rose Mansion. She does this by kind of tracing. So we spent a little bit of time with Tenma at the beginning. Tenma's traveling back to Prague to go to the Rose Mansion, and he's reading this journal, and the journal talks about the journal from the lawyer's dad. The journal talks about kids meeting for like story time or whatever. And they have like him and the guy who picks him up, gives him a hamburger, and they have like a nice little chit chat. The lawyer and the psychiatrist are meeting, and they're talking about how they got to go to the Rose Mansion as well. And the lawyer has like memorized the location of the mansion. You know, it's like there's like a belfry over here and something else over here, and you look forward and there's the Rose Mansion. And so he's like, I think we can find it. It's in like West Prague. And so they head off. Okay, so back to Nina. So then Nina and Dieter get into the Rose Mansion, and they head into the room that the BK agent found, and where like the painting is and like the letters and all that stuff. And as soon as they get there, Nina passes the fuck out. And then we see a guy who's doing like a weird puppet show, and then he heads upstairs, and Nina's like passed out on like the bed, and she looks like she has the vapors. And I think they say 3 months have passed by, which seems like way too much time. Whatever. Anyway, so this guy's been taking care of Nina and Dieter for like 3 months, apparently. That doesn't seem right. Like, it just kind of messes up the timelines a bit. It's like very confusing. I can see like 3 days or even 3 weeks. 3 months is such a long time. Anyway, so this guy like makes puppets, and he says some creepy stuff about her being I used to go to, how did you find us? Oh, I go to the Rose Mansion because it like inspires me. And he's doing this play about like a guy who makes like there's like a demon and a dragon fighting, and then the man saves the demon's life, and then he feels bad, so he chases him down so he can kill the demon. And then she makes some comment about, and it's essentially the story of Tenma, but she makes some comment about like, we got to stop the man from killing the demon because of something. And then this guy has like a whole bookcase full of the books of like the Bonaparte guy, and like with all his pen names and everything. And then we found out he was one of these kids who was invited to these story times, and these stories are always like these really haunting stories, which may seem like super creepy, and it is kind of creepy. But if you ever read like Little Mermaid or Rapunzel or any of these fucking like German folk stories, like the originals, you're like, yeah, okay, that tracks. Because the story's there to like teach children lessons, like valuable life lessons, like don't go fucking around in the woods without like a parent around because a wolf's gonna eat you, right? Shit like that. Anyway, so that's fun. And then we get like 2 more stories by this guy, and they're just as creepy. It's like their story. The first one's about like a boy with a big mouth and a boy with big eyes, and then there's a demon, and he's like, make a deal with me. And the boy with the big mouth makes a deal, and he grows a beautiful garden and eats food, but he's eating so much food and enjoying life so much that his garden withers away. And then he's sad because he's like, oh, I should have never made the deal with the demon. And then the boy with the big eyes is just poor and sad, and he's starving to death, and he's hungry. And at the end, he's like, I wish I'd made the deal with the demon. Dun dun dun. And gosh. Anyway, so then the other story is about a god of life, and he's blowing his trumpet, and he's not looking in the mirror, and everyone's happy when he blows his trumpet. He names everybody, and they're super happy, and he releases liquid into the world that creates mountains and farms, and everyone's super happy. And then finally he's like, one of the kids he's naming is named Johan, and Johan gives him a hat, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna go see what this hat looks like with me on. And he looks in the mirror, and he's a demon, and he's like, what do I do now? What is the god of? And that's like the end of the story, right? And then the guy would like be like, what do you think that he did? And then Nina's like hand is all shaking like crazy, and she's like, take a gun. And then we get like an image of when Johan, all the way back like 55 episodes ago, when he like killed those parents, and then Nina like picked up the gun, and he took the gun and put it in his head, and then he was like, shoot me, and then she did. Deep. That's some intense stuff, bro. Good stuff. We pick up in the next episode with Nina having some flashbacks. So the first one is the night that the Liebers got killed. So we see what do we see first? We see them heading out, and there's lots of pictures, and Nina's she's very like scared because of all the cameras and stuff. And then her and Johan are standing there where the Liebers, well, Mr. Lieber specifically, their like adopted father, is like talking about how much he likes being in the West versus the East. And then Johan and Anna, they wander off, and they play this cute game of like picking up acorns and guessing hands in the acorns. And Johan says some like really creepy ass shit about how everything belongs to Nina.
and they're having like an interesting little time with that. And then we get the night. So at night it's raining, and somebody knocks on the door for the Liebers, and they open it up, and they look really like pissed off. The person's there, and he's like, "Well, come here and get out of the rain." And then Nina wakes up, and she's like, "Johan?" And then she hears a gunshot, or at first she's like, "Hey, Johan, did someone come in? Johan, where are you?" And then she hears a gunshot, and so she runs downstairs, and she sees that her adopted parents are dead, and she's kind of freaking out. She sees an open door, and she heads over there, and she sees Johan. And he is holding a gun, and this is where he's like, "Here, the monster's here. You have to shoot me right here, and then you have to run away so you can escape the monster." And then that's when she shoots him. And then we kind of flip over to Tenma. He wanders up, and he sees the Red Rose Mansion that got burnt down by Johan in the previous episode. And he's kind of looking at that, and then the police are like looking around, like it looks like arson. There was kerosene and stuff, and then one guy's like, "Hey, I saw something weird back here," and I started digging it up, and there's like bones. There's tons of bones of people, and they run and they call it in, and all these police show up and whatever. And then while that's going, oh no, that happens a little bit later, but that happens. So when Tenma's there looking at the Rose Garden, these two goons show up, and they're like, "Hey, General Wolf wants to see you," and so Tenma goes to talk to General Wolf, and so General Wolf is the guy who found Johan and Nina when they were like trying to cross the Dead Man Zone before they got adopted and whatnot. So he's saying a lot of cryptic stuff. He's talking about they're all coming, everyone's coming, and this is when we flash back over to the psychiatrist and the lawyer who are at the Red Rose Mansion when the police find the dead bodies. Okay, so heading back, so General Wolf is he's talking about everyone's coming, it's all coming up, all the dead bodies. I shouldn't have done something. That monster, he had no name. And then we get like a flashback. We see Nina and Johan traveling, and they're like getting weak because they haven't eaten anything, and they're like crossing over into Germany and or walking through some dead lands or whatever. And then Johan or Nina's like, "Okay, just tell me, Johan, am I gonna die? It's okay if I die. I just want to know. I want you to say my name one more time." And Johan is like, creepy little asshole who's like, "We have no names." And then they pass out. And that's when General Wolf and some of his bros, they show up. And he picks up like the little bag they were carrying. Is like, "Give them some drinks and give them some blankets, and we'll take care of them." And he looks and he finds the book about the monster, and he's like, "That's when I gave him the name Johan." And when he gave him that name, he like perked up because he gave the monster a name. Creepy as shit, man. And then Wolf is like, Tenma, say my name. My name is something Wolf. Say, Helmut Wolf. Say my name. And Tenma's like, "Helmut Wolf." And then he like, this old wrinkly ass dude in like a fucking bed is like, he smiles and looks up, and he's like, "Yes." And then he dies. And so Tenma like closes his eyes. We at that point head back to Nina and the guy who like saved her. I can't remember his name, and Dieter, and they're at the Red Rose Mansion, and they're like, "Oh, it's all closed up." And then the guy like starts shaking the gate, and then Nina's like, "Stop, there's no way you're gonna get in." And then she starts telling him about like when she came to the room with the picture, she like had she remembered all the dead bodies, and then Dieter's like, "Oh yeah, I was watching the news earlier, and they were talking about that." And then she's like, "Oh, if I had actually seen all those dead bodies, I definitely would have like become a monster like my brother, because it's so horrifying and monstrous." And it's like, wait, didn't you see it? Why'd you pass out if you didn't see it? Like, what? Oh well. So that's kind of strangely ambiguous. Right? We get another flashback at some point with her like coming into her house, and then Johan's dressed like a girl, and is like, "Hello, welcome home." So creepy. What else happens? Oh, and then Dieter's like, I think we get this like bizarre. This episode is it's like all over the place. And then they're like, "I don't know, I have all these bad memories." And he's like, "I have bad memories of this place too, but now that it's burnt down, I thought I'd be more sad, but I'm not, because I never was a good student, and I was always trying to impress this guy with like my fucking puppet shows, and I was never impressed them or anything like that." And then Dieter's like, "Hey, Tenma told me like, doesn't matter what happened in the past, we can make good memories now," and stuff. And they're like, "Okay." And then we get like some nice music, like some like jaunty tune, and they're like eating ice cream and like laughing together and like eating hot dogs by a fountain, and Nina's got like ketchup on her face. It's like, life's so good. And then he's like, "You guys want to see my new puppet show I'm coming up with?" And they're like, "Yeah." And so he does like the weird puppet with like the Nina puppet. And he is like, "I haven't come up." He does like a little show, and they're like, "Oh, that's very interesting." And he's like, "I haven't come up with an ending yet, but I want to give her a happy ending." And then it's like later, and Nina and Dieter are gone apparently, because he hears like a knock on the door, and he's like, "Oh, Nina, are you back? Did you come back?" And he opens the door, and it's Lunge. It's the BHK guy, and he's like, "Hello, I'm here to talk to you about your father." Bonaparte. Dun dun dun. This next episode is pretty good. It's like it's way in left field. So we start off with a guy. He's being driven by another guy in the rain, and he's like clearly got like a gunshot wound or something to the stomach. He's got some sort of wound, and he's like coughing up blood or like. And he's like, "Don't take me to the hospital. Just take me to the doctor. Find the doctor." And his buddy's like, "Man, if I can't just drive around trying to find this guy, I gotta take you to the hospital. You're gonna die. I'd rather you be alive, even if you get to go back to prison." And he's like, "No, just take me to Dr. Tenma." Dun dun dun. So then we go back, and hey, it's the baby. He's still here. Oh my gosh! If you have forgotten, because that was like, I don't even know how many minutes this is gonna be in this video at this juncture. Because this is like episode 58, and I think we're all the way back in like the 20s. So this is like 30 some odd episodes back. It's just this thing. Is the baby? He's the like Aryan Nation guy that was trying to burn the like Turkish quarter, and like Nina was kind of involved there, and Dieter and Tenma, and like and Tenma like saved a bunch of people, and then there was like going to be a reverse explosion or some crazy. It was like so crazy. Anyway, so baby's with this like the guy who got shot, and this is like clearly in the past, and he takes him to a room, and there's a like tall guy with white hair and glasses, and he's like, "Leave your buddy here and leave," and then baby's like, "If you do anything crazy, I'll kill you," and that's in the baby for now. So. The guy gets told that he's going to go, he's got a job for a woman, and the guy's like, I hate women. I don't want anything to do with a job for a woman. That shit is going to get you killed, or some old bullshit. And the guy's like, what's about a woman? And so he sends him to pick up Ava. So the guy who's knocking on the door for Ava is this guy. And he's like, hey, I'm supposed to pick you up for this dude and take you over there. And she's like, all right, that's fine. That's better than being killed by this other guy. And so she goes, and she just like gives this guy a hard time because he doesn't talk. And the whole time he's in his head, he's just like, I hate this so much. I hate this job. I hate this fucking job so much. It's Ava, so she's annoying as shit. And they're like riding a train at some point. She wants to get drunk, and he has to beat up a guy on the train. And then they're like at dinner, and she tells like her crazy fucking life story about Tenma and all that stuff. And then he's like, your story is much more interesting than mine. And she's like, what's your story? And he's like, I walked in and my girlfriend was banging another dude, so I killed him. Both. And she's like, that was stupid. And he's like, yep, it was. That's why he was in jail. And then he got out, and then he's worried about going back to jail. Anyway. So he takes her to the guy. She goes in there and has some sort of communications and comes out with like a mission quest. And so the mission quest is to spend all this money to look nice, and then to go to some party to look for somebody. And so she gets all dressed up and hair did and all that stuff. And then she takes him to like a men's warehouse so he can get like a new suit and a tie. And there's a real stinker about the tie. And she says something about like Kenzo, when she picks up the tie, and then he puts the tie on, and she's like, you're not wearing it right. Put it on right. You're gonna escort me like a date. And so they go to this like ritzy fancy party in Dusseldorf, and he's like, oh, I hate the shit out of this. I hate this job so much. So then he goes outside to smoke, and then she comes out, and he's like, oh, sorry, you can take your time. I can't handle being in there anymore. And she's like, let's go. And so she's like dragging him off, and she's holding his hand to drag him off, and it's like shaking. And then they go to a bar, and there's a whole thing where he's like, I thought this is Ava. This is me. I'm back at this party and whatnot. She's like, no, I don't belong there anymore. And he's like, so you belong in these like shithole bars? And she's like, I don't belong here. I don't belong anywhere. And I don't want Roberto to kill me. And I probably am just going to do this job, and then I'm going to get killed here. But at least if I get killed here, I got to go out as me. I don't have to go out as some like scrub living in like a third-rate hotel or whatever. And it doesn't matter, because when you die, you just die. And then he's like, ugh, fuck. And in like his thoughts, he's like, I knew at that point, like he's thinking back to the past, and he's like, oh, I knew at that point that I'm going to do that thing I always do, where it's like, I wanted to protect this woman, and I was going to protect her, and that was a stupid ass shit. And then we see him like in a gunfight with some guys like later on, I guess. And then it skips forward back to like where they're racing, and the guy, and he's like, I gotta tell Dr. Tenma, I gotta talk to Dr. Tenma. And he's like, yeah, I'm working on it. And he holds up the tie, and he's like, this fucking tie, I should never put this shit on. And that's the end of the episode. So episode 59, we continue the story of Martin, and Martin is the guy who's protecting Ava. So where do we go with this? It bounces around a little bit. We see Martin with the guy who's driving him the car. Apparently he owns some sort of restaurant/bar where Martin always goes to get hamburgers and stuff. And he's talking to him and complaining. And then Tenma's there. And he's like, that guy was looking for you. And so he goes, what do you want? Oh, you're Tenma. You're that doctor. You're a Japanese doctor, blah, blah, blah. And he like beats him up. And he's like, and then Tenma's like, what do you want with Ava? And they're yelling at each other. And then Tenma gets like thrown out of the place. And then the other guy's like, hey, stop beating people up my bar. Anyway, so then Ava Ava goes to a party, and this is like the last party because as Martin and her are about to leave, the guy with the glasses is there. He's like, Ava, let me take you out for a meal. And she's like, okay, that's fine. And then Martin heads back. Instead of going with them, he heads over to his buddy's place, and Tenma's there again. And so Tenma and him have like a conversation. Tenma pulls a gun on him, and then Tenma's like, who do you work? I know you work for Baby, and what's going on? It's like, oh, the guy I'm working for now is way higher than Baby. He's like this guy with glasses and yada yada. And then Tenma's like, they're gonna kill Ava, just so you know. Like, and because he mentions that he pointed at somebody, and he's like, pointed at who? And it's like some young blonde-haired man. He's like, oh, Johan. She pointed at Johan, and like, tell us more. And then he gets like, we get a lot of like overtalk. This is almost like very noir, this section, because it's a lot of him like relating bad things that happen and kind of like the darkness of his job. It's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. So he relates that they've been going to all these parties and nothing's happening, and then Ava shows, and then this time Ava like points at somebody, and when she points, then this young man comes up and talks to Johan, and they like shake hands, and he's like, little did I realize that was the last time they really needed her. And so he's like, shit. And so he goes to talk to the guy with the glasses, or he goes to the restaurant, and the guy with the glasses is by himself there, and he's like, oh, hey, what's up? Ava's up in her room. And then he's like, do you have a gun? And the guy's like, no. Martin's like, no, I don't got a gun. He's like, here, take this. Go kill her. And he's like, okay. It's we start getting flashbacks to him like carrying this like drunk old woman around, and that's his mom, right? And then like we had the whole story with him and his girlfriend that gets resolved here too. So then he goes upstairs, and Ava's like smash drunk, and she's doing her usual Ava thing where she's like, blah 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 blah, ha 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 ha, just kill me, you asshole, whatever. And then she like passes out, and he's like, I couldn't do it. So he takes her to like some other like sketchy hotel and like puts her to bed, and then he goes to a party, right? Because she has all these invitations to parties still. So he dresses up, puts a tie on, and goes to a party. And this relates to the end of the last episode. He's like, this fucking tie, why did I put this tie on? And at the end of this, or right here at this point, he's like, oh, I better put this tie on. And he's like, oh, you can go to all these parties. All you need is a necktie. Neckties will get you in all these doors, yada yada, bullshit. So he goes to this party, and he finds the young man that was talking to Johan, and then he follows him up to like this room. And the door's open, and when he walks up to it, the young man's like, hey, Martin, come on in. We're waiting for the same guy. Come on in, sit down. And then the guy is like, he starts like mind fucking Martin. He's like, knows everything about him. He's like, oh, you worked for Baby for 3 years, and you're in prison 8 years because you killed your girlfriend. But you didn't really kill your girlfriend, did you? She killed herself. And the guy's like, huh? And he's like thinking back, and we see like this naked chick having sex with her ex-boyfriend, and there's a whole thing where it's like she was on drugs and you got her off drugs, and then you came in one day and it wasn't just the fact that she was fucking her ex-boyfriend, it was that she was on drugs, and then she kept saying I'm sorry, and then she's like, just kill me, I can't do this anymore. And he's like, no. So he leaves, and then she kills herself, and he comes back in, and then the ex-boyfriend's like, I didn't do anything, man. She killed herself, man. And so he kills him. And, it's like the reason he got sent for murder and then only served like 8 years and got off, for good duty. Is like, why is that? And it's because the lawyer was like, no, I proved that there's no way he could have killed this woman because she had like gunpowder traces and all this other stuff and the angle and yada, yada, yada. Anyway. And then he's like, and then your mom, you're used to abandoning women, aren't you? You abandoned your mom. And so, because earlier we had a flashback where he was like dragging his mom through the street. And then this time he's dragging again, and he's like 10 years old. And it's snowing, and he's just like, he gets tired of it. And she's like, just leave me here. I'm just going to sleep here tonight. And he's like, no, mom. And she's like, just leave me alone. And so he's finally like, fuck it. And so he goes, and the next morning the police show up, and they're like, hey, mom froze to death on the street. What was that time? Bro. And then he brings up Ava, and he's like, oh, Ava wants to die too. Why did you just kill them? Why don't you free them from the darkness? And he's talking about like the end of the world and stuff. And then we see him like leave the room, and Johan's walking up, and he's like talking to himself, or he's recalling, and he's like, I was walking away, and I saw the devil in the hallway, and I kept telling myself like a child, do not look at him, do not look at the devil, do not look back. As I like cross paths. Jeez. Good stuff. Unfortunately, poor Martin doesn't make it. We get to Tenma. Tenma treats him, but he's lost way too much blood, and he's way too dead. So he gives we like go back in the past to the whole incident, and we see him standing there in the room where Ava was, and then these 3 goons come in, and they're like, what are you gonna do? Where's she at? And he's like, I got rid of her already. He's like, I don't believe you. And the guy pulls a gun out, but then Martin shoots him, and then they have like a shootout, and then we go back in time some more. And he's like waking Ava up, and he's like, hey, you gotta put this maid's uniform on, get the fuck out of here. And she's like, come with me. And he's like, I can't. If we both leave, they're gonna kill us both. So you gotta go. And then he's like, hey, I left. Here's the address of Dr. Tenma of Kenzo. Go to him. And she's like, I'm gonna go catch. They're in Frankfurt. I'm gonna go catch the train out of Frankfurt. So meet me there. And he's like, okay, we'll see. And so then he starts fighting these guys, and he shoots, and he kills all 4 of them. And there's a 5th one. God, no. And he's about to shoot that guy because the guy's like peeing his pants with his gun. So clearly this guy's gonna kill him. But then he's out of bullets, so he's like, fuck. And that's how he ends up getting shot. And then his buddy comes and rescues him, takes him to Tenma. Tenma tries to detain him. And then the guy reveals a bunch of stuff. He's just talking about all the shit that's going on with the guy, and how the guy's trying to create a dictator, and how the experiments from like the Rose Mansion are still going on, and that they never stopped, and that he introduced, like, he essentially got the Johann like an apprentice, which is like the devil's assistant, this guy he was talking to in the previous episode, and that, you know, it's like this whole crazy mess. And he tells him about this. He's like, hey, you gotta go to this address at this hotel and all this stuff. And then he's like, just take care of Ava. She's at the thing. I'm going to meet her at the train station or whatever. And then he dies. It's sad times. And so then Ava's just chilling at the station, waiting. And then she's talking to some like janitor guy. And he's like, ooh, are you waiting for? I know you're waiting for, man. I've been working here a long time. And he's like, was that him right there? And it's Kenzo. And she's like, no. And he's like, Martin's dead. He sent me to make sure you're okay. And so they go have some coffee, and they have like a little kind of, they talk about Martin, and she talks about how like all these people are dying, and she's done all these bad things in her life, and how people keep like suffering because of her, and she deserves to die. And then Tenma tells her that the reason Martin did all this stuff is because no one wants to die, right? Which is like his revelation from the previous episode. Because the guy's like, oh, you want to kill them? They want to die. And he's like, his whole thing here is like, no one wants to die, so I'm going to save her. And he does, by dying. So then they have a little conversation, and she's like, come with me. And because Tenma's like, go see the doctor. And she's like, oh, Dr. So-and-so, the psychiatrist. And they're like, oh, yeah, we both know that guy. Okay, yeah, I'll send him a letter. Tell him everything you know. Tell the police everything you know. Tell him about Baby and his organization, everything that's going on, and that you need protection, and yada, yada, yada. And then he's like, puts her on a train, and is like, go, and I'll send a letter and take care of it. And she's like, come with me. And he's like, no, I got to take care of it. I'm so close to Johann. I got to take care of this. And then so she goes, and he heads off. And then she's like thinking, and she recalls the conversation while she was at the dinner with the guy. He was telling her a little bit about Johann and how excited he is to like start the Fifth Reich or whatever bullshit he was trying to do. And then he gets a call, and he's like, oh, Johann's at this address. And then Ava's like, I'm going to take care of that son of a bitch. And then we see her like in like the red light district buying a gun. And then the last thing is Tenma is standing in front of the hotel where like the apprentice is staying or whatever. So he's gonna go check that out. So it's pretty good stuff. The next episode here, we switch back over to Nina and Dieter. And Nina's got a new place, and she's got a new job. And she's telling Dieter he needs to go back to Dr. Richter? He's the psychologist I keep referring to, or psychiatrist, I think. He's more of a psychiatrist. Because it's Germany in the 1980s, so I don't know if the psychologist is really a thing there, to be completely honest. Anyway, so, and then they get into a fight about that, and then she gets dressed, and she's like walking out, and he's like, where are you going? You gotta stop doing this. You gotta stop trying to remember stuff, and yada, yada, yada. And so then they go back to the frogs, they go back to the room. She's having like all these, we're getting a lot of like, what's that thing called? The historian, but like inaccurate historian, or it's an unreliable. We're getting like an unreliable narration kind of situation where it's like she doesn't exactly remember everything exactly, and she keeps having stuff. And I feel like, okay, so the whole thing is it's her and her mom, and at some point in this episode we learn that I'm trying to decide if I should go through order. No, let's just go through the order. It represents it. Okay, so she goes there, and she's having these memories of, and she keeps saying Johann's being taken away, and Johann's going to the room, and then I was waiting here, and he came back, and it's like, welcome back. But then she has that thing where it's like clearly Johann dressed like a girl who's like, welcome back, right? So it's like it makes me very, very, very much think that she is the one, that Johann pretended to be her so that she would be taken to the room instead of him, and that, you know, again, the show is like kind of, it's pretty intelligent and well written. So I could see this whole thing being like she is actually the monster, and this seems less likely because I feel like we've seen both these people together, like someone else, like Tenma's seen them together, but that possibly there are no twins, that there's just the one of them, and one of them's like the fake monster, or like one of them, like when
That's what makes it so interesting, right? Like, maybe there were twins, but then Johann, maybe the surgery didn't go through and he died, and then Nina took him, and so she's been both. Because we've seen Johann dressed like a woman, right? But maybe that's actually what's happening. I don't know. The whole thing is very. It could be so many different things. I mean, I got to like stretch for some of this. I feel like the most likely thing is that Nina, that it's almost like a reverse, where Johann is kind of a psychopath, but he's not actually like doing anything. That it's actually Nina who people thought was the boy, the Johann, the whole time. Or maybe there's identical twins and one just pretends to be a girl. I don't know. There's so much, and the thing with the two monsters and everything, like this is a lot of like speculation. We got like, I think this is episode 60. 61. This is 61. So we got about a little over 10 more episodes left, and hopefully we'll have all the answers. But I kind of feel like there's more than meets the eye when it comes to like the Nina Johann thing, because we haven't ever seen them together as adults. And then like they're always in like the same place, but also different places, and there's like all sorts of kind of shady stuff and whatnot. So they could be the same person, but they could also, like Nina could be the actual person who's like the monster and the Johann is not. There's just like a confusion about stuff and who did what, like, because she could have very easily poisoned the doctors and then her and Johann like ran off, right? And then she could have killed like her parents and then acted shocked, like, anyway. And later on in the episode we'll get more of that kind of like, this is so crazy. Anyway, so she's remembering things, but it doesn't seem like she's remembering them from she's remembering them as if they're happening to Johann. Specifically, she's like, oh, and then Johann was here, and he like pricked himself on these roses, and then she pricks herself, and she's like, I wonder if that's how it felt. But it's like, she's like, the way she's talking about it, it's like this happened to her, right? That's like the confusing part. Anyway, so at some point, Dieter's like, we got to stop. Let's go back to Dr. Richter, and let's do what Tenma told us to do, and let's just be happy and make new memories, and yada, yada. And he convinces her because they end up going back. But before that, we go with the lawyer who's now in the Czech Republic, and he's there working with Suk, interviewing the kids who had grown up from the Red Rose room. So the Red Rose room, there was like a big massacre. I don't know if I ever brought this up, but like Nina's seen it and other people have kind of like seen it. And then there's all those dead bodies, but they were like a bunch of adults, right? And that's the thing. That's another part where, not in this episode, in a previous episode with Nina, she's like, oh, he was here and he saw all these dead bodies and it must have really fucked him up. I'm glad I didn't have to see it. And it's like, how do you know that unless you were here, right? Unless it was you here. So there could be some sort of like split personality issue, or I don't know. Especially after she shot and killed her brother, right? Maybe there's some like craziness going on with that. Anyway, the whole thing's like wild. And maybe there's a third one, right? Okay, so anyway, so they're interviewing people, and they're just, Suk and him are going at it with each other because they're trying to like prove something or do their job or whatever. And then the lawyer guy and him get into like a big argument about how like his dad was, because one of the guys is like, oh yeah, there was a guy from like a news station who always played like Over the Rainbow, which is what the lawyer's dad always played, and he was here. And then they get to like, he's getting like really passionate, and some and Suk go out and like yell at each other, and the lawyer kind of reveals his past and like, my dad was that guy he's talking about. So then they go back and he's like, I gotta face forward, I gotta face my demons. And Suk's like, yeah, me too. And so they go back in there, and the guy's like packing up, can I go? My wife and kid are waiting for me. And they interviewed a bunch of guys, and one of them's like, it's some dark stuff. One of them's like, oh, my wife, I got divorced, but it had nothing to do with the Red Room. It's like both my sons killed themselves, and I don't know why that happened. Right? So it's like, it's so sketchy. It's so good. It's like this whole series is like the first season of True Crime. No, not True Crime. True Detective, which was so good. And that second season was so bad I stopped watching it altogether. But anyway, so but this reminds me a lot of that. There's like all sorts of like, I don't know exactly what's going on or what's real, or if there's like stuff. Anyway, so then the guy mentions that to the kid, or the guy now, he's like, hey, when you leave, do not come back. Like, run away, stay with your family, and like, be like Dorothy and escape. And the guy's like, I did that, and everything's been fine. And they're like, huh. Anyway, so then we go to Richter, who's in Munich, and Nina's there, and she's like watering the garden, and Dieter's like making a desk so he can like learn, and then Carl and his girlfriend, the glasses lady, they show up, and they're all like having like a meal together and chit-chatting and having like a good time. And then they read the letter that Tenma sent about Ava coming, and like Ava's never shown up, obviously, because she stuck around to like kill Johann. Supposedly, that's kind of what it was like, somewhat suggesting that was the purpose. And then And then Nina's talking to the psychiatrist, and she's like, hey, I really want to find out about my past. I'm ready for it. I'm ready to do this. And the guy's like, well, I can't help you necessarily, but let me see what I can do. And so he calls in the forensic psychologist, the one who went to med school with Tenma. Oh, everything's connected. It's so good. And he puts her into hypnosis, and she starts walking through. And this is where I was going to bring stuff up earlier, but let's bring it up now. So she's like, oh, my mother was so beautiful, and she like... she sang and did all dance and did all this stuff. And my father was like a soldier, and he died in like the war, so I never met him ever. And and then my mom became like a political activist, like she became like anti-government and was doing a bunch of stuff there. And then she starts talking about the Red Room and going to the Red Room, or the Red Rose Mansion and stuff. And then at some point her voice, she like bows her head and gets he's like, Nina, tell me more about this. And then her voice is like completely different. It's like graggly. It's like, that's not my name, like that. Right? And he's like, what's your name? I'm not gonna tell you. And then he's like, what's something something? And then the Nina, like possessed Nina sounding thing, she like stands up and she's like, no, you must die. And she starts choking him. And then he knocks over like a plant, and then everyone else in the other room is like, and they all like run out. Oh, and Carl looks into, because they got this letter and they can't figure out like where the postage came from, so to figure out where Tenma is. But then they figure it out. Or Carl goes and like figures it out. He comes in. He's like, I found out where he's at. He's in Frankfurt, Germany. And they're like, oh, okay. And then they hear the crash, and they all run in there. And Nina's like crying in the psychiatrist's lap because he like undid the hypnosis. He was like, oh, when I clap, you're gonna wake up. As she's like choking him out. And then she's, and they're like, you guys okay? And he's like, yeah, I think we're okay now. And then they talk a little bit about how like, Nina, do you remember anything we talked about? And she's like, no. That's not really how hypnosis works, but whatever. As somebody does it. Anyway, so it's very dramatic, so I guess that works. And then he says something like, you do remember everything, and she doesn't respond, so she clearly does. And then it's like 2 days later, and Dieter and the rector, or the psychologist, they find a letter from her to them, and it's like, hey, I'm going to Frankfurt, I gotta take care of some stuff, like don't follow me, yada yada yada. And then we see her like boarding a train and going and looking very serious. Shooting back over to Tenma, he is observing Peter Chapek. Peter Chapek's the guy with the glasses who was going to kill Ava. And the baby and all them. He's at a hotel, and he watches them walk out the door and get into a car. So he hops into a cab. He's about to hop into a cab to follow after him when the police show up, and he's like, ruh-roh. So he makes a break for it. And the police are like, get him! And so he runs, and gets hit by a car. Wah, wah. He then wakes up, and he's not in prison. There's like a Vietnamese girl or something, and she's like, hey, what's up? And he's like, huh? And then this big Czechoslovakian guy walks in, named Milan, and Milan's a dentist, and he took care of him, and he's like, hey, you just sprained your ankle, you're lucky you didn't do anything else, and I took care of you. And then we find out that this guy is kind of like intimately engaged in a similar situation to Tenma throughout the story here. So we focus on Milan and Tenma and their similarities and their discussions about what they're doing and the purpose and all this stuff, and it really focuses on this Peter Chapek guy. And this Peter Chapek guy has been around forever. It's not just with the Ava story, because he's one of the guys with Bonaparte who was performing all the experiments on the kids in the Red Rose mansion. And some of these experiments cause kids to kill themselves like spontaneously, which could relate to the last episode when the guy was talking about his kids just like committing suicide for a reason, and all sorts of other things. And there was like a riot with a bunch of kids trying to kill each other in like this Turkish district. Oh yeah, we're back in the Turkish district. You remember the Turkish district, right? They're tearing it down. So all that like fire and fighting against it back in episode like 20 or 30, whenever the baby was around before, they were able to save the day and stop it. But then like the leaders of the organization who were leading like the Turkish Defense Force, they all got killed, and now all their family members are living here in this like apartment next to like the Turkish district, which is getting torn down, including that cafe where Tenma was eating at all the way back in the day. Sad times. And they're having like these beautiful like family dinners, and they're all trying to stay optimistic and happy, and it's like old man, old woman, Milan. So Milan's he has no relation to losing family in like the Turkish, like he wasn't related to any of these like Turkish leaders, but his son was committed suicide after being involved in the Red Rose Mansion stuff with and it's not the Red Rose Mansion because that's over in Prague and they're in Germany right now, but it was Peter Chapek like carried forth the experiments here. And then at some point
Tenma realizes that this guy's trying to kill Peter Shepik. He's got like notes on his movements. He's got notes on. He's got a gun. He's got all this other stuff. And then and Tenma like calls him out on it. And the guy's like, "Yeah, the police weren't there for you. They were there for me because I'm going to kill this motherfucker." And he tells him the whole sad story about how this guy. And then he tells him like part of the reason he asked to do this because it's his fault that Peter Shepik's like in this country and he was able to do stuff because again they're both from the Czech Republic. And then he helped him escape with like the fall of communism and all that stuff and come over to Germany and get set up. And then he gave his son over to like do these experiments or whatever, and we get some flashbacks back to like '69 when all this stuff was happening, when they were younger and when they were like best friends as little kids even, right? And that's why he helped them out, and then like he got betrayed, so it's like really intense. And then at some point Ten was like begging him not to do it, and he like hit his gun, and the guy's like, "Give me my fucking gun, man." He's like, I know everything about you," and he like calls him out on like helping out with the Turkish stuff. Back in the previous episode, and also just he knows that he's doing the exact same thing. Like he's trying to hunt down somebody, and that he should stop, but he's not going to stop either. And he even mentions like, "Hey, if roles were reversed, I know for a fact that there's no way I could stop you from doing what you're going to do." And it's like he's not wrong. But so anyway, so the guy Milan goes to like this convention center to kill Chapek. And he's unsuccessful. He like pulls out the gun to shoot, and then he gets killed by the police. And we don't see that. We see him pull out his gun, and then we hear gunshots, and then we go back to Tenma. And then part of this thing with like this family dinner thing, with all these people and like the kids, and there's a whole thing with like him like making paper airplanes for like these little kids, like the Turkish kid and this Vietnamese girl, and how he's getting better, and he tells him never to give up and strive forward and all this stuff. And they're like, "Oh, Milan keeps telling us we're gonna like fly all over the world and do all these things, go back to all our like home countries because everyone like cooks. They take turns cooking and they cook like the food from their homeland. And at some point they're like, "Oh, good, tell us Japanese food." And he's like, "Well, you guys don't eat pork, so I can't do pork. That's a big thing in Japan. And then I could make this thing, but it's raw seafood, so it's probably not going to work. But I can make this thing. It's like the baby chicken. I can't remember what it is in Japanese. They said it, but I'm watching this stuff like real fast, and I didn't really. I can't. I was trying to just it like goes by real quick. It's like father. It's like parent-child a chicken or something. Anyway, it's like you cook chicken with like eggs over it, right? So delicious. It's pretty good. Anyway, so. Yeah, so he's in there cooking the food for everybody, and they're like, "Oh, it's so good, it's so good." I can't wait till Milan gets back. He's running a little bit late today, and then Ten was like watching the news, and the news is like, "Oh, someone attacked these businessmen in this convention center, and he got killed, and no one else was injured." And then Tenma just turns the TV off, and he's like sad about the whole thing, and he's like very reflective, thinking about all this stuff. And then we get Nina, and she's walking into like a bar in the same area, and she sees the news, and she sees a picture of Chopik, and she's like, "I know that man!" And then she recalls like the guy who was in the car driving Johan. Again, it's like I feel like she, there's going to be more than meets the eye here. But then this guy is one of the guys that were like taking Johan, quote unquote Johan, to the Red Rose Mansion for these like book readings and all this stuff. And the book readings are really like fucked up, really fucked up a lot of people. Yeah, so there you go. We're sticking around in Frankfurt, but we're kind of headed over to a new character. He's a new old character. It's a detective from the very beginning of the series who was investigating the death of the doctors before the BKA agents got involved. Or was he even there before that? I think so. Anyway, he was involved with the twins and like the murder with the Lieberschmidts or whatever at the very beginning. And he's here. He's like his last day. It's his last like 48 hours on the job, and then he's going to retire. And he's got like his buddy with him, and they're coming to pick up a serial killer and take him somewhere else. So they're taking him on the train, and they have like a funny conversation because this guy's like a taxi cab driver, or he was. And then everyone he killed, he has like a justification. Like this lady was trying to have sex with me, like a prostitute. These people are having sex in my van. This guy spit at me. This kid was like cursing me out. So it's all these kind of like righteous causes. And then the detective at some point is like, "What about this guy? He was like upstanding citizen. He was going to blow the whistle on the corporate corruption. He had a nice wife and family." That, and then the serial murderer is like, "Yeah, that left a bad taste in my mouth. I don't know." And he like looks away and won't explain anything else. Anyway, so they drop him off. And at some point on the train ride over, he mentions, it's like, how'd you all get, like the detective's like, how'd you get even started with this? And he's like, well, one day I was just like walking in a park and I saw this guy like kicking his dog because he took a crap, which is like a natural thing. And I've always had a sense of like an OCD sense of, he didn't say OCD, but I'm saying he had like an OCD sense of like righteousness. And so he attacked the man, and then the police pulled him off, and then this kid with like bandages around his head just happened to be there, and he's like, no, that guy attacked him first.
And the police are like, oh, okay. And so then when the police left, the guy was like, thank you so much. And then the kid like brought his twin sister out. So it's Johan and Nina. And the guy's like, well, I felt so bad. Well, I was so appreciative. I took him back to my apartment and we just kind of hung out and were watching the news and stuff. And he's like, normally when I watch the news, I'm like, oh, those people, they need to get what they deserve and something. And then Johan was like, they do. They need to pay. They need to be like destroyed or they need to be killed or whatever. And he's like, and that freed me. And after that, he started committing all these murders. And then, detective drops him off, and then he's like walking, and he's thinking, he's like, wait a second. And then he like recalls interviewing Nina at the hospital and like their disappearance and all this stuff. And it was near like this park that this guy was talking about. So he runs back, and he's like, what do these twins look like? And he's like, they're beautiful blonde twins. And he's like, that's so then he wants to spend some time trying to figure out like a solution to like, because he knows he's pretty convinced Dr. Tenma didn't do any of these murders because like this kid is such a fucking creep. But, he's not really doing much. Meanwhile, we have the forensic psychologist. He's, like, interviewing serial killers and interviews 2. And they both talk about, like, one of them's like, I'm a vampire and I like to suck the blood. And then the guy starts talking about this girl who was, like, not a virgin, who was, like, pregnant or had a kid and all this stuff. And you killed her and drank her blood. And the guy's like, oh, yes, I left a bitter taste in my mouth. And he's like, well, what happened? He's like, I was at this park and the real vampire, like, showed up and he wrote a name in the sand. And then I was like, I knew that's who I needed to kill. And then he's like, huh. And then he's interviewing this other serial killer later who is like, I get voices from aliens and that's why I kill people. And he's like, so what about this person? Did the aliens tell you to do that? And he's like, no, the alien, I saw an alien in real life. Like, he came to talk to me. And he's like, oh, yeah, tell me about that. And he's like, oh, I was at this park. And there was a sand box. And he, like, wrote the name down. And I knew we were on the same wavelength and it was time to kill that guy. And it was the same park. And then when he comes to talk to the taxi cab killer guy. And he's talking to him and he gets kind of, like, the same story from him. About the girl, right? But he doesn't want to talk about it. And he asks him about the twins, about Johan, essentially. And he's like, I'm not going to tell you anything else. And so he's leaving and he's thinking, and then him and the detective like bump into each other and they start chit-chatting about it. And they're like, let's go. The detective's like, come with me. I want to ask him a few more questions. And they go in there and they essentially get him to confess that so he saved that kid. He like freed him, and then he's like, if that same boy, let's hypothetically say this boy came back 11 years later and asked you to do something, would you do? And he's like, I don't know, maybe. And then it's like, well, something like, well, I can tell you that if he did come to this park and tell me to do something, I would feel obligated to do it or something like that. And he's like, what do you mean? It's like, and it's the same park. And the guy, Johan, came up and didn't speak to him. He just like wrote a name with a stick in the sand. And then he's like, I knew at that point we were like simpatico and it was time to kill. And they're like, and then at that point, the forensic psychologist is like, that Tenma and Nina are both in Frankfurt trying to get to Johan. Like, Johan's got some like sketchy business going there, and then it's like dun dun dun, and that's the end of the episode. We switch over to Baby and Peter Chapek for the next episode. So the baby is sad. Oh, I don't know if he's sad. The episode's called Baby's Depression, but it's more like he's freaked out. And so he's hanging out with Peter Chapek. Well, it starts off and he's like talking to this like stripper, and he keeps buying her gifts, and she's like, oh, I'm in love with you. This is so great. And he takes her out to dinner, and they have a nice dinner, and they're just chit-chatting, and he's like, I feel so comfortable with you. And she's like, oh, I love spending time with you, and all this stuff. She's really playing it up, and he's like, we should do this more often. And she's like, yeah, that'd be great, C's. Anyway, and then she's like, what's wrong? And he's like, I'm scared. And he's thinking about his meeting with Peter Chapek, where they're going over like the people that were murdered by the serial killers from the previous episode, and how like the first two were there to like cover up a scandal, but the third one isn't connected to anything. And then Baby brings up the point that like, hey, I don't think Johan's on the same page as us. And then Peter's like, no, everything's going according to plan. Like the procedure is working correctly. Like everything's going to plan, right? And Baby's like, I don't know about that. Anyway. So then Baby meets up with, what does he do first? He's doing something. Oh, he's looking for Nina. So they finally like track down, or they're looking for Nina so they can capture her and hand her over to Johan, which is what Johan wants, is like his part of the deal. Oh, that's right. The Baby goes and talks to like the guy who gave like the really creepy talk about the end of the world, the young guy, because he's apparently tied into like these scandals. So like these people were killed to like protect his thing. And then the Baby talks about how there's like 5 leaders, I think there's 4 leaders, and that this guy's dad was one of them, General Wolf was one of them, Peter Chapek, and then I think someone else. And then they have like a conversation, and the kid's like, oh, you better think he like threatens him, and the Baby's like, you're threatening me, get out of your diapers first before you threaten me. I'm not scared of you, motherfucker. But I'm scared of Johan. Anyway, so then he meets up with the lady again, and she buys him some ice cream, and they're chit-chatting, and
And he's like, all right, I'll see you later. And he like pulls that money to pay her for like hanging out with him. And she gets like super offended. And he runs after her. He's like, I'm so sorry. Like, blah, 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 blah. And she's like, let's go up to your place. And he's like, ooh. And she's like, tell me your real name. And we don't hear it. But then one of the baby's like goons is like talking to somebody. And he's like, oh, he found Nina. She's at this hotel. I'm going to go pick her up. But I can't get a hold of the baby. So I'm going to run up to his hotel and check him out. So he heads up. And the stripper lady, she's like she gets in the elevator right as he's like getting off. And he heads inside the baby's like hotel apartment thingy, and he finds the baby, dun dun dun, dead in the bathtub. So we don't see the actual dead body. We just see blood. We see like red goo and water going down the drain. And it's like, oh, she killed him. She must be working for Johan. And then so then he calls Peter Chapek, and he tells Peter's like freaking out, and he summons that guy and like another bodyguard, and they're like, okay, and they're like, did you order the hit on baby? Because if you did, we're not gonna help you. And he's like, no, of course not. Why would I do that? Why would I summon you guys if I had killed the baby? Like, you work for the baby, right? Blah 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 blah. And so they're like, okay, do you have any place we can go? And he's like, yeah, I got a villa that no one knows about. You can take me there. And then you go get Nina. And he's like, well, I want to get you protected first. He's like, no, go get Nina. We need her. She's our like trump card or something. And so the one guy who found the baby dead, he runs off. And then their bodyguard's taking him. And while they're driving, he's like, oh, I called a couple other guys to come help with the bodyguarding thing. They should already be at the mansion. And then Chapek's like, pull over right now, because he's freaking out. And he pulls over like, dude, you need to chill out. And then he reaches into his pocket, and Chapek shoots him in the back. And then he sees he's just pulling out like a lighter so he could light his smoke. And he's like, fuck. And so he walks the rest of the way for some reason instead of driving the car up to the villa. And he gets in. He's like, hello, hello, hello. And no one's there. And then he goes to like his drawing room or whatever, where he sits down and starts drinking wine. And then Johan's there. And he's like, Johan. And then Johan's like, this wine, it was the same wine that all those people drank at the Red Rose room. And the guy's like trying to make himself throw up because, they poisoned him. And he's also thinking about, at some point, Chapek's like thinking about the plan and the order, and he's like talking to his boss, which is the Bonaparte guy, and he's like, oh, these are the twins, these are the beautiful twins who are going to lead the future. And he's thinking about seeing his buddy Milan, who got killed at the thing, and he's like, poor Milan. He's having like all these like crazy thoughts, and he's like freaking out super bad. Anyway, so then he's sitting with and then Johan says, he's like, you need to calm the fuck down, I'm drinking this wine too. And then they go back and forth a little bit, and then Johan is like, so Bonaparte, I know that he's still alive. And it's like, dun, dun, dun. And that's the end of the episode. Episode 65 and 66, we get a lot of like almost revelations. It's very good writing, because it's kind of annoying, because it's like we're almost there getting answers, and then we're just like it's like you're on the cusp of getting answers, and yet there's no answers. So we focus on two main groups, essentially. We have the Nina stuff, and we have the Tenma/Ava stuff. So we'll start with Ava Tenma, because there's less exciting stuff going on with that. And then we'll go to the Nina stuff. So with we get Tenma, and he's stalking that guy, the guy that's supposed to be like the assistant to Johan or whatever, the one he met at the party and whatnot. And it looks like he's about ready to go in to try to figure out where Johan is. Right. Hold on. And then we kind of get like meanwhile, the apartment that Milan owned, that all the people are living in, that Tenma was staying at, gets raided by the police because they want to investigate the whole Milan thing. And everyone's there but Tenma. And then we get like a flashback from there, and it's Tenma being like, hey, the police are going to come and raid this place. Just don't tell them anything. And then the kids are like, what Milan wanted revenge for all the people that got killed in our families. And then the two little kids are like, we want revenge. And then Tenma like hugs them and it's like, no, you gotta let go of revenge. Revenge is a cycle that will drive you insane, and yada, 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 yada. And you gotta stop it. You gotta just cut it off. And they're like, okay. And it's like, study hard, and then you can visit each other's homelands, which are like Turkey and Vietnam, I think. Anyway, so that's cute. And then we go back to the present, and the guy's like, he's like walking around his apartment, and he's like do, and like reading a book, and then he gets a gun put to his head, and you would think that it's Tenma, but it's actually Ava. And Ava's like, where is Johan? And he's like, I don't know. And then she shoots him in the ear, and he's like, fuck you, you bitch. Like, I'm supposed to be a politician. How can I look to fame? Like, fuck you. I hope you die in a fire. And then he like throws a book at her, and then wrestles her, and he gets the gun, and he's about to shoot her, and then Tenma shows up and shoots him. And then they're driving in a car towards like a hospital, and at some point in this whole like mishmash, he starts talking about like Peter Chapek thinks like this whole thing is like his plan, but it's Johan's plan. And I think he was talking to Ava before she shot him, or right after she Yeah, I think it's, or maybe while he was holding her prisoner for some reason, he decided to go on like an evil monologue. I don't remember exactly. Anyway, not important. But what's important is that we learn that this guy and Johann met at 511 Kinderheim. Oh no! So when all that craziness was going on and everyone was going mad and killing each other and whatnot, we see this image of like these three boys hiding in like a sink, and then one of the boys goes out to like check on it, and then the other boy goes out, and the third boy is this guy, and he's kind of, you can tell he's already like at a young age manipulating these guys to go like see what's going on so that he doesn't get injured. And then lastly, he's just kind of, he's like, well, I guess I'm going to starve to death because I'm not going out there. And then the door opens and it's Johann, and he's like, come on, let's go be friends. And they are friends. They talk about like destroying the world or taking over the world, and they have all these like kind of plans and schemes and whatnot. And this is all those many, many, many years ago that this stuff happens. So then we follow, then we go back, and then they're in like a car, and they're both holding guns to this guy's head, like Ava and Tenma. And they're like, where's Johann? Where's Johann? He's like, I can't tell you what I don't know, you assholes. And something. And then finally Tenma's like, Ava, go call the hospital and have them send an ambulance to this car. And she goes, and then the guy says something to Tenma. And then Tenma's like, and then when Ava gets back, Tenma's gone. And she's like, where the fuck did he go? And he's like, I don't know. What an asshole. But he told me to tell you to go live a happy life, and I don't want to get you involved in this crazy shit anymore. You need to go and be free and let go of all this crazy nonsensical bullshit. And that's the end of like the Tenma Ava stuff for the 2 episodes. Yes. Oh no. And then Tenma's like, he like hijacks a car essentially. Some guy's just driving him. So we get like a shot of a guy driving a car through the country and just being like, it's such nice weather today. And we see Tenma in the back holding a gun to him essentially and being like, drive faster. Good stuff. Anyway, so oh man, it's so good. Okay, the Nina stuff's much more interesting. So Nina's so the guys bust into Nina's place to like kidnap her, and then she comes out and like holds one of them hostage, and then is like, what's going on? And they're like, Peter Chapek wants to see you. And she's like, Peter Chapek, take me. And so they go, and then as soon as she sees Peter Chapek, she pulls out her gun and pushes one of the guys over and runs up and is about to shoot him, and they're holding their guns on him, and the guy's like, oh, I deserve to die, go ahead and kill me. Or at first he's like, which one is it? Is it the boy or the girl? and it's like, it's me. And he's like, okay, go ahead, kill me. I've done awful things, you know what I've done. You've gotten all your memories back? Oh no, that happens later. So and then she's about to do it, and then she doesn't do it. She's like, where the fuck is Johann? And he's like, I'll take you there. And then we get them in a car, and at some point we go back and forth. We get like Nina talking, and then we get like scary voice Nina talking. So there's still probably like some sort of split personality or something going on there. Anyway, so, or like the monster inside, right? Okay. So then they have a conversation about that, sort of. It's just kind of like, oh, so you remembered everything. And she's like, yes. And he's like, I don't understand why I'm still alive. Because of the crazy shit that happened. Anyway, so at some point they pull up to like this building, and he's like, well, Johann's in there. And he also tells her that Bonaparte's still alive, and she's like, like super wild about it. And then we get like a crazy story from Chapek at some point. He talks about how like he's like, oh, the man was like this, and he served in the war, and he's a great soldier, and he this and that, and then the girl, and then both times he's like, the name's not important. Because the names are not important with these people. So then the girl was raised by like a school teacher, and she was so beautiful, and she was like a genetic researcher when she was in college and all this stuff. And then they met and they fell in love, and she got pregnant. And then the guy's like, you know what? Hey, heads up, I'm a part of like a secret cabal of government officials trying to create like a master race. But I don't want to do that shit anymore because I actually love you and I want to take care of my children, so let's run away. And then they run away, but they get caught by Bonaparte and they get separated. And then she's like she's like locked in this hospital, and she keeps asking for him, and they keep being like, oh, he's on another assignment. And she realizes at some point that he's dead. And then she runs into like, is it right now? Yeah, I think she runs into like Bonaparte, who keeps taking like, he's like drawing like sketchy images of her, which we saw before. And sketchy images before. Yeah. And then she's like, someday my twins are going to grow up, and they're going to get revenge for me against you. So you better watch your fucking back. And Chapek like quotes that later. He's like, oh, the twins are going to get revenge on him. Like that's what she said. Anyway, so she's like in labor. So they like lock her in isolation so she can like calm the fuck down, because that's how they used to do things in the good old days. And she like climbs through like a vent and like escapes through like the fencing and gets like down the driveway before she passes out because her water broke. So they capture her. They get the twins. The twins are so beautiful. We get a scene with Chapek talking to Bonaparte, where Bonaparte's drawing more creepy pictures of children.
and talking about the master race and how they're going to lead the future and all that stuff. And then what happened? Oh, and then that's that. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else with the mom right now. No. Then at some point, Nina's like walking in the building and she starts having all these flashbacks, like seeing stuff. We don't see exactly what she sees and just being shocked, and like coming home and seeing her brother dressed like a girl, being like, welcome home. Which it's obviously not her, right? And then we get like a whole scene with like the children like burn down their apartment above the Three Frogs, and they run away, and then they meet this nice couple in the country and they feed them, and they're running around with flowers. And then the old couple's like, maybe we should just adopt them. And like, no, we can't do that. We got to call the police. And then the woman's like, and they're just like sitting on a fence talking. And we see the shot from behind. It's very well shot. And then the woman is like, oh, darling, what can I do for you? And of course, it's Johan. He's going to kill him. But then we flip back over to Nina, and she's just like, ooh, flowers. And Johan walks up, and she's like, I got you flowers. And she's like, I really like that couple. We should stay with them. And Johan's like, no, we have other things to do. We have other plans. And she's like, okie dokie. And then he like goes to grab her hand and then takes it away and is like tee-hee and runs off. And so she runs after him, and they run away, and then we get like a shot of their dead bodies. And then Nina like runs up, and she like runs to the top floor, and we get this like shot with like Johan in complete shadow. So all we see is like his image, not his image, his shadow, like a black image. And he's standing at like a story higher, and this is like a ruined building, and she's standing below pointing a gun at him, and she's like, what are you going to do? You're going to shoot me like you shot me last time? And she's like, yes, I'm going to shoot you, and then I'm going to kill myself, and we got to end this. This is over. I'm tired of this bullshit, whatever. And then I kept you need to die because you killed like the Fortners, and you killed the Liebers, and you killed these people, and you killed these people, and I can't deal with it anymore. And he's just sitting there quietly listening, and she's like freaking out. And then we get like shots of those things, and again, it's like, ooh, the big revelation, here it comes. We're going to get it. Nina's the monster, or she's a split personality, and Johan doesn't actually exist anymore, and he actually died, or something. We're gonna get something crazy, and then it's like shot. I'm not like she's shooting, but like shot of like all this kind of like montagey shots of things, and like her past and whatnot, and then it goes dun dun, and we get the storybook closeout video, and I'm like, so close. Now, granted, there's like 9 or 10 episodes left of this, so I don't know if we're gonna get all the revelations, but maybe we will, and then it'll just be all wrap up for the last like little bit. But I feel like it's gonna get dragged out a little bit more. But it's so good, it's so well written. I'm totally invested. So excellent all around. So in this is excuse me. So in the next episode, we get confirmation that it was Nina who was taken to the Red Rose Mansion and who saw everything and got caught in the thorn bush and came back and told Johan about everything that happened. And Johan was dressed like a girl, probably so that they, I don't know, grab Nina instead. It's not a firm explanation of that. Maybe he's so crazy. So he's just like, my sister can't be here, I will be my sister. But he's got his cross-dressing predilections that he used later on to trick Sook. Anyway, we get Tenma runs up on and so they're in the Red Rose Mansion. I didn't recognize it at first, but that's this destroyed building they went to is the Red Rose Mansion. Tenma goes up and he hears some gunshots, so he runs up and he sees Nina kneeling on the ground holding a gun to her head, just looking like completely out of it, and he runs up and hugs her and gets her to like not shoot herself. And then she tells him like all this stuff about the Red Rose Mansion that she remembers, and the bodies and the poison and all the craziness that Johan told us in the last episode, about, being locked in a room and counting the days he was being fed. And I don't know if I mentioned all that, but yeah, all that excuse me, all that stuff's going on. And so it's when Nina was taken from her home, she was put in for like days, weeks on end. She was just in a black room, and then Bonaparte came out, and then she was walking around. All these people like, "Oh, you're the chosen one. You're the chosen one. You're going to lead us to victory. You're so beautiful." All this stuff, and then someone, probably Bonaparte, poisoned everybody. So everyone drank poison and died except him. And then Nina ran. She cut her arm on the roses of the manor, and then ran back, and for days just like recalled all the horrible, terrible things that happened to Johan, and that's when they ran away. It seems like Johan still killed all those people, but it was Nina who, and partially because Johan is part of the reason Johan's doing all this stuff is for like revenge, because he thought all this stuff happened to him, it seems, but no, it happened to his sister. And so and she mentions that to Tenma, and Tenma like is like, let's go, let's do something else, let's not worry about it. And then Peter Chupik comes in and he's like, I'm going to tell you what Johan's next move is to go kill Franz Bonaparte, and his son is like in Runheim or something, or Runheim or whatever.
in Prague. The son's out in Prague, and so that's where you got to track him out to. So that's probably where he's headed to kind of figure this stuff out. Prague, yeah, okay. And then we see them just kind of like leaving the manor and heading out somewhere. We then switch over to okay. Then Chapek gets killed because they find the body of the guy he shot and drove the car off the edge when he was coming up, when he was panicking. And so the goons come over and shoot him in the head to like end his existence, so that he's taken care of. All wrapped up nice and clean. And then we get a guy who's like, oh, come on in. I'm surprised you showed up. I got a dice herbal blend, blah, 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 blah. And he's in there and he's like, so you came all the way over here. Who do you want me to murder next? And then we see it's Johan, and Johan points at himself, and he's like, oh, Johan, you're crazy. What are you talking about? And Johan's like, I've woken up from the dream. And he's like, what? And he's like, I've seen the end. I've woken up from the dream. And he's like, what about all the plans and all this and that? And Johan is, he stands up, picks up the gun, and shoots that guy. And then we get like a shot going away from the manor house, or like not the manor house, like this apartment or this kind of like townhouse that this guy's living in. And then Chapek at some point says something about Nina doesn't have all the memories. There's a memory that only Johan has, and Johan also mentions it's like I remember the thing. I remember like the place I need to be. Yeah. Before he shoots the guy. So more mysteries. So we got kind of like a confirmation on something we suspected, that there was this thing with Nina was like more than meets the eye, but then we find out there's like more secrets. So I think Johan did go to 501 Kinderheim. I'm a little confused about the timeline on that. It seems like it happened so the Red Rose Manor was first, and then they ran away, and then they got picked up and put in orphanages by like the General Wolf, and that's when he got taken to Kinderheim, is what I'm thinking, if I'm recalling correctly. And then Nina got adopted and like whatever, so they could do the experiments. There's like 2 terrible things that happened to these kids, multiple. These poor children, they're all fucked up. Anyway, so yeah, that wraps up episode 68. All right, so this episode we switch over to Lunge and Grimmer, and they're staying at this town, and then they meet up at this town, and then it's like one of these quiet, like little German towns or whatever. Anyway, it's kind of sus. Like, there's kind of a lot that goes on and nothing that goes on. So the gist of it is, Lunge shows up, and we meet like a cast of characters. So there's like the innkeeper, the boy who works for the innkeeper, this like old couple thing at the end. There's this other middle-aged couple where like they kind of fight a lot, but she like plays the lottery, which is important. Then there's like the girl who works at the hot dog stand. There's the drunk. There's a lady missing a dog. There's like the other hotel worker. Right? I don't know how much relevant any of these people are because I haven't seen the next episode. But and then there's the guy. There's a guy named Conrad, and the Conrad gives the lotto lady his birthday to put in for the lotto numbers, and then she wins, and that's part of like. And then after she wins, her husband freaks out, so he drives to the next town, buys a bunch of guns. Okay, so that's all we need to know about that. The boy has like a drunken ass father, treats him poorly. He has a broken bike that he's like fixed with. He's fixed based on what was it? He's fixed. It was like a garbage bike, but he gets beat up and treated poorly because he's poor and because he's got a garbage bike by some nerds in town. And then there's the innkeeper like takes care of him, and then so Lunge shows up. He gets a view of the town. He's just kind of walking around. He tells the police like something crazy is going to happen, and they got to be prepared. And the police officer's like, "Oh, nothing crazy happens ever here. It'll be totally fine." And then at some point, the police officer drives up to Lunge and is like, "Oh, you hear that about the missing dog? It's a real crazy over here." And it's like, guys, I'm totally going to get killed. And then Grimmer shows up at some point. Grimmer and Lunge both know who each other are, but they're kind of pretending not to. And then they both go and look for the dog, and Grimmer meets the hot dog lady, and she's like, I want to get out of this town. I hate this place. And Grimmer's like, oh, it's so nice, something. And then they both treat like the little boy very well, as well as the old man. And then at some point, the little boy goes up to like the quote-unquote vampire's home, because that's the bullies tell him that's where the bike is. And when he gets there, there's just a bunch of creepy-looking paintings and stuff. So this is obviously where Bonaparte was or is supposed to be. And then he hears noises, so he hides. But who comes in? Grimmer and Lunge, who they've already found the dog. It was just up in the mountains chewing on bones. And then they walk in and they see like hundreds of paintings or portraits, like drawn portraits of the twins. And they're like, ruh-roh. And then one of them's like, the massacre is going to happen. There's like a dead cat outside and it was killed with a machine gun. And then we go to Conrad, the guy who gave the numbers to the lotto lady, and he's like pulling like stuff out of like a rose bush or whatever, like vines. And then someone walks up by him and like pulls out a gun. or someone walks up to him and he's like, "Oh, what are you doing here? I've never seen you before." And then the guy pulls out a gun, and that's the end of the episode. Episode 69 here is a lot of setup for the massacre that's incoming, for the supposed massacre that I'm guessing is coming. So it's broken, like a lot of these, it's broken into several different parts. We get a little bit of Grimmer. Grimmer's just kind of walking around. He's trying to leave at some point, but there's like a rainfall, and it like washes out the whole area and creates kind of like an island. It's kind of this episode is interesting. It's hard to talk about a little bit because it bounces around so much. But the key things to know, and the key way it kind of sets it up, is we go from Lungay to Grimmer to Tenma, to just kind of like random people in the town again, where things are starting to get amped up. So like the little kid's getting bullied, and then they walk away, and then some strange man with like a gun is like, "Hey, I bet you want to get revenge on them. I bet you want to kill them." And he like hands the kid a gun. And then his father, who's the drunk, I didn't realize that was his father before, but this episode makes it pretty clear. So his father, who's the town drunk, he's all pissed off, and some guy's like, "You don't want alcohol. What you really want is this gun." And the person giving him the gun is the old man in the wheelchair from the hotel where Lungay and Grimmer are staying. And he can walk. Oh, and then let's see who else. Oh, and then Connor. So the old couple, or the middle-aged couple who won the lottery, they went to like a diner and everyone gave him a weird look, so they went to go find Connor, and apparently he makes like the most delicious of all like lincolnberry jams or something. And so they go up to like his field of lincolnberries or lingberries or whatever they are, and dun dun dun, they find his dead body, and then they hide it because they're being super paranoid about stuff. And then that someone kills like the dog, the yappity dog that belongs to the lady, and then and so Grimmer's trying to leave, but he can't because the rain like is washed out the bridge or like flooded the bridge or something out of town, creating like a little island of death essentially. And then Lungay, he's in the hotel just kind of hanging out, and then he sees like the old couple, and he sees a bunch of mud on the old man's boots, and then he goes to make a call, and he mentions, he's like, "Oh, I noticed that your husband has a bunch of mud on his shoes. That's interesting considering he can't walk." And they give him like a really dirty look, and then the phone lines are all out, and he's like, Oh, and then Grimmer at some point talks to the blonde chick who runs the hot dog stand, and he's like, "Oh, hey, you seem pretty chipper today." And she's like, "Yeah, the man of my dreams finally showed up, and he's going to get me out of this place." So someone's been distributing guns and going to make a huge mess of the whole situation. Earlier in the episode, Grimmer and Lungay have a conversation about a massacre that occurred years ago. I think it's them. Someone has a conversation. It's either Nina and Tenma or Lungay and Grimmer have a conversation about a massacre, and they're like, "We don't need a lot of people to create a massacre." There was like a town a few years back where one person like started killing people kind of indiscriminately, and then people started getting real paranoid, and so then people started buying guns in the town, and they started like fighting each other, and it kind of the whole town like ended in like a massacre or whatever. There's like a huge massacre because people thought their neighbors were shooting or the bad guys and all this stuff, and it just created this huge like drama llama. Which is kind of what the modus operandi here is. And at some point in this like section of the story, the town section, we'll just go with, the police officer's like, "Oh man, they're looking for like there's like 3 cops and they can't get help from outside because the roads are washed out." And so it's like this isolated mountain town, and they can't find Conrad, and he's worried about that. And then he's like driving to go help his buddies, and then he sees this car just like parked in the middle of the street. So he pulls over and he's like, "Hey, you doing okay? You need gas or oil or anything?" And someone just shoots him. And that's into that part. So meanwhile, Tenma is hanging out with Nina. She's like in a hospital, and she's got like an IV and stuff. And she's like, "I feel much better. I don't want to kill myself anymore." And Tenma's like, "I gotta go take care of some stuff." But the psychiatrist Richter and Dieter are gonna come hang out with you. And she's like, "Thank you so much for saving my life. Like whatever you do, don't get killed." I think they're the ones to talk about the massacre, because at some point she's like, "Don't get caught up in that. Like don't die because you need to live because you helped me live." And it's kind of the same thing. They have like a strange symbiotic relationship where like that was like Tenma's whole thing in like the previous episodes, where he's like, "No, I've spent so much time trying to like save Nina that like you can't die," because it kind of like destroys part of his like meaning for existence at this juncture in his career as a wanted criminal. So he goes and he tracks down that author, or not the author, the editor, who edited all of Bonaparte's books under like his various pen names and stuff, and they're chit-chatting about that whole situation, the kind of the similar conversation that Lunge had with him like all those episodes ago. And only at some point he's like, oh, there's one more, and there's one more book, and there's this book, and it's about like a thief who goes to like a small mountain town to like rob the place, but when he gets there he decides he wants to retire from being a thief and just like live peacefully and quietly. And then the man mentions like his art got like really bad, but his story is much better. It's not like this dark, awful, like horrible story about like monsters and stuff. It's just like a nice, pleasant story, but the art got worse. And he mentions like it seems like he just lost like the purpose for his existence. So he retired to this town. And then before that, this part, Tenma is like visiting. He tracks down Bonaparte's son, who's the guy that like saved Nina, and she was staying with the puppeteer guy. And he calls him out on that, and they talk about that for a little bit. And the guy gives him some clues. So this episode's very good. It's super good because it's like a True Detective kind of thing. As this whole series is like, it's like a better season 2 of True Detective than season 2 of True Detective, or season 3, or season 4, because he's just like he's getting all this information from various people that he's talking to, and he's like putting things together, and he very logically comes to the conclusion, figures out where like this town is, which is the same conclusion that Lunge got, because there was like a postcard with like a small mountain town, and it was like he found out that like Bonaparte was like a German Czech, and that he grew up in like this town somewhere, and that his family stayed. And that's how he figures out like the pen name. And then he, it's like, oh, my dad mentioned at some point that maybe we should just go home. I'm from like a small mountain town in southern Germany. And then like Pope is like a German name. All those names are like Czech names or like his pen names. So the Pope name is probably his actual name instead of Bonaparte or whatever. It's very good. It's very well written and very well drawn out in this whole situation. So when he puts all these clues together and then he gets a map and he figures out exactly like this Ruinheim town, which is where all the massacre is going to occur, because that's where Bonaparte is. And at some point Nina too reveals to him earlier on that Johann wants to commit suicide at this point. Like she just knows, because he's like done being alive because of like his secrets and because of like the revelation she had that like all this stuff he's been doing, it's really been her. It was her that had happened to, not him, or whatever. And then that he's trying to recreate the experiments at 511 Kinderhain and at the Red Rose Mansion, but in a way that will get him killed, so that it's not like he killed himself, but he's like it's like a suicide by cop kind of situation, it seems, or he's going to be in this area when everyone's like killing themselves or killing each other, and he'll get caught up in it, and then he'll finally die and be at peace. So good stuff. In episode 70, the massacre continues. Jeez. All right, so there's 3 parts to this one. So we have Grimmer, and so we have the town, essentially, right? We have Grimmer and Lunge, and so we start putting things together. So Grimmer finds the boy who works at the hotel, and he's got a gun, and he's standing by all the bullies, and they're dead, and he's like, and so he's like, he finds out that the boy didn't kill him, that the boy just found them already dead. And so he takes the gun and he takes him back to the hotel. Meanwhile, his drunken dad tries to go buy some beer from the bar, and they like, no, we're not going to take, the bartender's like, no, I'm not going to take money that you stole from your son. And then he leaves, and then all the people like make fun of him, and he hears it. So he gets real mad, and he's like, that's it, I'm going to do it. So he takes his gun out, and he goes open the bar, and dun, 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 everyone's already dead. And he's like, "Wah!" The police officer shows up at the hotel where Lunge and the owner, and then Grimmer shows up, and he's like, oh, they're like, wow, how'd you get over? He's like, we got to call the police. Like, no, all the phones are down in the whole village, and yada yada. And he's like, I got shot in the leg, I need help. And like, so they apply some first aid, and then Lunge like looks over at the old people and starts yelling at them, and he like calls them out on being involved. And then Grimmer shows up with the kid, and they talk about that, and then we get the whole revelation. Like, they start yelling at him. They're like, oh yeah, our son's been dead a long time, and this guy showed up, and he was just like our nephew. And like when they were writing that postcard in the previous episodes, it was actually they were writing, they were giving information to Johann essentially, and they don't have any more guns, but they were like distributing guns for him as part of his plan because they're like crazy and whatnot. Anyway, and then Lunge and Grimmer start chit-chatting about the whole thing and putting the pieces together, and then Lunge's like, you, the owner of this inn, you are Franz Bonaparte. That is why Johann is here. And the guy's like, yes. Like, damn. So there is. Wow, what a revelation. And then we have a whole thing with them going back and forth talking about, like, we got to stop this, we got to figure out the thing. And then Bonaparte is like, I need to get my execution, I deserve punishment. And then Grimmer, like, loses it, and I'm like, gets real angry and starts yelling at me. He's like, hell no, like, you're going to reveal everything you did to everybody, like, how dare you like took away people's sense of right and wrong and their sense of taste, and like they can't even mourn the death of their own son, which is like, he's, you know, bringing a lot of skeletons out of his closet for this rant, but it's pretty good. And then he's like, I'm gonna do everything I can to keep you alive because you need to confess, because what needs to happen. And the guy mentions that Johan's here because he's trying to erase all pieces of his connection to the world. And then we find out that there's a guy at a hotel, and that guy is dun dun dun. It's not Roberto. Is it Roberto? It's that guy who got shot in the arm, and he's been like around. Rodrigo, I think, is what he actually goes by, and he's the one who's banging out the hot dog lady. So this guy gets around and likes to fuck. Good for him, I guess. But as part of like the monster's plan that he's constantly involved with Johan, I still feel like there might be like some other connection there. Like maybe he's not with Johan, or maybe it seems like he is, but you never see him together or speaking. So I almost feel like there might be like more than meets the eye, if you will. Okay, so but he's one of the guys who's like going out shooting people, or like giving. He's also another one of these guys who's like giving guns out and stuff. And there's several other people have like gathered to like give guns out to people and to like cause this massacre to occur. And in the background, there's like lots of dead bodies. Like Grimmer's seeing dead bodies, Lunge's seeing like dead bodies. They're like all over town. There's like the smell of gun smoke. Like the massacre we don't see a lot of the massacre, but we like see the after effects of it all around town. So yeah, he's part. Oh, so and then someone mentions that guy's there. I think it's the old couple. Like Lunge gets him to admit that one of the guys kind of orchestrating this whole thing is at that other hotel doing this thing, and he's like, I need more firepower. And that's when the lottery people show up, and they're like, we have all these guns, and he's like, I'm gonna take this rifle and this other pistol, and then Grimmer takes like a pistol too, and he's gonna stay at the hotel and guard people while Lunge goes and takes care of Rodrigo or Roberto or whatever his name is. All right, so that's that part. Another part is where we go over to like Ava and Dieter are just like hanging out, watching the news, and Dieter's like drawing pictures of Tenma, and Ava's smoking because she doesn't want to drink anymore, and they have a conversation. Then we see Nina gets an email from Johan telling her that he will meet her in Runheim, and then she's like, I gotta go. And she uses her like scary voice a couple times here. And then the condition that the psychiatrist is like, you can go, but you got to take this forensic psychologist with you, or psychiatrist with you. And so she agrees. And so she looks at Dieter like one more time, and then she's like, you guys all have to hide. Johan's trying to erase himself, and that comes up like 2 or 3 times. Like people keep mentioning that Johan's trying to erase all presence of existence. Like it's not just like he's trying to kill himself; he's trying to erase himself from existence. So he's trying to get rid of anybody or everybody. That's been like his whole mission this whole time. Is he just was going through the world, and erasing all like his very existence. And it ties back into like the story. Lunge like points this out at some point, where when he's talking to friends one apart, and because they talk about it, and then Nina talks about it. I don't think Tenma brings it up. He's the third part of this episode. That's what the monster, like when the monster finally got a name, there was no one left to remember it or whatever, right? So it's like Johan's essentially trying to erase his existence. So he's gonna kill everybody. He wants everyone dead who's even like secondarily or tertiarily like remembers him. So she tells them to take Ava and Dieter, like Richter, and to go into hiding, because there's probably somebody out there trying to get him. Okay, so that's that aspect. Okay, then Tenma works his way to the town. He travels through the woods. He's like covered in mud and red. He like ran up a mountain or down a mountain into the valley or whatever. But he stumbles upon one of the police officers. He gets his gun, or I think he brings a gun because I can't remember. He like reaches over to see if the guy has a gun. It seems like, but then he has a gun. And then this gentleman like stumbles out of like the woods, and he's like, "Don't move!" And the guy collapses because he's shot. And he's like, "Please, you must help the children." And so that's what Tenma does. He goes into town. He sneaks around, seeing like all the after effects of like the massacre that's still ongoing. And then he finds like this group of children and old women, and he like helps them escape. And that's the end of his part of the episode. We continue to bounce around as the slaughter continues and as people are getting defended. So Grimmer has tied up the old couple, and he's getting ready to defend the place with the guy who won the lottery. Meanwhile, Bonaparte, Vim, and the wife of the lottery guy, they're all kind of hanging out inside. Meanwhile, Tenma is running around continuing to save children and people, and he's helping people get out. And at some point he runs into the blonde-haired girl, the hot dog worker, and she's like freaking out, and she's like, I ran away as soon as I could, and she tells him about Roberto and stuff. Oh no, Lunge runs into the blonde-haired chick, And they have a conversation about Roberto and the hotel and everything where he's staying at and how he goes out and he changes clothes constantly and all this crazy nonsense. And then Lunge and Tenma run into each other at that point. And then Lunge apologizes for essentially believing it was him. He has this whole thing where he's like, my reality and the fantasy, and I always base everything on facts, but this time I had to like not engage, and I finally realized like what was really going on with the his investigation and everything. It's pretty good. So he hands the blonde chick over to him and then runs off to the hotel. And when Lunge gets to the hotel, there's a guy there, and it's a guy working with Roberto, so he kills him with his like, I don't want to call it a shotgun, but it kind of is a shotgun. It's like a large barreled rifle or whatever. It's not like a 22. But he kills that guy, and then he heads upstairs into the room, and that's like the last we see him for now. Meanwhile, Tenma's having a hard time with the girl. She like doesn't want to go anywhere, and then he hears a guy screaming, so he goes up, and the guy's got a baby, and his wife's dead, and he convinces that guy to flee. So he takes him to the woods, and meanwhile the girl like wanders off on her own because she doesn't want to come with Tenma. She's like, I'm going to stay here, and he's like, we'll go to the hotel, and she's like, no. Anyway, so at that point, a lot of the people that are escaping through the forest run into Nina and the forensic psychologist, who show up, and they kind of tell them what's going on and about Tenma being there, and then Nina freaks out and runs to the hotel to see what's going on. Well, she's got like a plan of some sort. And before that happens, she's as they're driving over there, her and the psychologist, she starts talking about, I had this memory, I finally remember the memory. I don't want to, it's so horrible. So she runs off, and then the forensic psychologist also goes, while the guy, and he gives his car keys to the guy with the kids, and is like, hey, go call the police, like immediately, and take these kids to safety, and get any of you need to the hospital. And then he heads into the city as well. Meanwhile, both back at the main hotel of Vorche or whatever, with Grimmer and the guy, they're talking about what's going on, and the guy, like, Grimmer, like, talks him up and tells him that it's not his fault about the lottery ticket, that the whole situation's crazy, and he's like, I feel better, I'm going to talk to my wife, and he steps away, and then there's, like, the hotel gets, like, completely shot up by, like, people from across the street. And so the guy ends up being, like, okay-ish. The old couple gets killed. Bonaparte and Vim, the kid, are okay, and then the wife gets kind of hit, too. But so they all head down to the cellar, and then Grimmer essentially kind of locks him in there to go take care of the problem. And he heads out and he starts screaming at the block across the street. And then he sees the girl, the blonde girl. She's like, I did it. I gained enough courage to come over here. And she gets shot. And so he runs over, picks her up, and he gets shot in the shoulder. And then he freaks out, and then he starts killing. And we know that because we get Tenma, like, rolls up, and he's looking around trying to see what's going on, like, in the hotel, after he sees somebody get thrown out the window. And he finds Grimmer, and Grimmer's dying. But he talks about he killed 4 people with his bare hands. They have a conversation about, was this Magnificent Steiner? And he's like, no, it was me. I got angry and I did this. And there's a whole thing before that where during this portion where he's talking about how, like, I never saw the final episode. I wonder if the boy ever realized that his anger was making him turn into the Magnificent Steiner for his given his power, if he realized it was actually him. And then Steiner at the very end, or not Steiner, Grimmer at the very end, he finally, like, feels emotion, like he's crying for his lost son, and he's like, why does sadness feel so much like happiness? Because he never feel emotions. And then Bonaparte is, like, really distraught about the whole situation. He's like, I can't believe what I've done. I'm a monster. And then we get, like, a nice scene of them all just Bonaparte and Tenma just standing there while Grimmer, like, dies. And that's the end of the episode. We get a lot of revelations here. Going forward, we have so Tenma's now in the hotel with all the peeps, and he decides he needs to go to meet up with Lunge in the other hotel so that he can help him. And France Bonaparte or Papuo or whatever, he decides he's going to go with him, and then they have a conversation. So I'm going to keep calling Bonaparte because that's an easier name to say. Pupua, yeah, something like that. Anyway, the old man who came up with the crazy program to hypnotize children or whatever, he kind of confesses that it's his fault all this stuff's happening. So obviously he set forth this whole program, developed it with the Prague Secret Police, all this stuff. And then at some point he fell in love with Anna, who is Nina's and Johann's mother. And he wrote a letter, and Grimmer had the letter. He got it from Lunge, and then Tenma reads it here, and it's like a confession essentially. And we got him. Lunge read it like way earlier, but essentially, you know, Bonaparte clarifies right here that he wrote that letter to her because she, like, didn't have a name because she was just there as, like, a vessel for these twins, but then she fell in love, and he fell in love with, like, the twins, like, the whole concept, and that kind of changed his mind. And then he ended up killing everybody involved in this whole thing. Like, he went around and killed everybody.
so that the twins could be free and be left alone, and same thing with her. But then somehow they got pulled back into the whole thing. But like that's the Red Rose Manor murders, like the massacre was him. He killed everybody, right? So that they could get away. Nina and Johan could get away from the whole situation because he was like, I'm done with this shit. So there you go. He confessed. And then later on, when the kids were adopted by the Liebers and they were living in Germany, he showed up and was like, I just want to see them, right? I just want to see the twins one more time. And then even if they're sleeping, I just want to make sure they're okay. So he goes and looks at them, and it's a little unclear here. We don't get a full revelation. I can't tell if it's like if he's the one who killed them, or if Johan saw him and it like awakened these crazy dreams or whatever, or if Nina saw him and it awakened something, and then but then like it kind of set off this whole thing, and then Tenma's like, hey man, stop it. I brought it back to life too. We just got to go help Lunge and figure this whole thing out. So they head on their way. Meanwhile, Lunge, he's searching the hotel room. He doesn't find Roberto, and then he does because Roberto shoots him. And then they wrestle around. Lunge shoots him at some point, and then he's like, tell me about this. And the guy's like, I am a man with no name, which is the name of the episode, funny enough. It's like episode 72 at this point. And then they go back and forth, and then the guy starts choking Lunge out and telling him he's going to kill him. And then he starts confessing, and he's the Adolf guy. It doesn't say it directly, and if you don't remember who the Adolf guy is, it's General Wolf's nephew, and there's a whole thing about him liking hot chocolate. And then we go to Vim as part of this, and he's talking about how Grimmer was talking about his best friend in this program that like they kept each other going and they remembered each other's names, and it's all happening while Roberto's like, I don't remember my name. I was in an orphanage and this crazy shit happened, and then I didn't know anything until Johan came along and like woke me up, and it gave my true purpose, my true self, and I love killing and stuff. So it seems like that is. I know General Wolf's like nephew like killed himself, but I feel like that's wrong. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but it's definitely Grimmer's friend. Grimmer talked about this guy before, but I'm pretty sure the name is the same. I mean, Adolf is a common German name. It was a common German name. I don't know. Anyway, but they're both called Adolf, so that's what I'm thinking, and I'm not gonna look more into it. Anyway, we and so eventually Lunge is able to escape being choked to death by grabbing Roberto's like insides that he shot and squeezing real tight on like his guts, and the guy falls back and then he puts a gun in his mouth and is like, now you're gonna tell me where the fuck Johan is. And that's the last we see him for this episode. Then we switch over to Nina and the forensic psychologist. They're like walking around town, and Nina's kind of freaking out and talking about like, we gotta find Johan, blah blah blah. And they end up in the hotel, and then the little boy Vim like pulls a gun on him because he's I don't know why the adult is, but they're whatever. Anyway, so they convince them that they're not to be hurt. They're not there to do anything. And he's like, wait, and mostly because he's like, I recognize you. You're in all those pictures and like the vampire's mansion. And she's like, what vampire's mansion? And so they head up there, and she's like, Johan was here. Johan was crying. And then she starts like, she has like this complete mental breakdown where she's like talking for herself and talking for her mother and being like, don't cry, something. And it gets like real wild. But it seems like the mother had to like abandon the children so that they could like go on their way and be safe. It seems like something like that occurred. But we don't get like, there's not like a firm, like nothing in the show is like super firm attestation. But then she's like, Nina kind of pulls it back together, and then she's like, Johan was here, but he's back in the town because he wants to finish this. He wants to finish this for good. And Roberto says one more thing. He said, after part of Johan's plan, yada yada, Johan's plan this, Johan's plan that, and people keep saying, you don't know what Johan's plan is, you dummy, to a bunch of different people. Anyway, the other thing he says is that part of Johan's plan is that Tenma will be the last one, and that he'll die alone. Right, and then Nina has this whole thing right at the end, where she is upset. She's like, that was the same thing as that night. It was raining that night when that thing happened. The thing is when the parents got killed, and then Nina shot Johan in the head, and she's like, I never should have pulled the trigger. That's what started all this. Like if I didn't pull that trigger, none of this would have happened. None of these innocent people would have died. Yada yada yada. So we've got a few more episodes. There's like 2 more episodes, and then there seems to be some sort of like wrap-up episode in the files that I have, because there's like episode 73, 74, and then there's something called like EC, which I'm assuming is like an epilogue. But we'll see. Well, you'll see very soon. I'll see you next week. But cool. Okay. So we pick up in the penultimate episode with Tenma and Bonaparte rushing the hotel. And then right before they're making their little plan, like, I'm going to go in. Our main goal is to get Captain Lunge or Detective Lunge or whatever. And then walks up, or he runs up, and he's like, bah, 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 bah. And it's like, what are you doing here? Nina's here. Oh, Nina, that's her name. And Bonaparte is like very excited. He's like, oh, it's such a beautiful name. I'm glad she has a name, blah, 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 blah. So at that point, Bonaparte and Tenma are like, hey, we got to do this thing, man. You got to like get out of the way so you don't get caught up in this whole like shoot mess. So run over to that store and hide. And they all turn around and dun, 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 it's Johann. He's just chilling, standing there. And Tenma's like, both of you get out of here right now. And Tenma's like, very good. Everyone's here. And then Bonaparte shoves Tenma out of the way and goes up to shoot him. And then, it's like the screen goes away and we hear gunshot. And it's like, oh, what could that possibly be? What that possibly is, when we come back, is Roberto. Roberto shot Bonaparte, and he's like completely covered in blood, and he's stumbling. And then Tenma's like, Roberto, and he pulls out and he points his gun at him instead. And then Roberto just like collapses onto the ground. And at that point, Nina and I forget his name, the forensic psychologist guy or psychiatrist guy, who's Tenma's doctor friend, they come running up, and people keep saying like the scene of disaster or the scene of doomsday or the scenery. That's what it is. The scenery of doomsday, which is a thing, I guess. It's maybe we'll get more clarity. That's like this whole thing, right? This whole massacre, I guess, is the scenery of doomsday. I don't know. It's real dumb. Anyway, so Tenma's aiming at Johann, and Johann does that thing like he did at the very beginning with his sister, where he puts his finger right on his forehead, and then Nina and the forensic psychiatrist roll up, and Nina's like, no, don't do it, don't shoot him, I forgive you, Johann, I forgive you. And Johann turns to her and he's like, it's too late. It's too late for forgiveness. Dr. Tenma here is going to kill me right now, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. And then Tenma's like hesitant, and so Johann pulls a gun out and points it at Wim. Oh no. And he's about to kill him, and then we get another like fade to black moment, and with like a gunshot. And I forgot to mention earlier in this episode, we see Wim's drunk ass dad like stumbling around town, which is good. It's excellent. It's excellent writing, because it's like, what? This guy's just like stumbling around, being upset, and like, everyone's dead. I hope my son's all right. I've been a terrible father, yada yada yada, and then he leaves. But again, the show is so well written that you obviously know that the reason why he's in here is because he's going to do something. So when this happens, you're like, well, obviously, the dad shot him to protect his son, right? That's like his redemption arc. It's like there's so many like little redemption arcs or little character changes. The show is so good. Like, I watch stuff where it's like whole seasons go by and you're like, these characters don't change at all or have any kind of like real arc. They're just like existing. And this show, I mean, it's 74 episodes, but there'll be a character introduced, and like within 3 episodes, they have like a very believable, excellent like character growth or character change, or something happens and you're like, wow. it's not that hard. This is just write a good character, introduce them quickly, and move on with their day, right? Anyway, so he comes up and we get him, like, we go back like 10 minutes or whatever, and he's stumbling around, and then he sees this whole scene and he's like, that guy, that monster, he's gonna shoot my son. And so he shoots him and kills him, and that's the end of that. And then we skip ahead a little bit because the call got out. The guy took the car or whatever, probably. The emergency, like the medevacing people out of there, right? Like they're landing helicopters and putting people on the helicopters, any survivors they can find, and taking them out and whatnot. And the police finally get over here, and like the news crew, and it's like there's so much massacre, and there's like barely anyone alive. It's like the whole town's been like completely just devastated and destroyed. This huge, like, ridiculous massacre, and the police are trying to figure out what's going on. And like the drunk, they're like, oh, maybe it's this guy. I mean, he shot somebody. And the Vim's like, no, he didn't. He protected me. That guy was going to kill him or kill me, and he saved me, but he's not a murderer. He didn't kill anybody else. Yada yada yada. And then Tenma and Nina are just like holding each other in like a doorway or whatever. And the police are talking to the forensic psychologist, the one who's like got his fucking head on straight. And he's like, and the police chief or whoever is talking to him is like, wait. So that guy, that blonde kid, he orchestrated this whole thing as a way to like kill himself, to commit suicide? And he's like, yes. And he's like, I don't get it. And he's like, it's really complicated. I'm gonna need a little bit more time to explain. So we should probably like gather things up, and I can give you the full report. But that is what happened. He committed suicide by killing all these people and putting himself in a situation where he would die. And it's like, okay. Gosh. And then we see that Lunge is okay. Hooray! I thought he was dead because Roberto stumbled out. Because last we saw of him, he was like beating the shit out of Roberto or knocked him out completely or something. But anyway, he's messed up, but he's gonna be okay. And And then there's another police officer they find who's injured, but he's like in shock. Right, that's the other guy at the hotel that Bonaparte and Tenma and Grimmer like kind of saved. Okay, so and then we get a little shot with like the lottery winning couple, and they're like huddled together, and they both got gun wounds, and like they're trying to get people's IDs so they can like verify identification and whatnot. And then he lost like the lotto ticket, and he freaks out and like runs, and his wife's like, no, it doesn't matter, as long as we're together, we're gonna be okay. So here's like a couple. They had like a little story. They like maybe like 10 minutes in the last like 5 episodes, if that, of time with them. And then we had like their relationship, we had like understanding who they are, what's going on, and then they had like a little redemption arc in their relationship and like what matters most in life and stuff. So it's really good. It's like fantastically written. Like it's really not that hard. You just have to like put a little bit of effort into it and like learn how to write, I guess. I don't know. It's not like I'm writing scripts all the time and like selling them, right? So who am I to talk? I'm here to talk because I've seen it. I've seen it work right now in this show. And I've seen it work in other shows. So the fact that it's not happening in everything is like complete incompetence. Like someone needs to be like, no, bad you. Anyway, all right, so there's that. And then, Lunge's like, he's giving them information. He's like, I don't have my ID. You can call headquarters. I'm Lunge, a detective with the BAK or BHK or whatever. And then he's in the helicopter and being taken off, and he's like, he looks like he's gonna be okay. He's got some wounds and stuff, and then he looks over and Johan's there, and he's on like a defibrillator. He's got like air pumping into him and other stuff, and he's like, hey, is he gonna make it? And then the helicopter guys are like, I don't know, he'd need like a really good brain surgeon or neurosurgeon like right now, because otherwise like he's gonna be screwed. I don't know any neurosurgeons in like this area that could like possibly save him, but there's a chance. And then he's like, I know somebody. And so then a police officer finally runs into like Tenma and Nina, and he's like, wait a second. And he's like, I know that guy. So he runs and tells like his boss, and his boss comes over and is like, hey, are you? And then they ask him, they're like, are you Dr. Tenma? Are you? I think they interrupt. He gets interrupted. He gets interrupted by one of the medics, the paramedics, the aero paramedic guys from the helicopter come running up, and he's like, Dr. Tenma, Lunge's calling for you. And they need you to save whatever, and then Tenma just doesn't respond. He's like a shell of a human being at this point after like all these years. And then Nina like squeezes his arm, and it's like, are they romantically engaged? It kind of seems that way, the way they like talk about each other. And then this interaction where they're like huddled up together. Maybe it's not sexual. They're just it's like they both gone through like a trauma, and they're like trauma survivors, like that family that he was staying with Milan. But anyway, so she squeezes his arm, and she's like, I want to forgive Johan. Please, I want to forgive Johan. And then so Tenma like stands up, and he starts walking off, and then they're dragging the drunk off, saying that he's the guy who did all this stuff, or that they need to question him. And then Vim's like, he's not a murderer. He didn't do this. And then Dr. Tenma walks up and like squeezes his shoulder and like nods at him. I can't remember if he says anything. He's like, I know. And so it's like a double. It's like, so he's doing this for Nina, and he's doing this for Vim, because if they can get Johan back up, they can like prove that he was the orchestrator of all this stuff, and that Vim's dad never had nothing to do with it, which will be nice. And then we get like a flash forward a little bit, and there's someone putting on like operating gear, and then we go to an operating room, and it's Tenma, and there's a whole crew of people like waiting for him, and that's the end of that episode. All right, so we've reached the epilogue. There was another episode in the torrent group that I picked up, but it was just like a kind of like really quick recap of like the first half of the season. I watched it real quick just to kind of confirm. But anyway, so what is everyone up to? All right, so we start with, who do we start with? We start with, okay. So we get I don't remember who we start with, but we start with, but I'm going to start with, Sook and the lawyer who was going to get Dr. Tenma off are hanging out at Grimmer's like gravestone, talking about how the lawyer like found that he was, they talk about how he was like a spy for the secret police and all this stuff, and that the 511 Kinderhead stuff. But then he spent his whole life after getting out of like being a spy, helping crack like, what is it called? Like atrocities or like war crimes or like whatever, like going around helping free children and all this stuff from these like organizations. And that his duffel bag he carried around the whole time was just that. It was full of paperwork and exposés and stuff on like all these like terrible groups of people. And then at some point, after they're kind of chit-chatting with themselves about it and everything, Lunge rolls up, and he has like the bottle of beer because they were going to go get beer afterwards, and he sets it down, and he has like a nice piece to say, and Sook's like, "Oh, detective," and he's like, "I'm not a detective anymore," and it's like, "Yeah, but you still work for the police force." So he's like a professor at like the police academy in Germany for like the FBI or the BKA or whatever it is. So that's nice. So he's like moved on past that. Then we get a shot with the psychologist talking to Ava, and Ava looks really pretty again, now that she's not a complete wretch and drunk. And we find out that she's like designing kitchens and stuff. Like she's like like an interior decorator, and that she hasn't drank, and that she's doing well. She's moving back to Dusseldorf. And things are going well for her. And then she hands the psychologist a notebook. And this is a great way to do storytelling, by the way, because you assume that Tenma's going to be fine. I think someone even before this mentioned that he's like traveling the world and that he's doing okay. Oh, that's right. Because we actually start the episode with Carl and his father, and Carl's reading him Latin, and they have a conversation about how his Latin's improved, but it's still terrible, and they kind of laugh about that. And then they both mention like they'd be nice to see Dr. Tenma again, but he's like traveling the world and he's always busy. Okay, so coming back. So then the professor or the psychologist or psychiatrist after... I keep saying psychiatrist. It never identifies him as like a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but it's like the 80s in Germany. So and he's wearing like a lab coat all the time when he's meeting with people. So it just makes it seem like he's supposed to be a psychiatrist, because like psychologists don't wear lab coats because it's retarded. But especially like you're just like your home like office doing therapy, bro. Like, what are you doing, you weirdo? Anyway. I don't know, maybe it's a German thing or a Japanese thing that like you gotta wear a lab coat or some bullshit like that. Anyway. So then Ava hands him this notebook, and she leaves, and he's like, "Don't be a stranger." And he goes to the notebook, and this is why the excellent storytelling I'm talking about is right here, where he looks through, and it's like, "Oh, Dr. Tenma, the case goes well. Like the BAK agent Lunge like testifies for him. He gets an apology. They drop all charges, and then he joins like Doctors Without Borders, and he's traveling around doing that. And then he like closes the book, and he's like, it's really thin after that because people stop caring, right? Because it's not important. He's no longer like a fun figure to like discuss in the newspapers and all that stuff. That's nice. And then we see Dieter, and he's kicking a ball around, and he's definitely grown. It seems like it's been at least a year or two. But maybe not that long, because he seems much bigger as like he's grown, like it's been a year. But later on we see Nina, and it's like someone mentions that like it's been a rough year for her, so maybe it hasn't been a full year, or like it's been a short amount of time. Anyway, so Dieter's kicking a soccer ball. He's at soccer practice, and old bucktooth thief guy is like, "Hey, that thing that Tenma asked me to look up, I got the information for him, something. I had to like steal like secret documents or something," and that doesn't go anywhere, so it doesn't matter. And then Dieter like runs off. Then we head to Tenma at this point, if I'm remembering correctly. And so Tenma is walking up to like a convent or like a Catholic hospital or something, and then we get to meet Anna. Anna is the twins' mother, and she's there because she's like out of her mind, and she's been there for a long time, it seems, and Tenma's been visiting her, and they're sitting there chit-chatting, and she's like, "I'm ready to talk about anything crazy." And so then she shares the twins' names, which we never find out. Part of the theme of this whole show is names, the importance of names, like what they mean to Johann, and specifically, and like the whole thing with like Bonaparte and like the children and taking away their names and their identities and all this kind of stuff. So she's like, "Let me tell you the names." And then Tenma walks into a hospital room, and there's Johann, and he's unconscious. And this part's really weird, and I don't get it. So I'll probably look up later and see what the autistic nerds on the internet have to say about it. But you have to do that yourself, because I'm not going to talk about it here. And that is, he's like, "Hey, I've been visiting your mom. You've been asleep for like the last year, or you've been asleep since you got shot in the head again." And then he's like, "Oh yeah, your mom told me your name." And then it's like, then Johann's like sitting up looking at him, and they like look at each other really spooky like. And it's almost like it's a really trippy scene. And then Johann's like, "Let me tell you something." And then we go back to when Nina was like taken from the mother from them and was taken to the Red Rose Manor. And we see Bonaparte and that other asshole, the Peter Chekhov guy. And Bonaparte is like, "Choose one of the twins. They're coming with the experiment. Is one of them is going to stay here and one of them is going to come with me." And so then he's like, "You need to choose. You need to choose which one." And then she's about to like hand over Johann, and then she hands over Nina instead. and then Johan's like, I was wonder, did she mean to send was she trying to protect me by sending my sister, or did she think I was my sister? Because they're both dressed like little girls, right, at that point. And then it's like then the scene kind of shifts a little bit, and then it's Tenma just like breathing really heavily, and Johan's like passed out again. It's like, the fuck. It's like, was this something that happened in the past, or is this like recently happened, or is this happening right now? The whole thing is very confusing, and so I'm just gonna go with like the dummies approach, because I'm a dummy, and it seems like Johan woke up just to say this like crazy shit to him, and then passed back out and is unconscious, and then Tenma's like, all right, well, goodbye then. And then he leaves, and then we get Nina, and she's running really fast to get to like this actually I think happens before that last scene. So no, yeah, maybe, yeah, I think this happens, that's like the last scene in the show. Before that, Nina's like running really fast, and she gets to like the head of like the school, this college she's going to, and the professor like rails on her for always being late, being 10 minutes late to this appointment, and how important her like senior's thesis is. And if you're not European, this you like have to do with people do theses for their like undergrad almost all the time. You see this at Ivy League schools too, at like Harvard and stuff. I knew a lot of people who went there, and Brown and Dartmouth, and they had a lot of them had to do like senior theses, which is something I had to do, but I didn't have to do it. I mean, it's like a dissertation, right? It's like a mini dissertation. Like I had to do a dissertation in grad school, and then my master's program as well. Anyway, so they, so he's like, this is the best dissertation, or this is the best senior thesis I've ever seen. It's excellent. You're going to graduate. And she's super happy. So she's like skipping out of there. And then Dieter calls, and he's like, hey, when you coming back? Come back today. And she's like, no, I'm hanging out with my friends, and I got this, and I'm going to come back like in 2 days. And then he's like, well, Tenma's going to be here tomorrow. And she's like, Tenma. And again, it's like, it goes back to like, is she in love with him? Are they in love? Is she just excited? Blah, 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 something. I don't know. No answers. It's up to me. I'm going to determine they're having sex, because why the fuck not? He's only like 10 years older than her, right? But she's in her 20s, and he's like in his mid 30s or something. That's what it seems like in the show. So it's not that weird. But like my parents were 10 years apart, and they're Italian. So they're German and Japanese. I don't know. It really doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Anyway, so then she's like, oh, I'm coming home right now. And so she runs, and then her friend's like, you ready for this plan tonight? And she's like, I can't make it. I got to go. And she's like, yay, Tenma. And then we switch over to the scene with Johan and Tenma. And then after Tenma leaves, we go back to the bed. Or we go back to like the window, and the window's open in the bedroom, and then the bed's empty. And that's the end of the show forever. So I think the assumption is Johan left. Maybe he jumped to his death. Again, it's a lot of ambiguity, which is why I like these like Japanese shows so much better than a lot of American stuff, like my whole life, because there's a lot more ambiguity, and like, oh, what's going to happen next? It like leaves a lot open, where I feel like a lot of American stuff that I've watched, or Western stuff, they like to like wrap everything up in like a nice bow, if you will, and then they come back later and like want to make sequels, and it makes no sense, because you're like, you closed everything out. Like, what are you doing? Anyway, this is long. If you watch this whole thing, which I'm probably the only person who's going to watch this whole thing and hear me talk to myself about this, but if you did, I appreciate it. Go ahead, like, share, subscribe, comment, and thank you for coming on this journey. And I highly recommend actually watching this show. It's very good. I compare it. I was talking to somebody the other day about it, and I compare it directly to the first season, only the first season of True Detective, which is also excellent. I also highly recommend watching. It's just like a very good cerebral like thing with so much stuff going on, and great character development, and great writing, interesting story, and just like a puzzle to solve. It's so good. And this show is excellent. And it was long. It's like 74 episodes, right? But I really enjoyed it. And I would say if you enjoy any of this kind of like cop stuff, or like detective drama, or like mystery and unwounding things and character development, it's excellent. So excellent. So highly recommended. Cool. Well, I'll catch you all later. Bye.